motion, they drunk at their problems, they always on road and they stuck. She know this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really want to know? Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really want to know? Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, popping a one in the chart. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start. Flexing on ya, flexing on me, flexing on ya, flexing on me. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F from Paris. I could've been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pot. From me, then you ain't heard it from
Super Slam is here, folks, and if yesterday was any indication, that means we are in for a super good time. Sam O'Byrne and Scott Mines, it's time for a world premiere calling. These are some of my favorite events to watch in Flesh and Blood. I can't believe how excited I am to see just how these players take down these heroes.
Yeah, these are some of my favorite events, I think, on the roster full stop. We kind of get the taster session on the world premiere on the Friday before. Players get to grips with new cards they've never seen before for the first time. And more importantly, they just learn a ton of lessons. They get foundational understanding of the format, which they can then apply to a higher level event on the following weekend and take home an awful lot of prize money in the process. Yeah,
I mean, yesterday, the world premiere was some of my favorite Flesh and Blood to watch in a long time. Limited and the classic constructed game that you and Pankaj played yesterday at the end of the day. Both formats just seemed like, honestly, a blast to play. We got to play a little bit in the sealed in one of the side events after we wrapped the show, but just getting to even to watch those first 4 games, I was like, oh, damn, we're in for a really fun weekend.
Yeah, I was pleasantly surprised. I think if you probe the room so far today, people have flipped their expectations on what they thought this format was going to be about. There was a lot of chitter-chatter about Kayo, the underhanded cheat, going in, being the de facto best deck. Wrong. Yeah. Strictly incorrect.
Yeah, 100%.
I think people are learning that right now, and I'm sure over the course of today and tomorrow, we might even see that pendulum move again and switch to yet another hero.
Oh, absolutely. I think this one even more so than other sets because of how unorthodox it is. There's no weapons. All of these heroes and their strategies to win are unlike pretty much anything we've ever seen in Flesh and Blood, and there's not that many comparisons. Basically, for any of them, you can kind of, you have some Missouri shadows perhaps in KO. There's some mechanologist leanings in Pleiades, but Lyath and Tuffnut, those are 5 intellect and 3 intellect. We've never seen anything like this in the game's history.
Yeah, new territory, fun to explore from both a limited perspective and, I can promise you, from a classic constructed perspective as well.
Yeah, we got to see some of that. We got to play a little bit in the sealed yesterday. We each got to play a couple rounds. Talk to me about your experience in the format, how your games went, as you kind of look to your learnings from yesterday and how you think it might affect what we watched today.
Yeah, I had a maybe small personal bias towards Pleiades. I definitely wanted to play the hero going in. I found it the most fun. It wasn't a forced situation, but thankfully my deck kind of worked out. I had a lot of the cheap zero-cost auras. I think there's a number of ways you can play Pleiades in this format. You can very much be I want to create incidental value over the course of the game with all these zero-cost effects I want to keep around. You can be all in on turbocharging these big 5 and 6 power auras and just removing the counters as quickly as possible. Or you can be somewhere in the middle, and you can remove those counters around to keep other effects alive and kind of have that tempo play. So I leaned more towards the former, lots of incidental value over the course of the game, and that was really strong for me against the reviled heroes. They definitely let me hold my own against the Lyaths of the world because I could keep up with the attrition. Kayo was just sending incidental damage, and I'm nickel and diming over the course of the game. Tuffnut, fair bit harder. You really do want some of those big red auras to be able to clear that damage ceiling to get through the sheer toughness of that big old brute.
Yeah, we heard Brian Gottlieb talk about it in the sealed deck build. The sideboard, right? Your armory. It's quite important in this format. The way that you actually utilize the extended card pool you have access to, especially in the sealed format, because there are a lot of cards that target reviled heroes that have that give your opponent issues if your attack is blocked by a guardian card or a brute card. And so I similarly found I also played Pleiades, and I had a bunch of cards that I only got to play a couple games, but man, did it feel better to play against some of those reviled heroes. I played a game against Lyath, and I was like, yeah, the text on these cards are really helping me quite a bit.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's kind of a good split of those effects as well. There's a few things like Familiar Stench for the brutes that are very clearly, I need to be playing against another brute, or this card is significantly more lackluster than you would expect. But on the other side of things, you have cards like Turn the Crowd Grateful, which is just a very efficient 3-cost, 7-power attack, fine in any matchup, lets you kind of play that fatigue game state you would expect, but even better against those reviled heroes thanks to those abilities. So happy to see players being rewarded for matchup knowledge, understanding. I think a lot of us assumed those cards would be good everywhere, but there's a lot of opponents that would just have talent cards.
Yeah.
So these brute effects and these guardian effects don't always trigger depending on how the opponent chooses to navigate their turns, which is really, really cool.
I think that, that's actually a great point, man. The reviled cards, the revered cards, the brute cards, the guardian cards, rarely do you actually see them as a true talented card, and sometimes it's like, brute card, got a reviled card, don't even have to worry about it. We've talked a bit about how the format is beginning to shape up, still about the earliest days possible. Let's see how our day is going to shape up and shake out as well. We take a look at the format of this incredible world premiere weekend. We had the world premiere yesterday and a couple days now of the world premiere calling to see which player kind of gets to become the undisputed champion, king, queen, or otherwise of Super Slam Limited.
Yeah, I really want to double down on that. This is the biggest battle royale that you have ever seen. There are hundreds of players in this room going to be fighting their way through 8 rounds of sealed today, 6 more of draft tomorrow, followed by a top 8 draft. It is the only time we're going to be featuring Super Slam at a premier level, and so whoever does take this down today will be the undisputed, unquestionable champion of Super Slam for the rest of time.
And let's see exactly what they're going to walk home with as we take a look at the prizing for the weekend. Taking a look here, 20,000 total USD on offer. But that first place, not only do you get the champion rights, the bragging rights, if you will, you get 5K USD, the Gold Foil Legendary, the PTI, which goes all the way down to that 8th place. A lot of money on the line here for these players.
Yeah, cold hard cash is great. We all have a little bit of pocket change at the end of a weekend pay for the trip. But these Gold Foil Legendaries, they are the marquee sign of a good player. And of course, none more so than the Champions Stonewall Gauntlet.
Yeah, that gorgeous Champions trophy as well as those 16 16 World Tour points. That's something we're going to talk about in just a little bit. But the World Tour is on it's on a tear towards its actual completion. So those finalist standings are coming sooner than you might think. Those 16 World Tour points going to be critical as we move toward the end of the race.
Absolutely. World Championship just around the corner now. We will see a winner of that race for all 3 regions, with 3 players being rewarded with a hefty sum of prize money there. And of course, players traveling from all over the world to be here with us today in Montreal to do their best chance at making that leaderboard.
Yeah, as we take a look here at some upcoming events and some players that are going to be trying to take them all down and get those World Tour points. This is where they're going to be trying to do it. Shizuoka and Paris are coming up in just a couple weeks, and that's an exciting one, of course. It's the first classic constructed calling where these Super Slam cards are going to be legal. We're going to be covering that for you right here on the Fab TCG YouTube channel.
Yeah, Shizuoka should be a great taste of that format. I'm also very excited for Paris. It's really impossible to get a ticket for this event. People are overjoyed to have a team event in Europe. It sold out exceptionally quickly. I couldn't get a ticket myself. But we're going to see people navigating a brand new format in a brand new way as players learn how to correctly assign team lineups in Paris with all of these new cards from Super Slam.
Yeah, dude, team events we hear you. You know, I think people are very excited to play more team events, and we hope to make that happen as much as possible. Taking a look, the rest of the list, of course, the calling in Hamburg, that's going to be an exciting one, and a couple other callings coming up where these players are going to be competing for the World Tour points, baby. 1.5 million on offer this year, of course, but it is the player of the year that we're describing, the World Tour race, as there are going to be 9 players from various regions competing to become the players of the year and take home just an enormous amount of money. Take a look at all of the prize pool there. 100,000 USD total prize pool. Just an enormous amount of cash that can really change someone's life.
Yeah, unquestionably the best circuit to be on if you're looking to be rewarded for your consistency, for your skill, for your talent. 100,000 US dollars is no small feat. And we're going to see players awarded prize money across regions. We're going to have, of course, the overall player of the year, $25,000, I believe, for that one. 2 regional champions who are the best in their particular regions will be $15,000 each. And you'll see $10,000 and $5,000 for those silver and bronze medalists, respectively.
Yeah, we take a look here, of course. This calling, that's where you get the 16 points. But I want you to take a look at the top of this list because there are no Pro Tours left. There's only the World Championship as a way to get truly double the points on offer here for this calling. But as we take a look at some of the players in the Americas that are in the hunt for that money, 16 points could make such a difference for someone like a Sean Dollywall, a Jimmy Demir, Naib Mobasir even can all of a sudden get all the way up into that race with a win here this weekend.
Absolutely. I've said this a few times before. Michael Fung, Michael Hamilton, these aren't players who are known for finishing second. They're going to want to do their best to challenge the race, earn as much prize money as possible, trying to chase down Brody Spurlock. Of course, that's a pretty sizable lead there, but you can tell between the remaining callings between now and Worlds and the World Championship itself, that gap is definitely closable.
Taking a look as well at the players from Europe. Jacob Clements, a name that we have been watching all year long here in the room as this dude just won't stop. He is at event after event, and all of a sudden, the lead by Brody Spurlock, it's not looking insurmountable.
No, Jacob is here with a vengeance. They've joined us this weekend in Montreal. They will continue to do so all the way on the road to the World Championships. They are out for blood. They want the best chance at this as possible. I also want to take a moment to shout out to Marcel Vezinet, who I've had the pleasure of getting to know a little bit better over the last handful of events. Absolute monster on the Flesh and Blood circuit, continuing to dominate events. 9th place in Singapore, winning in Bologna, a top 8 performance again in Copenhagen. Every event that player is at, they are dominating the field.
Yeah, I mean, Tommaso, I think when you look at the player of the year for this year, he and Jacob Clements might be in tight consideration for the breakout player of the year, for the player that has just come on and made such a name for themselves. Jacob Clements was a calling champion before this year. He, of course, took down, was it Lyon or one of the limited callings out there in the EU, but took down Rosetta Limited Calling, had made a name for himself. I remember his Bravo gameplay. I remember him playing on streams from the EU from quite some time ago. But Tommaso, putting new to Living Legend, you got to watch that match. You got to watch that momentous occasion happen. And now, not only did he make a name for himself in that way, but here sitting at 76 points, a full 20 points up on the 2-time Pro Tour champion Pablo Pintor. He's going to be rewarded for the narrative he's building for himself.
Yeah, no easy feat to find yourself in that position. Pablo Pintor, not a name that you get the better of very often.
Taking a look at the APAC region, this is maybe my favorite one to watch. You take a look at 1, 2, and 2, not even 3. We got ties all the way down to 8th. This first place match is going to come down to the wire. We're going to have to watch that calling in Sydney very, very closely in just a little bit of time.
Yeah, going to be Sydney and definitely the World Championship that break open this Asia-Pacific leaderboard. Nick Butcher has just about managed to hang on to the top of this board for a hot second now, but this gap is nothing. We've got previous Pro Tour champions here, the members of Blue Pitcher, Pudding Tam, Shure Wu, Shoma Yamamura, and multiple Pro Tour champions, national champions in Xavier McLean. CYK Lionel been doing the best to do an absolute monstrous charge across the world to score points on this leaderboard. These players, they want it, and because this race is so tight, they can still have it.
Taking a look at the overall leaderboard here, we can see Hamilton and Clements really sniffing the lead that Brody Spurlock really put up for himself earlier this year in Memphis, in, where was it, the beginning? Prague, right? Those 2 callings with a win and a top 8. That just kind of cemented the beginnings of Brody Spurlock's journey this year. But you look at Jacob Clements, they might be looking to end their story in a more celebratory fashion.
Yeah, I can't wait to see how this unfolds as we make our way to Philadelphia for the World Championship. I may have a personal bias. Jacob, of course, from the UK, much like myself, and it's been incredible to watch their journey. The community is behind them. I'm sure the US are the same for Brody Spurlock, and only one of those players gets to call themselves the first ever Player of the Year.
And a fair amount of those players are here in the room with us in Montreal, and so we're going to be watching their journeys very carefully because there's so many storylines on offer. Player of the Year, of course, Super Slam Limited being kind of the only time we get to see this format in its entirety at this level, and only one player can truly walk away as a champion, as well as, of course, just the Calling Champions prize, the glory there. You get to walk away as a Calling Champion. Will it be a newcomer? Will it be a repeat? What's going to happen? You're going to have to wait and watch all weekend to find out.
Yeah, personally cannot wait. I just think there's a strange amount of hype around these events. It's something very special to become a calling champion at a world premiere. Yeah. It's a very exclusive club. It's hard to do. We've seen the likes of Simon Nielsen, you're having Tanguys. These are players who have established themselves in the flesh and blood space. Lucas Oswald's a very exclusive club to get into, and someone else gets to enter that club this weekend.
Darren Ying. These are names that are they just come right to your mind because it's so impressive. It's so amazing when you see someone take a format that's not even in your LGS yet and take down a whole tournament. Let's take a look at the metagame as we prepare for the calling to truly get underway. And you know what? This is interesting. We were saying like, oh, maybe after yesterday, Tuffnut was such an overachiever, should we say, in the world premiere and some of those sealed match. We thought perhaps would just run away with the field. It's basically a toss-up between Tuffnut and Kayo and as the most represented.
Yeah, really close and very interesting stuff here. I think Kayo was the hero most players had their eyes on going into the weekend. It feels like the power of turning your blue resource cards into efficient 6 power attacks later in the game is very, very potent in a limited format. But in the words of the Sunflower Samurai, I believe in Tuffnut. I have been converted this weekend as players have found their way through how to navigate this deck in both sealed and draft. They've done a fantastic job of finding its strengths and subsidizing its weaknesses.
It is funny when you take a look at the most represented deck in the room as the hero having 3 intellect, perhaps representing a little bit more ease in how you play because you requires a little less intellect to truly maximize the capability. And then you look at the least represented deck here in the room as Lyath, 5 intellect. I'll just tell you from watching games, if you didn't join us yesterday for the world premiere, first of all, where were you? It was a great time. Second of all, man, that Lyath deck is a tricky one to make work.
It certainly can be. I think it's somewhat poetic. The Lyath is coming up just short when it comes to our metagame share. But, you know, one way or the other. This deck is incredible. The crowd boos me. It's fine. I'll be the villain today. But this deck is really difficult. We saw it in Classic Constructed with Pankaj, who definitely had a wonderful time at navigating 5-card hands. We've seen players reassessing everything they know about Flesh and Blood because the normal math you would expect just gets broken when you have all of these extra resources to work with.
Yeah, it's an exciting one to play, an exciting one to watch, and I don't think the excitement is going to stop anytime soon. As our first game of the day here is ready, it's time to head down to the Deathmatch Arena for the world premiere calling here live from Montreal as we take a look at a pretty impressive roster here of our first 2 players. It's a reviled showdown between the Canadian national champion, reigning and reviled in his prime. It's Jordan Jalbert-Ross versus the challenger, Joe Mastowski from the United States. Lyath versus Kayo. Time to get into it.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of these evil folk, but I'm sure it will make do for the first feature match of the day. In fact, I don't think we could have picked much of a better selection. Jordan Jalbert-Ross, of course, on home turf here. This is the first calling that we've ever seen been in Canada, and Jordan's a local, so they are defending their territory and looking to keep that prize for themselves. We'll start things off with this gem pack battle. Our players, of course, going to get to open these over the course of the weekend, find some goodies they'll find inside. Steal victory, perhaps a sign of things to come for Jordan. We'll have to wait and see. Can Joe find us something we've yet to see inside gem pack number 3?
Totally exciting to be watching all of these gem packs get opened on stream. See cards. Ooh, cold foil moment maker. You see. Oh, and the standing ovation. EA. Still a very exciting card there, as you see. Even Jordan, you saw him kind of the mouth dropped a little bit. That EA card, I think you opened one, right?
I did, yeah. EA standing ovation opened yesterday on camera. Looked fantastic as I beat the out of pound card for Shwani in the feature match area. Joe, of course, maybe playing the wrong hero to make the most of their gem packs so far. They are going to be on the evil side of Lyath here. It will be Jordan to start this game. I think it's a particularly interesting choice to go first and second in this format with so many instant speed shenanigans to pay attention to.
Yeah, let's take a look at just how Jordan wants to set up this turn. Can he find a Vigor generation to begin the train? That's when you really see Kayo work the best, when the Vigors can go turn after turn. The hero ability only costs you a single blue. You get 5 value if you put it on an attack for 1. That sounds like just a Nick numbers to me, and that sounds like just okay. It's time to find out if Jordan is going to be able to find that value or if this will be a little bit more of a setup in a different way.
Set up for both players here. We're going to see bask in your own greatness to kick things off for Jordan. Going to generate those might tokens to get himself set for the next turn. On the other side, though, I want to talk about Joe's hand here for a second. Multiple instant speed auras available in the form of Act of Glory and Tension in the Air. These are cards players kind of assume fit better into Pleiades, but I would argue they're sometimes better in Lyath, especially when you're able to play them for free on the first turn of the game. 5 cards means you can block and establish one of these pretty easily.
And it looks like it's a truth or trickery in the hand as well for Joe. I wonder, it's a little bit awkward to draw it on this first turn. Jordan's got 2 cards in hand, and yes, you don't want to lose any cards in your deck. This format can go long, it can go to fatigue, but if he doesn't have it here, if he doesn't have a good use for it here, he's going to have to pitch it away because that card ain't going to do anything in the arsenal. It's definitely something exciting in both Limited and Classic Constructed when I watch Lyath play. The 5 cards just means you see so much more of your deck so much more consistently. And you see a card like Act of Glory, it's a lot easier to pay for this card when you're able to pitch multiple cards from your 5-card hand into it.
Now I'm going to be very interested to see whether this is what I thought Joe might do. This is something I think players don't do enough in limited formats. Take some damage. Accept the heat from your opponent. 4 points of damage is perfectly palatable when you're establishing 2 gigantic suspense auras to set yourself up for following turns. Lyath really wants to align these Intimidate effects with previously played buffs, and you're more than happy to take some damage to do that.
Yeah, look at this. Joe down to 16, but establishes, I believe that's 8 points of offensive value, 4 from the blue and 4 from the red, in the Tension from the Air and the Act of Glory. So Joe gets to start his turn, tick those things both down, and if he can establish some kind of intimidation in the arsenal or prepare it with some might tokens, that Lyath ability isn't going to be too tricky to navigate. 5 cards up for Lyath. It's time to see what he's able to work with.
That is 2 more auras coming. Another Act of Glory, another Tension in the Air available here. Worth noting, very important to note here, that unlike Pleiades, Lyath could not remove these counters to get these auras to fire a little bit quicker. So Joe is going to have to decide whether or not they want to spend another turn setting up here to establish even more auras, or whether or not this is a case of a small bread and butter turn to buy some tempo and really set up for the swing for the hills on the following turn.
Name of the game here for both these heroes, both these players and everyone else in the room, unconventional flesh and blood. No weapons, no problem. Gonna go ahead and find new ways to win, including a bask of the own greatness on the other side of the table. Pitching looks like just 1 into it, making 1 might.
So Lyath, of course, here knocking this down to 2, courtesy of that rather painful hero ability, but we are going to see a chunk of might being generated, 1 in this case, from the resources. Now, alarm bells have to be going off if you're Jordan Jalbert-Ross here. There is still a resource floating that could have easily been converted into a might token. You have to wonder why Joe wasn't willing to do that.
Yeah, going to go ahead, looks like grab. Dive through the deck box, find a life pad. Have to imagine that's what we're looking for. Unless he's got outside interference, but that would be surprising if if this is how you telegraph that. Give me a second. I just need to check my inventory.
I will be entirely straight with you. If Jordan Jalbert-Ross has outside interference in their deck and this is the mind game to set that up for later, I am going to lose my mind. Jordan here taking a moment to contemplate something tucked away in their side. Well, I have to hope it is going to be that effect that rewards you with a reviled attack action card from your inventory, puts it straight into your hand. One that's well worth watching in both Classic Constructed and this Limited format. Who knows what might be lurking not in your opponent's deck.
I wonder if he was just also looking to just get a sense of like, oh, I remember there's a card I need to think about. What is it? Let me look at the cards that I opened in the rest of my pool to see if I can find it. Attack for 2 is just going to go ahead and be blocked out by a rough up. As an instant, what's the response going to be from Joe? Lyath, you're playing another Act of Glory, but this is the red variety. That means +6 in 2 turns. These pumps have begun, and they are not stopping anytime soon. The next 2 turns, we're going to see some tick downs, and we're going to see some big damage.
Worth noting here, Mocking Blow, the card going into the arsenal here for Joe. One of the more potent commons in the set for these reviled heroes. Worth paying attention to the life totals, though, as things stand. Joe is going to be behind, so we're not going to see the free boo effect of that one as things stand right now. Joe will have to find another way to be booed if they want to make the most of that powerful common attack.
Mighty Bone Knuckle is going to be the activation here. One of those rare cycles. Not rare cycles, excuse me, arm cycles is what I meant to say. There's the revered equivalent, where if you're lower life, you can make 3 toughness tokens. It is outside interference in the pitch. You can see that perhaps that is exactly what Jordan Jalbert-Ross was taking a look at. It was outside interference. That is a hilarious inclusion. And I'm very curious if we're going to see it actually come into play in this match.
I just had a feeling something didn't feel quite right. You want to start all your best cards in your deck in Limited, but there's some power in adding a toolbox to your outside of play zone and leaving yourself with some options to put things together, of course. 6 power attack, nothing to sniff at in Limited either.
Here comes a Strongest Survive. No, excuse me, it's a Bash Guardian. This is coming down if I believe a Guardian card defends this. Yes, it's going to get +1, and then on hit, going to destroy an aura token they control. Right now, that only threatens the Might token, but there are plenty of effects in this set that just say destroy an aura.
Absolutely, yeah. This is one of those powerful sideboard cards we alluded to earlier on in the broadcast. Bash Guardian, pretty fantastic into a deck like Lyath on account of being a Guardian. But of course, very reviled-centric builds are available, so you can circumnavigate this in some ways. But if you're relying on those big tower-based attacks, crush-based effects that are base Guardian cards, you'll be punished for it in the face of Bash Guardian.
Yeah, upon being blocked, this attack is going up to 10, and Joe's already fallen down to 16, and you have to imagine he needs to keep cards to make these auras matter. And this Bash Guardian is threatening in 2 different ways. On defense, it's get that +1. On hit, getting rid of that Might. That might be 1 value. It's truly 1 value either way. You either block, give me value, or it hits, and I get the value by getting rid of your Might.
Yeah, it's efficient in all the ways you could hope for here for Jordan Jalbert-Ross, showing you the power of putting these cards into your deck in the limited format. Joe contemplating their blocks here. Again, 5 cards for Lyath does mean that these points aren't quite as painful. You can sometimes, of course, activate that hero ability to block like a normal hero. Here, we're going to see that entire fridge being committed to make the most of Toby Jugs and get booed in the process here. Making another Might token, he's hoping.
Before reactions, I guess. I don't think it really matters.
Doesn't matter. Looks like we're going to be paying into both Toby Jugs and the Lyath here. Paying 1 into the Toby Jugs, 2 more into Lyath. Make another Might. And that's going to pump up this defense in multiple ways. Both of those action cards are going to be able to block for 1 more, and the +2 from the Toby Jugs. Let's see if that blocks this thing out to keep both of those Might tokens around.
Yeah, trying to do some quick math there. Can't quite see the bottom corners. I see the 1 being paid for the Toby Jugs. I think this is Joe realizing that unfortunately that extra point of power will be enough to pull this over the top, only blocking 9, and therefore will be losing one of these Might tokens in the process.
Yeah, you can see Joe here just kind of like puts his hand in his head, and that might not be exactly how I wanted this to go, because you committed a lot of resources to still lose the Might token.
Yeah, difficult position there for Joe, but we do know, again, that Mocking Blow is available in the arsenal. There is going to be something to attach these early auras onto. But there is at least 2 cards in hand here as well, so multiple options potentially available for Joe to return fire in this spot.
Going to go ahead and hear from a judge. I believe this is going to be a missed trigger judge call about the boo, because we saw that the headpiece gets thrown in front of the card. They're supposed to get booed. Made the Might from activating Lyath, but didn't make the Might from getting booed. Probably just realized that. Going to ask the judge exactly how they want to go ahead and navigate them.
Important to remember, this is the World Premiere weekend. These cards are still somewhat new. Players are going to forget these triggers somewhat. If you're ever in those situations, just call a judge. Judges are your friends. They're going to resolve the situation amicably and make sure the game plays as it's supposed to be.
Judges are quite literally my friends. I have a lot of friends. Judges.
Wow, sick brag.
Well, you tell me you have no friends that are judges? On live on air? You can tell me that right now?
We will not be doing that.
We will not. What the heck? What the heck? What's my name? What's my name? The Continental.
I've heard you called worse things.
What is that? Live on air?
Yes.
We're doing that?
Okay.
We're doing that, but we won't be doing that?
There's a game to be paying attention to. Sam, let's get back down to that feature match area and talk about something people care about.
Fine.
I'd be booed pretty much.
Let's see. Looks like we are going to get the might token here just because it's almost still in the same window. I mean, it's not quite the exact same window, but have to imagine no new information gained. Decide, just go ahead and give them the might token.
Yeah, easily remedied. I think that's the correct call here for these players. Glad to see that being the case. So we're going to make our way into Joe's turn here. We're going to see these auras beginning to expire. And of course, this is an extra 8 points of damage. Add some might to the mix, extra 10 points of damage. If there's some intimidation to be found, this is exactly what Lyath is hoping to do in this format.
And what we're going to see, I have to imagine in this game at some point, is how red line, quote-unquote, Lyath can play. You play a yellow attack, but it comes in with a cost of 0. So all of a sudden, these one-card plays get so impressive. It's going to be the villainous pose here, pitching away the yellow card in hand, getting another boo from getting booed, getting another might from getting booed from the villainous pose.
This is some serious juice here. Another 4 points of power being added on. We're up to an additional 14 points of power here to go alongside this mocking blow. We have now been booed as well, which is worth noting. So got some bad news if you're fans of our Canadian national champion. This is rather large.
Here comes the mocking blow. You can see Jordan Jalbert-Ross just kind of sit back, hand on the head, take stock of the situation. It's not getting booed, but because this is getting +4 because Joe has been booed on this turn. Listen to him count it up. 25 damage?
That's fine. That's entirely fine.
Okay. I thought he said 25 too, but I guess it's 19 damage here. You heard Jordan say a little bit of an epithet up to the heavens above, wondering how am I going to deal exactly with this big old mocking blow.
Most important part of this equation, not lethal damage. Does not force blocks from Jordan.
Yeah, you're right. No, sure. Yeah, you're
falling to 1.
Totally an
utterly
option.
Acceptable.
That's allowed.
Worth considering. Unlikely to be the choice.
One might left over for next turn, and another act of glory that is going to pop. So Jordan Jalbert-Ross staring down an attack for 19, and there's going to be something pretty big, at least with an attack +7 coming in on the next turn as well.
Yeah, I want to double down on the fact this is what we expect from Lyath in this limited format so far. You really are looking to take these off turns to establish ways to increase your otherwise halved attacks to monumental sizes and then punish your opponent in one big fell swoop. And Joe successfully doing that so far this game.
Vigorous smash up here. Going to go ahead on defense. Time to clash. Have to imagine Kayo is favored here. The winner is going to make the Vigor token. It's a power play. That's only a 1 power. It looks like the Vigor is going to be heading over to Kayo's side. Oh, unless he revealed something with no power.
I think that was a red power play, which is a 3 power base
excuse
attack.
me. Right.
Going to be good enough there to score the Vigor token for Joe. Not what you want to see if you're on the KO side of the equation here. Jordan eating damage with their face, falling all the way down to 4.
My goodness, Jordan must have a pretty good follow-up if you're going to try to threaten 15 damage or 15 points of value. But again, without the weapons, you have those 3 might tokens. You don't want them to go to waste. So let's see just how Jordan wants to make this work. Hope he wasn't hoping for that Vigor token.
That would be a pretty significant punish. Thankfully, Garland of Spring still available here. So if we were relying on that resource from the Vigor, there is a way out. We do see another villainous pose. This card impressing early and often throughout yesterday and today for both of these players so far. 4 points of damage, just fantastic rate. And being booed, just incredibly beneficial to both of these heroes.
Vigorous Roar coming in, using the Garland of Spring for an additional resource here.
So additional 3 being given, and we're going to see Flex
This
Strength
is a big one.
is the follow-up here. So this is going to be a massive beneficiary of having more than 6 attack. Extra 3 added on, in addition to the 4, 5, 6, 7 that we're already seeing. Some might tokens there as well. 17. 19, pretty good. 17, also defendable, I believe.
It's pretty good. I mean, I said, like, man, dude, Jordan, I was like, Jordan got to have something pretty good if he's going to try to threaten 15 damage. Oh, okay, I guess this is pretty good.
In a similar school of thought, worth noting, this one would be lethal.
This one
Joe
would be
will
lethal.
have to dedicate some cards to not immediately lose the game on the spot here, which is not something we're used to in limited format here. This is quite the interesting hand to pay attention to, though. We see that copy of Sit. We see
Yeah.
multiple auras here, thankfully capable of blocking that power play we would rather park in the arsenal for a following turn. Much like you alluded to before, these tokens, we really don't want them to go to waste. We want the ability to have the aura here, the Act of Glory, benefit an attack here to try and put the pressure back on Jordan Jalbert-Ross. But of course, these cards don't block very well without assistance here from Lyath. And so Joe's going to have to jump through some hoops just to survive this turn.
But that's why this Sit is so important. We talked about it right at the beginning of the broadcast. These sideboard cards, these inventory cards that are good in the right matchup Sit here, going to do so much work. Lyath isn't going to be having the block value of block cards, so getting the +3 on defense here, a full 5 points of defensive value because Joe was able to open one of these cards that has a little more agency, a little more applications in certain matchups. You're getting to see it play out in real time right here.
Interestingly, even with the power of Sit on Joe's side, we can see this decision is still incredibly difficult. Navigating Lyath boards, we've alluded to it a few times, is very hard. It's not traditional flesh and blood in the way you would expect. And as a result, there's a lot of second guessing going on for these players. And we can see Joe, unsurprisingly, taking every moment to make sure they understand what is happening and can keep enough damage to pressure back on Jordan.
Sit's put in front of it. He does have that short shrift. You're able to just go ahead and play that for 0 resources. The Vigor of Token might help, of course, but the +7 would work very nicely on the short shrift. One of those cycles of, as Brian Gottlieb called them, the dwarven cards. But it looks like it might
like
just be the Sit here that's placed in front of this. Block for 5.
I guess 5 altogether.
Indeed, we're going to see 5 here on 17, so currently 12 points of damage going to be coming through here for Joe. Got to expect this is making a statement. This has got to be Joe saying, hey, I think the game is over if I get to keep 4 cards. I'm going to take the damage to make that happen.
We will play that.
Edge of their seats coming in before Jordan ends. Joe must be confident he's able to survive a future turn.
That's a really interesting play to me. I think a lot of players, myself included, in a spot like this would be scared to establish another instant speed aura with such a low life total, such an awkwardly blocking hero, feeling somewhat obliged to chain everything together and survive through to that turn. Joe here, believing they're going to make it, in fact, all but certain that they will, and therefore utilizing those cards to establish more damage instead of blocking additional damage instead.
And this is going to be, we're seeing a little bit why the power play is able to hit the arsenal here will be so powered up by that edge of their seats. And then, of course, the Short Shrift can be utilized with the Act of Glory and the Might Token on this turn.
Yeah, I think this is a really heads-up decision here from Joe. Again, very easy to look at a card like Power Play, understand its raw power on offense, but worry about the potency of Kayo, who is able to do a pseudo-warrior and assassin impression in some ways by jumping those attacks up to a much larger number than you might expect. Going to have to respect them in the turns going forward, so not utilizing those cards to block efficiently when the option was available, it's a difficult choice to make.
Oh my God, another miss trigger. The suspense counter at the start of the turn.
Yeah, but I think we need.
I think both players just acknowledging these suspense counters do need to tick down. Not an optional thing. You can't keep them around forever. Trust me, I wish you could.
Yeah.
But some additional damage going to be coming on in. That edge of the seats will need to be on one counter. Both players quickly correcting that. We'll see the power play being pitched away here to facilitate the short shrift and the arms activation. Just looking to force the largest amount of damage right now.
And 2 plus 6 is 8, 9, and then 10 altogether.
10 total here with 2 cards. Interesting, you're seeing Joe want to make sure he gets value from the Vigor token by utilizing the additional card in hand for those arms piece and just trying to take all the cards out of Jordan Jalbert-Ross's hand so that the edge of the seats is able to get enough value on offense next turn so Joe is under less pressure by applying more pressure on this turn. But I thought that power play was such an attractive card for the Arsenal given how much work it would just be able to do on its own on the next turn.
I'm just impressed that we're seeing yet another double-digit attack off of such a small hand here from Joe. 10 is not true. We do, of course, have the Might tokens available there as well. This is 12, including that additional bonus from the Short Shrift. And we're going to see this almost certainly earn the entire hand here from Jordan Jalbert-Ross. We see a low blow and, I believe, a smash-up on top there.
So
The
3
Vigor
and
token
3,
will be
yeah.
made. But this is exactly where Joe wants to be. We have another aura expiring next turn. They have all the momentum heading in. They're just going to continue to put the pressure on Jordan.
Yeah, we got the edge of the seats. The power play heads to the bottom. What are the 5 cards that Joe's going to be able to draw? He bought the whole hand from Jordan Jalbert-Ross. The Canadian national champion is on his home turf, but he's on the ropes.
I'm guessing you're good. But
Difficult situation for Jordan here. Of course, there's Vigor tokens going to waste. We'll try and take a look at the hand. We do see a blue Instill Fear just about. The rest of it being kept a patient secret. So we have a Brothers in
Prime the
Arms,
crowd.
red, yellow Active Glory, and that low blow we knew about from the Clash. So a good number of options here for Joe, but maybe not immediately obvious how to best use all of these cards here.
You're good to draw. All right.
Active Glory, of course, worth noting that we could have played that as an instant in response. Instead, Joe choosing not to, relying on Edge of the Seats instead.
A correction I do want to talk about. We had a Cheater's Charm, incredibly exciting photo finish yesterday, blocking with a card with 6 or more power, and then you saying, you know, being able to play the Cheater's Charm, controlling an attack because it's blocking, doing the 2 damage. Turns out that is actually not how the card is ruled whatsoever. You only control an attack when it's actually attacking. It doesn't say when you control an attack action card. It says when you control an attack, means an attack on the combat chain or a weapon with 6 or more power. That's when Cheater's Charm is able to be utilized. So even though we saw it yesterday in this scenario where the Kayo player was able to block with the card with 6 more power and then blam, play the Cheater's card, deal that 2 damage, that's not an out for Jordan Jalbert-Ross here.
Well, worth noting, Prime the Crowd will be the play here. Both players going to get booed. That likely more of a benefit to Lyath Goldmane in this spot than Kayo. We'll see another +4 points of power joining the fray alongside that Edge of the Seat. So we're going to see at least one. We do know about that Instill Fear that would threaten to intimidate. And of course, that low blow, the other option here. So one attack or the other will be joined by another 7 points here to really put the screws to Jordan Jalbert-Ross.
Lyath here is going to get tapped just to get the Might token, going to untap at the end of the turn. Hear the boos rain down from the crowd.
That dastardly villain once more plaguing opponents in the feature match area. We do see this being a tough decision point here for Joe. Low blow, of course, the more potent attack, but the intimidation of Instill Fear, very interesting when the resources are so tight. Both players have such a low and limited life total. It will be the low blow here, benefiting from being booed. Is going to be coming in for 6 to start with. 14. Sam, I have a question. What are single-digit attacks?
I don't even remember at this point. As we see the Edge of the Seas and the Prime the Crowd and the low blow come in, it's going to buy the whole hand once again from Jordan Jalbert-Ross.
11.
So this is
12.
worth noting here. 12 points of block from Jordan. This, of course, was mandatory in this spot, but I want to talk about the idea of running these Guardians out of aura effects. We've seen time and again, Lyath does need to set up these big turns to force through damage alongside a cheap attack. And Jordan has done a fantastic job at stemming the bleeding from all of these instant speed auras so far. Eventually, Joe has to run out of those effects, and at some point, it becomes rather hard to convert a 5-card hand.
Let's see once again, end of Jordan's turn. Joe's working with a wee Wrecking Ball, Cruel Ambition. Cruel Ambition is a way to move forward. There is some go again there. Tension in the Air you can utilize as well as an instant speed. So this hand might be able to be converted. And then maybe the Intimidation alongside of these effects. But if you play the Tension in the Air now, maybe you can get that to tick alongside those Might tokens plus the Intimidation on the next turn.
Yeah, this is an important part of the sequencing when playing Lyath in this limited format. You need to line up your Might tokens alongside these auras on the turns they expire. Now, Might tokens are going to be used immediately after they are made on the following turn. For Lyath, these auras, that isn't the case. You have to be a bit tricksy with how you combine those cards together to make sure you're getting maximum damage all of the time.
Love the art on Cruel Ambition. So much incredible flavor in this set. So many different big swings, both artistically and in the thematics and in the game design. This set has just turned out to be such a big winner in my book as we see just how it's getting to play out. It's so unique in how I've played Flesh and Blood personally, how I've gotten to watch and broadcast Flesh and Blood. We are just seeing something so wholly different, and boy, is it a blast.
Yeah, I'm overjoyed to see the Guardian class being explored in alternative design spaces.
It's
more,
sick.
I believe the words from Margin yesterday were more game actions being taken, which is something I'm a big fan of.
Guardians up until this point have been block, one big thing. Block, one big thing. Both of these heroes are taking so many game actions, such important and precise sequencing, something that is just so satisfying for so many players in these other classes, and now Guardians are getting to play with some of their favorite toys and favorite effects in such different ways.
I'm a really big fan of this choice here from Joe. We're going to see another Basque in your own greatness as the attack of choice here, understands that front-loading damage into the next turn is going to be what gets this game to end. So making those might tokens with those additional resources, and has the ability to play this tension in the air from their hand as well, and really start snowballing this final assault.
And this is what's so important. That big 4 on the screen, bask in your own greatness, and 0-4 presenting a breakpoint in a format where defense more than 3 on one card is hard to come by for any hero, and with no Vigor token, unless a Clash reveals a card on top and a Vigor is generated in that way, Kayo's ability costs 4, so Jordan won't even be able to threaten something that impressive on the crackback. The 4 here on the bask in your own greatness, making all the difference.
Yeah, breakpoint's an important part of limited play in the same way they are classic constructed. Of course, less equipment to work with here, so much harder to cover up those problematic points of damage here. Jordan Jalbert-Ross left on just 1 life after some gigantic swings from Joe Mastowski, and as a result, finding themselves in an awkward spot here to try and stay alive.
Joe, again, unorthodox, utilized the Vigor token a couple turns ago for the power punchers or whatever the arm piece is for that +2. Didn't keep it for the arsenal, but didn't need it, setting up the big Intimidate for this final kill turn. Let's see if we can get there.
We can see Jordan here really struggling with the cards to commit. They understand that this is probably their last turn with significant breathing room. Between those 6 might, 2 more cards in hand here for Lyath Goldmane, and likely some more tricks afoot. This is probably the last time they get to choose the cards they're keeping and how they want to continue this turn. So taking a moment to concise these blocks, going to use an unexpected backhand and the additional block value here as well.
I look at my top.
Oh, okay, ready. Sorry.
Top card being peeked at here, so Jordan will get an idea as to what's coming up, and it does not like that. Will be making its way straight to the bottom.
As an instant, we'll just do...
Tension in the air being played as an instant here. Can be +4 in 2 turns, so if it doesn't work out for Joe on this one,
No reactions moved in.
he's going to have that power for a future turn. Interesting, though, if you had played that on Jordan's end phase last turn, it would be ticking down alongside those might tokens, because you would have lost 1 counter on this turn and then the final counter on the next one, as we see 5 cards once again drawn up for Lyath.
We do see a bask in your own greatness on return fire. This one significantly less impressive. That 4 breakpoint, not threatening to take away more than 1 card from Joe. And of course, 5 cards to work with here does mean that Lyath, a little more of a staunch defense.
And I believe we've gotten all the way back to that truth or trickery. You can see it. It's the second card. It fans back, so we're back to the pitch stack. And this is actually a great moment because the card here just blocks for 3 because it's a block card, right? Lyath only has action cards. No, it's just cards you control. All cards. So it will block for 2.
Absolutely.
It will block for 2.
Worth knowing, of course, the ability allows your action cards to block correctly, will not save your block cards necessarily. But well worth knowing that this card is still pretty phenomenal. We see a giggle here from Joe.
Yep.
Truth or trickery, failing to find a mark of a card in hand a fair few times in this format so far.
See, Joe, he almost said, like, I will. Wait, no, this will just lose me the game. So 2 cards do have to go in front of this attack.
We're going to see currently, I believe this is currently blocking for 3 without a Lyath activation, because we will see the 2 halved down to 1 as well.
You may sorry, I'm blocking 3 at the moment.
Just confirming that between the players at the moment. Of course, Joe,
look at the top card of your deck. So
not interested in activating Lyath here. There's going to need these cards to finish the game. So Joe will get a free peek at the top card of the deck here, courtesy of that Truth or Trickery. Gonna guess.
He said red. Say you're lying.
I was lying.
I love this.
He was lying. He was lying. But no cards in hand for Jordan, so it didn't matter either way. But it's going to be fun to watch if we ever get to see that card blocked with.
It's going to come up eventually. Someone is going to get tricked. It's just a matter of time.
No, I was going to say reveal for the stream, but it's not like it changes anything.
They're saying show the card for the stream, but it doesn't matter. There's no cards left in hand. And we are seeing Lyath be used, so no damage actually being taken, as the tension in the air is going to be played down as well. 7 might tokens on this turn are going to pop, and if there's an intimidation alongside it like we think there is, that might just spell doom for the Canadian national champion.
I think this has been a pretty masterful display here from Joe. He's done a fantastic job at understanding how much damage is needed to make each turn potent, but not stacking so much of it that the follow-up turn is unimpressive. We've seen these might tokens here going to make a massive instill fear alongside that intimidation, but if it somehow isn't good enough, the rest of the damage is still here.
Yeah, I mean, listen, this is just 8 because it's a blue and still fear.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
So let's...
Sorry, 1, 2,
Just
3,
an
4.
8 is quite the statement, but you're not wrong.
Well, I
based
mean,
on the game
you
we've been
know, I feel
watching.
like if you can block with 3 cards, you can survive 8. Like, come on. Let's see if Jordan Jalbert-Ross is able to stay alive, and if the 2 tensions in the air will be enough on the future turn.
See if we can take a peek.
It's true. It's a 1 card from Arsenal 8 blue card, and I'm like, it's whatever.
Just an 8. I admire the ambition from Samuel Burn, of course, but Jordan here going to be somewhat obliged to commit the remaining cards on defense. Hopefully they can prevent 8 points of damage. We see a head shake here from Jordan. I have to think maybe the 3 block they needed to continue playing this game may have found itself intimidated away.
You can see there, vigorous stand-up, make another vigorous stand-up. But then once again, if you block with all 3 of their cards, those 3 might tokens are just going to fall by the wayside.
Yeah, of course, again, no weapons in this format.
No
Does mean
weapons.
the 1-card hands don't give you the flexibility to utilize these might tokens unless you have 0-cost attacks like Lyath does. Instead, Jordan kind of in the blender, realizing the work they've done is likely to fall apart, and these might tokens might just be disappearing into the wind.
I see it now. I see it.
Jordan here just taking a moment to take stock of the cards they've used, needs to find a way to win this game with all the cards that are left in their deck, and of course to do that, you need to know what's
Blocking 9.
there.
Roger that. So first clash would be, doesn't matter?
Doesn't matter.
Roger that. Nothing.
Nothing.
Roger
Nothing
that.
and nothing, so I don't think any player wins anything.
Roger that.
Oh, yeah, look at this. When winner creates a Vigor token, you may put your revealed card on the bottom of its owner's deck. So that's just for Jordan Jalbert-Ross. Flip it over, and now we're going to see an attack with some power, so there is going to be 1 Vigor token created thanks to the Vigorous Smash-Up.
Yeah, the smash-up effect's designed to work perfectly with Tuffnut. You, of course, want to be able to control the top card of your deck to generate additional resources there. So not only does winning clashes give you the incidental value, makes them strong enough in a deck like Kayo that has these large attacks, but Tuffnut's super interested in them as well.
Now imagine if the 1 Vigor token was enough for Jordan Jalbert-Ross to play an attack from hand. They're going to go ahead and count the remaining cards.
5 in deck and then 5 in hand.
5 in card, 5 in deck for Joe Mastowski. Unknown for Jordan.
Yeah, typically, Lyath guilty of fatiguing a little bit faster than the other heroes in this format on account of drawing 5 cards a turn.
Yeah,
You do
absolutely.
go through your engine just a little bit faster. Of course, Jordan here has been forced to play a pretty staunch defense for the majority of this game and has been expending cards by blocking. I have to imagine the deck sizes are actually pretty close at this point.
4 minutes left in the round. Just going to go ahead and looks like activate the helm.
I'll put back.
Go ahead and grab a card, put it on top of the deck from the graveyard.
Yeah, Helm of Hindsight, a really interesting card in this format, and again enables those Tuffnut tricks, allows you to win clashes at instant speed. This case, just going to be buying a block 3 here for Jordan to bolster up as much as they can. Right behind you, the best of the bunch, assuming it's going to be defending alongside something else.
And we see Lyath activated at the end of Jordan's turn to go ahead and get another might to just try to make the offensive overlap as big as possible. All he needs is the 1 final point of damage, and the challenger will have taken down Jordan Jalbert-Ross. Let's see exactly what we're working with. Fair amount of cards there that block fine.
I want to note for Joe here as well, we saw it on top of the deck thanks to the clash. So both players are aware of this concealed object. If you've not seen this card so far, it's a lunging press if it had a bad day. It's an item that you can play, give a little bit of extra juice to the attack. More importantly, you get booed, which is a really important part of Lyath's kit and enables all kinds of things from mocking blow to additional power all over the place.
Clench the upper hand on attack because Lyath has more life, just 1, but 1 is enough. There's another might for getting booed. Hear the crowd rain down, 3 down to 2 plus, what is that, 4 plus 3? So 2 plus 4 is 6 plus 3 is 9.
And again, we see the whole hand committed here for Jordan here in an attempt to soak up this damage. Blocking 10.
Block 10. Jordan gets to look at the top, decide if he wants to bottom it or not.
As an instant, we'll play.
You're going to see that concealed object coming on up and over, popping an extra point. It's going to be enough
And
to
that
take
is
the
gonna
game
be
away.
enough. 1 damage is all Joe Mastowski needed to take down the current champion. Reigning was he from Canada, but it is now Joe Mastowski from the US of A coming into our feature match area and taking it down. Lyath Goldmane is proving to be quite the puzzle, but if you can solve it, you might just find yourself in the victor's column.
Yeah, I think that was a very impressive showing of what Lyath Goldmane is capable of, and more importantly, the kind of cards you should be focusing on, especially going into your pre-release next week. It's easy to look at cards like Act of Glory, Edge of Their Seats. They read like good, honest, innocent cards that belong in the Pleiades deck, but if you want to achieve evil, you certainly can.
Yeah, that was a great game. That was very exciting. You watched both of those players able to go ahead and navigate all of the different situations there, and it was something that I was not sure if Joe was going to be able to actually get that final piece over. You know, he was able to string those things together, but there wasn't that big intimidate that we've seen as well. There was really the one, but like we said, it was only a puny little attack for 8. You know, normally when you do those big intimidation effects in this format, it's to close the thing out. You're putting 15 down, and they got no cards left on hand even to block, but Joe was able to, just like you said, sequence it very, very well, spread the damage out just enough that even though Jordan was placing down the whole hand of 4 cards, eventually it was enough.
Yeah, I was really impressed by that damage stacking. I think in the absence of Intimidate effects, which clearly we knew they weren't in the deck. We've seen them. We got back to that pitch stack, so there was very limited options available for Joe. It was just that instill fear to achieve that effect. When that's the case, you really need to be very careful with the damage that you're putting and where. And Joe did a fantastic job of breaking it up and making sure those attacks did the job.
Yeah, we've been seeing our players at the feature match area all weekend long enjoy opening some gem packs. Gem Pack Season 3, all the cards are still getting revealed ever so slowly over the weekend. It's a thank you to all the players for joining us in the feature match area. And it's, of course, a thank you at home for playing at your local armory, because Gem Pack Season 3 is right around the corner, and it is an exciting one. This Gem Pack is really one for the books, dude.
Yeah, I'm going to be entirely upfront about this product. I mean, I danced on stream yesterday purely by accident because I opened a card that captivated my attention. This is everything I want to reward armory attendance. If players turn up, they get a little something for their troubles, and they just feel impactful now. I've seen time and again as players have opened these packs this weekend in the room, no pack has felt like a miss. There's all kinds of goodies inside for established heroes, existing armory decks, and some goodies from Super Slam as well.
Yeah, this one just really is an exciting option. We haven't gotten to see all the cards. Cards are just literally getting opened and revealed. We've opened some on stream. We've seen them in the feature match area. But there are just some bangers, dog. Like, we are seeing just some really exciting cards that if you just go to your armory just for playing, just for showing up, having a good time, playing some great games in the flesh and blood, you might open a freaking EA Savage Sash Rainbow Foil, or that gorgeous Iswardi Therianto Fast and Furious Cold Foil, some of the Unforgiving, and this is just 3 of the incredible options. We saw Boom Grenade opened on stream yesterday, Cold Foil.
A backup Protocol Red. Boom Grenade in the last one. So if you're a fan of Cold Foil Mechanologist cards, don't worry, the Gem Pack has got you. I want it to be known that according to Iswardi, the characters on that artwork there for Fast and Furious, we have Fast and we have Furious.
Very good, very good, very good. I don't know if you've heard the rumors, though, but there's a Marvel hero in this Gem Pack that we've seen floating around on some of the social medias and the Discords, and it's a class and a hero that people are, you know, known to be very normal about.
Yeah, look,
and not pay a lot of money for anything spicy or blingy on that hero.
I'm going to be entirely honest with you. Until I see it in person in front of us, I believe that Marvel is an illusion.
Nice.
Nice,
yeah. Cool. We have something else we want to talk about before we open a couple gem packs here for you. We have a giveaway. Yesterday we gave away the Pleiades Armory deck. This time we're giving away a pre-release kit. So you can show up to your pre-release with 16 packs, and it's legal. No, that's not true at all. But you do get 8 packs and the extended art cold foil. It's fine. Extended art cold foil of the different pieces of equipment that you're able to play with. This is a great product, and I'm so stoked you're able to go and pick these up and literally like pre-release at your store, pre-release at home, pre-release at, you know, wherever you enjoy hanging out with your friends and enjoying whatever food and libations you may. This is a perfect set to do it. It's exactly the vibe. We're going to be giving it away at the end of the day during our round 8. Just come, be in chat. We'll pick a random chatter to win this pre-release kit, and I do hope you, yes you, I'm talking to you, I hope you win it, just like I hope we get some bangers in these gem packs, because it's been pretty good on stream. It's been pretty good.
It's going to be hard for me to do much better than yesterday. That's
I know, and you were
was,
acting like you were so well maligned, and you were opening nothing, and then bam, EA exactly what you want.
It was just poetic. I was playing Pleiades. I had to get the nicest version of that card, and it's nice to have one less to acquire from my local game stores. Hopefully, we can do a little bit better today. We'll start.
Survey says.
Oh,
Buckwild.
This one getting a lot of talk, I think, actually, from people. Looking a bit impressive in Brute this weekend. Might have a place in Classic Constructed. That would be great.
I think so for sure. Let's see what the second one is. Villainous. Dude, I love the art on both of the poses. Carlos Kuchaga, both of those pieces, especially in the panorama or the extended version with both of them back to back, the end of the Super Slam trailer. I just love these pieces of art.
This guy knows what's up.
Yeah, know what's up. All right, here we go. My last one. We got to move. We got more games to watch. We got players who want to game. They don't want to wait for us to open gem packs, but I know this is your favorite part of the stream. Here we go. Ooh.
Shining Courage is pretty cool.
Shining Courage, but it holds no candle to another backup protocol red. I'm 2 for 2, baby. 2 for 2. It's my favorite card, Boom Grenade. I'm just kidding.
I started feeling good about myself again after the gem packs yesterday, and can I have one round where I don't get one up by someone?
Didn't you say that you were playing mech and you really were looking for some of these? Here you go, Scott.
Oh, thank you,
From
Sam.
one friend to another.
Now I owe you a favor live on stream,
no,
which will not come back to bite me at all.
Nothing like that. Thank you for joining us for this first round one. We're going to be back in just a second for round 2 live from Montreal. Don't go anywhere.
I have regrets.
First round in the books, and a champion has already fallen as Jordan Jalbert-Ross couldn't find the way forward and takes his first loss on the day. And we've got a couple other players I do want to check in with as we're going to look ahead at round 2. We are here. It's the first Canadian calling, one of our most favorite Flesh and Blood regions. Such strong players, such a strong community, and it's exciting for them to go ahead and do battle on their home turf. Gonna have to see if some players can do a little better than Jordan Jalbert-Ross in his first round, though he is not out of the tournament by any means.
Oh, no stretch, no. I think it's important to kind of talk about the level of passion and player skill we find in Canada. As far as I'm concerned, it's about time. I've been waiting to come over here for something one way or the other, and I know there is a murderer's row that maybe the wider world isn't familiar with, that they are certainly about to be.
Yeah, let's go ahead and take a look at some of those players right here and see how they're doing after their first round. And they heard me, and they said, we got you, Sam. Every other player here has done what they came to do, taking down that first round. Of course, Jordan Jalbert-Ross, Canadian national champion, no stranger to winning feature matches. Honestly, you watch him when he plays, so vibes, clearly just like has fun, enjoys playing the game, good to his opponents. So big shout outs to him, but shout outs to the rest of these Canadian heavy hitters as they're all doing pretty well to start, and we'll be checking in with them throughout the tournament.
Yeah, I was going to make a joke about the Canadians not letting Jordan live this loss down. Now they will not be letting Jordan live this loss down. He's the only person on this leaderboard.
I know, he's going to be like, bro, why'd you put that up now? Come on, what are we doing?
That's not great. I do want to take a moment to acknowledge that all of our heroes are on this list amongst these players. So players have found a way across the format to explore every avenue that Super Slam has to offer.
Yeah, and I also want to point out just a couple of these players. Of course, we've got LeClerc, known for perhaps some contentious takes on Illusionist and perhaps his own skill, but going off 1-0, taking this down as well. Looking down, Vezinet, top 8 from Pro Tour London here playing Lyath. I'm excited to see if he can do well on his home turf.
Yeah, very excited for Leo. Michael Matalo on camera yesterday as well during our world premiere, so happy to see them back doing well on Kayo as well. Daniel Dreisinger, Jimmy Demers, also both heavy hitters of Flesh and Blood. Almost household names, looking for that breakthrough performance, if anything. And today might just be that day.
Yeah, I want to shout out Daniel as well. Just truly someone I've literally like heard many times from many different parties. They're just like, Daniel's the best. Like this guy just really so good at the game, but also just so good with the community. So shout out to the Canadians. We'll be checking in with them all throughout the weekend, and we are looking forward to seeing just how they do, just as we are looking forward to see how our second round goes, because the world premiere ain't stopping for no one. Let's get down into it as we see just who is able to take down this one. And we have got no Canadians here because the World Tour leaderboard is such an important offering. And we have got one of the people in that race on the right side of your screen talking about these two players, Scott.
Hey, it's easy to forget. Paul van Gijssel is also on that board. It's not quite at the prestige of Alex Chitu right now, but in the race, definitely in demand for prize money. So these players, arguably in each other's way. Paul van Gijssel, a phenomenal force. Going to do a great job here on Lyath Goldmane, I imagine. Alex Chitu on the other side, been putting up a fight, currently in 3rd, I believe, on that leaderboard in Europe. Over from the UK with me, previous national champion there, known Runeblade enjoyer. So a bit of a departure there from them to explore Tuffnut in this format this time around.
Yeah, and Paul van Gijssel, of course, Pro Tour top 8 as well in London on Aurora, here taking down a very different flavor of hero with Lyath Goldmane. But it's time to see Tuffnut for the first time in the calling, the hero that potentially had the biggest breakout yesterday, and we're going to see why. I am really looking forward to this one because we get to see 5 intellect versus 3 intellect. We get to see 3 card hands versus 5 card hands, and I have no idea which one is going to come out on top.
I've got my eye on the fact that Paul is going first here above all else. Lyath, in that unique spot, the Pleiades also finds themselves in sometimes capable of playing those instant speed auras, getting value in the opponent's turn, but Might Generation, a big important part of that kit. We see that in that cruel cold foil there as well. Players doing pretty good hit cards that you would expect from their respective heroes, funnily enough.
Yeah, you can see there the smashing, what is it, Smashing Instinct on the blue super rare there. That card is going to do some major work in Classic Constructed. So a nice hit for Alex as our players enjoy their gem packs, extend the fist bump, and begin to do battle in the Super Slam Arena. We see 3 pieces of equipment apiece as it's time for 5 cards versus 3. We'll see which of our World Tour traveler comes up on top.
just want to talk about the equipment a moment there as well. We saw a lot of players yesterday, and personally in the sealed events and the side events as well. The full suites of equipment are not easy to acquire here in this event, especially now that we're not having those pre-release cold foils extended out as well. So these players are often going to be relying on a mixture of effects and often missing one of those slots. I think it's something we can expect to see throughout most of the weekend going forward.
Yeah, super good point. We really... Something I was talking to Brian Gottlieb about even during the deck build and afterwards was how different it is when you just have that pre-release kit, have all the equipment pieces available and open to you, because that is how you will get to do this, listeners at home, at your local pre-release. But once we get to the calling, it's just those 8 packs you open, a little different than the true world premiere event. See the Cruel Ambition going to go ahead and make the 3 Might tokens, probably 3 more made with the Bask in Your Own Greatness. As you talked about, Scott, going first, going very nicely for Paul von Gijssel.
Exactly what we were looking for if you are a Lyath Goldmane enjoyer. Again, those auras are the main focus of attention a lot of the time, but Might Generation is one of the more powerful things available to Lyath. Bask in Their Own Greatness, a big reason for that. Cruel Ambition, one of the marquee effects as well.
Going to get a block here. Card out of the deck for Alex. Not willing to just take the 1 damage. Staring down 6 Might token for the future turn cycle. Have to imagine Lyath Goldmane's going to get activated as well with one of those 2 cards in hand, making 7 total Mights for Paul von Gijssel.
Dig In does return the favor here for Alex Chitu as well. This is on defense. You may pay 3 and make that many toughness tokens. Now, if you're unfamiliar with Tuffnut, this hero is incredibly focused around these toughness effects. He's going to be looking to bolster 1 card and really block out all the damage as a result. That's a very powerful game plan to Lyath. It does play very well into those intimidation effects and does a great job of blunting these sizable attacks.
See there, toughness on the right side of your screen, featuring our beloved good boy Tuffnut, one of my favorite heroes to come out recently.
Good-natured brutality there in the hand for Alex Chitu. One of the marquee cards to watch if you're looking to play Tuffnut. Speaking of which, Marvel Toughness token making its debut in the feature match area right now as well. These currently available on the prize wall at this event if you're interested in picking one of those up in the future. But yeah, Good-natured Brutality, a card I want people to watch. If it defends when there are no cards in hand, it will be blocking for 6, and you will be cheered to generate yet another Toughness token. This one, not what you want when you're going into Alex's turn, but it's likely to make its way back into the pitch stack here and will be something worth tracking as the game continues. It's a great way to completely nullify one of these big intimidation effects by blocking for gigantic numbers with just 1 card. We see Alex kind of in the tank a little bit here, debating a Tuffnut activation. So going to go looking for cards to better inform how to play the rest of this turn out. We're going to see that red coming off the top. This is something that we saw a lot yesterday and makes me want to talk about Garland of Spring just a little bit as well here. Going to need to bail yourself out occasionally when the resources don't quite line up the way you expect from Tuffnut's hero ability.
Can see the toughness token there. Marvel full art on offer at the prize wall here at World Premiere Montreal. Have to imagine we'll be having those available for many prize walls coming up. Dude, I'm a sucker for the Marvel tokens. What the hell? They look so good.
Somehow, cards in Flesh and Blood just keep looking better, and it's great for everyone that isn't my wallet.
So you can see here 4 toughness tokens doing such a great job at mitigating the damage of those 7 Might tokens. Will Paul be able to get over the staunch defenses of the Revered Brute?
Rapturous applause here. Just kind of showing the multi-modality of cards in Alex Chitu's deck here as Tuffnut. You really need an incredibly high density of 6 and 7 power attacks to generate a toughness token each and every turn. That does mean your resource curve is a little tight, and you're going to need cards that attack efficiently on smaller hands with just 3 intellect. Rapturous Applause, great example of that. If you happen to win a clash, it will make you another toughness. But when it does find its way into your hand, it's just going to require 3 resources to send in 7 points of damage.
Card left over for the arsenal for Alex. Important in Tuffnut when you're only drawing 3 cards.
Yeah, building those bigger hands, an important part of breaking through the defenses of Lyath Goldmane. We're going to see cards like Buckwild, worth paying attention to as the game continues. Try and set up some natural go again to go a little bit wider than you might otherwise think possible.
Short Shrift going to go pitched into Lyath here. Make another Might. Block for a total of 3. taking 4 down to 16. Goes Paul von Gijssel. So really, interestingly, you got 3 points of defensive value, 1 point of offensive value from that Lyath activation. So you spent 2 cards for 4 points of value, but that is not the full equation here in these matchups, in these Lyath decks, or in this format. You might have to throw some of your normal evaluations of cards and value and how much should I pitch for what a little bit out the window. As you can see, even Alex here doing a whole lot of counting, a whole lot of math before he even decides if he wants to Arsenal.
I think this is that copy of good-natured brutality that is stuck in the hand here. If Alex did manage to find resources some other way, and if I'm correct, I love this from Alex. This is not easy to do, especially in a 3 intellect hero, but understands that good-natured brutality is an important part of winning a turn cycle, especially in the face of 8 might tokens. Does not park the card in Arsenal, just IP1s himself.
You can see another Marvel Toughness token on the back, as 4 have popped. 1 is now for Alex's next turn. More dice is the call. 10 might tokens now, and 1 left over. Let's see what comes out for Arsenal. Going to be Instill Fear with that Intimidate. This is the red variety. This is as important as it gets. And 12 Intimidate is going to be the call with just 2 cards, or excuse me, 3 cards, including the pitch. And against a hero like Tuffnut, all of a sudden 1 Intimidate. You're looking at a significantly smaller hand than Flesh and Blood heroes are used to working with.
Yeah, I want to talk about the importance of Intimidate in this matchup. Tuffnut does a fantastic job at nullifying the power of Intimidate by utilizing those toughness tokens. We see them coming in clutch here alongside good-natured brutality to block for an absolute chunk in this case. But it is worth noting Intimidation doesn't give you control over which cards are left in your hand. And sometimes, if Tuffnut's caught without an action card to make the most out of those toughness tokens, the whole plan just falls apart.
Dude, good-natured brutality was just massive on that turn. Paul von Gijssel just attacked for 12, and with 2 cards, Alex Chitu was able to completely cover it up. If we're seeing the just bizarreness of this format, it is happening in real time as all of the floating resources are going to go into the Show of Strength, thanks to that Garland of Spring, a chess piece that I have seen just get more and more important and more valued by these players throughout the weekend.
Yeah, if you listen to the room, playing Tuffnut without a Garland of Spring is probably a mistake in the sealed format. The card feels like such an important part of the foundational game plan of this deck. You need to be able to make your turns function when the hero ability doesn't quite line up.
Yeah, Stronger Survive, excuse me there, coming in. This is a 6-power attack, and it is going to go ahead and have an on-hit. If Paul von Gijssel takes all the damage, he has to show a card with 7 or more, 7 power basically, or he has to discard a card.
Yeah, the yellow copy of Strongest Survive, a real bread and butter piece to these Tuffnut decks. Yellow 6s are preferable for the most part to kind of enable easier turns. You'll find yourself preferring 2-cost attacks for that reason. Lets you kind of pitch the yellow off the top, make a toughness with it, and then still send an impactful attack afterwards.
Gonna see here, this is what you're going to see a lot throughout this calling and this limited format. Yellow cards in the pitch for Tuffnut is something that, you know, Peter Budensick yesterday came up to me, bro, I'm only playing 3 blues, bro. But there's a reason. A lot of these cards, the Garland of Spring helped on this turn, but a lot of these Tuffnut decks that we're seeing, they're just running that kind of 2-cost curve so that they just have the yellows because they want to get that 6 as much as possible, and it's easier to find that in yellow than in blue.
It's going to make for a really interesting situation in the draft format.
Yeah,
I think those yellow cards not going to be anywhere near as much of a premium to the other brutes and the other revered heroes. So Tuffnut going to get rewarded for finding the lane.
Lyath going to be activated here. Make another might. Make these cards block a little more. Block for a total of 6.
Might do something in your turn. Play Edge of their Seats.
Ooh, and using the resource, going to go ahead and finalize this Edge of their Seats. Is there an attack action card in the arsenal to pair with those 2 might tokens, or is Paul von Gijssel happy to see those go away by the wayside, especially because those 3 toughness tokens are sitting there ready to stuff those might tokens? Yeah, Paul von Gijssel is just going to pass. Sometimes you see 3 might tokens against the table from a Tuffnut. We were talking to some of our players who were doing this, you know, playing in the sealed formats yesterday. Tuffnut's just going to fatigue you if you just run your cards into those stacked toughness tokens over and over again.
I think that was a really interesting decision point for Paul van Gijssel there. Had the ability to run out that Edge of the Seats on Alex's turn or on their own, and chose to run it out in Alex's turn and remove a counter from it now. So believes they're going to want this edge of their seats on this upcoming turn as opposed to the one afterwards. It seems like a menial choice, but picking when to line these things up is going to be important.
Only the edge of their seats and no might tokens available for Paul von Gijssel. You can see the hold firm there for Alex Chitu. That's going to be very important. If Alex does find himself at lower life, 3 toughness tokens on demand can be quite impactful. The comparison to Mighty Bone Knuckles in the set. It's going to be a vigorous smash up. Alex just overpitching, just can't utilize the rest of the cards other than with some defense here. So putting a yellow and a blue to the bottom, coming in for 7.
As you alluded to a few moments ago, I think this is a great example of the play patterns you need to take into a hero like Tuffnut. Alex here being slightly punished for the fact that Paul chose to take a turn off, set up with these instant speed auras, build to a higher damage ceiling on a following turn, and just simply can't use all their cards as a result.
Paul von Gijssel. A long as he stares down this vigorous smash up. No blocks is the call.
No, 9.
Down to 9 goes Paul.
Okay, Paul van Gijssel firmly believes that this is the time to make a stand against Tuffnut. We'll see that red edge of the seats cashed in for 5 additional points of power and a full 6 cards to work with. We do see a Liar's Charm lurking in that hand alongside a Make the Crowd Hateful and some other goodies there as well. Goon Battery, some instant speed auras, so maybe looking to send a sizable attack this turn and create another well-rounded attack on the following turn with these instant speed auras.
Garland of Spring. Going to go ahead and get activated just a couple turns after Alex. We saw Alex unable to use all the cards in the hand, and we're seeing Paul posture. I'm using 6, buddy. Turn the Crowd Hateful is going to come in here.
This is another one of those sideboard cards that we talked about so much in the first round. Turn the Crowd Hateful, the counterpart of Turn the Crowd Grateful. Beneficiary of attacking a revered hero will get booed on hit, but it's always going to be significantly larger if your opponent is a goodie.
And a goodie indeed is Tuffnut. 11 damage attacking the revered hero, getting +3, getting booed. On hit, Tuffnut here is going to get activated in defense to make a toughness token. That'll be relevant in Alex's next defending turn. To imagine Alex is going to have a use for that resource, perhaps?
Yes, I think this is actually very heads up from Alex Chitu here. Wanted to decide how to block this, but needed information about resources available for dig in. Wanted to know how many toughness tokens they would be able to generate, whether or not they were better off holding cards in hand to pay for dig in, keep them in deck.
Yes. Oh, wait, actually, sorry.
Want to do something else?
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, can I block?
Looks like Alex here choosing to block slightly differently. Wanted to add the equipment here to this combat chain as well. Gets cheered from that Helm of the Adored. Makes a 3rd toughness token for the trouble. Significantly blunting this 11 power coming over. We will see the instant speed auras as the follow-up here for Paul van Gijssel. Going to look to do this all over again immediately. Liar's Charm here, going to warp the situation we find ourselves in, ripping away one of those toughness tokens.
Steal a toughness. The crowd gets booed. And he's going to make himself lose and not be able to gain abilities to turn the Crowd Hateful from its attack for 11 up to an attack. It looks like maybe, what is it, 12 to 14? 13 in there. And make the might as well from getting booed.
Yeah, base 4 there, halved to 2 by Lyath, and then quickly removed. Brings us back up to 13. Will force some damage through the impenetrable wall of Tuffnut. Worth noting here, that is all of Alex Chitu's equipment gone. We have successfully blunted the first assault. Maybe not quite as many toughness tokens as Alex had hoped to have heading into the following turn. But Paul doing what you need to do in this matchup to get through the wall.
5-card hands versus 3-card hands, baby. And we are seeing that at the moment, the 3-card hero is putting up a staunch defense. 2 toughness tokens are going to pop after that big attack. Paul took all that damage to go down to 9. Only got 2 damage across for his trouble. He gets a might token pop. He gets this active glory on 1 counter. What will he have to continue this turn, and will he be able to get through the wall that is this Tuffnut deck?
Interesting hand here by the looks of things for Paul. We see a Revolting Gesture, another card that's great at stacking that damage. Prime the Crowd, similar story. Sit, a card that looks fantastic against the Brutes earlier on here. Mocking Blow and Power Play, the two kind of attacking options here. That Power Play much better as a resource card or in the arsenal here. But in order to make the most of Mocking Blow, Paul van Gijssel would need significantly more health or another way to get booed, perhaps like this Crowd.
So interesting, though. You see Prime the Crowd, of course, come down, make the might, but then also make that toughness for Alex. And we're seeing the game plan for Alex play out in real time. Just getting to go ahead, continue those toughness tokens, continue that train. See, it looks like it might be the Revolting Gesture.
Revolting Gesture here is going to be additional points of damage. And again, this is exactly what we're hoping to see from Lyath Goldmane in the Tuffnut matchup. Might generated for next turn to align with that Act of Glory, with some upfront bonus damage to make the most of this turn right now, alongside a power play from the Arsenal to send this turn into the sun.
Look at this. 8 base power on this attack, +3, +4, +1. 15 once the Lyath's cost or power reduction comes down.
Yeah,
2
power
toughness.
Sorry, Power Play, a pretty spectacular card in Lyath because that +5 unaffected by that hero ability is exactly what you're looking for here.
Alex gonna make a Vigor here, gets that 1 power higher, 5 versus 4, makes the Vigor for that next turn cycle. So 2, 3, 4, 5, like maybe 6, 7, 8 being represented on defense.
7.
Take 7 is the call. Down to 11 goes Alex Chitu.
The wall starts to fall here. Alex obliged to take some damage eventually. Does need to make a stand. Tuffnut, pretty fantastic at grinding the opponent to dust. Will often be ahead on cards due to that 3 intellect, but does eventually need tools to win the game. Does need to present damage while building the wall.
3 floating for Alex. 2 toughness tokens once again. Defense continuing to be staunch as the right behind you comes out from Arsenal.
Yeah, this one a pretty flexible role player in a deck like Tuffnut. Again, great on defense. Looking at the top card, very important to control that hero ability. Most importantly, a 6 power attack. It's fine on offense, and it's going to activate your hero ability. Make toughness when it's revealed.
2 defense. I mean, this total card available for Alex was 4 at the start of this turn without utilizing Tuffnut's ability. He blocked 8. He's sending 6. He's keeping an Arsenal. That math is fantastic, even when you're facing down a hero with 5 and 6 card hands.
Yeah, I think a lot of people just underestimated toughness tokens as a whole. Tuffnut's entire game plan revolving around that powerful option. We're seeing Alex demonstrate that in real time to perfect effect. Paul van Gijssel here is going to find themselves with a difficult block by the looks of things. Handful of instant speed auras once more. We see tension in the air ×2, an Act of Glory there as well. Brothers in Arms and a Mocking Blow. So some options to stack damage. Would be forced to take some heat to do it all.
I'll take 6.
3.
Taking 6 is the call from Paul. Down to 3 he goes, as we have seen our Pro Tour London top 8 competitor content to take some licks to try to deal the damage as the Act of Glory is going to pop. He wants to get the full amount of value from that +4. Currently +6 on the turn, 5 cards to work with. What will Paul be able to put together?
Representing some interesting shenanigans here as well. Of course, these instant speed auras are the bread and butter that you would expect to find from a deck like Lyath. But we're in that spot where there are some other tricks that may happen. And we've seen Lyath's charms already, other ways to interact with the combat chain immediately while it's happening, alongside these auras that will affect the following turn cycle. So Alex has some choices to make, needs to understand if it's time to respect this attack right now, or whether or not the full 4 cards that are still looming in the hand of Lyath Goldmane won't amount to very much. Alex here on defense, struggling to decide how to navigate this turn. We do see another smash up in the hand here, willing to clash, try and generate some resources for themselves heading into the next turn.
Paul here just going to play a bunch of this deploy a bunch of auras. Try to survive what is often just like pretty pedestrian offense from Tuffnut.
Like this.
Feels confident in the ability to do so. Tuff's matchup here. Going to go ahead and clash. Power play plus a high-pitched towel. That's another toughness over to Tuffnut. My dog looking rather tough.
Tuffnut proving to be a tough nut to crack when all is said and done. I'm a big fan of this choice from Paul van Gijssel. I think, again, it's easy to want to play defense when you feel like you're so far behind, as you might do in the situation we're in right now with Alex, but understands the only way to win this game and brute force through these toughness tokens is going to be establishing these auras and going bigger than a 3-card hand can handle.
Activate Lyath. So get boost.
And activate Lyath here. Make the might.
Then goes to
Also power up the Mocking Blow. Attack goes immediately all the way up to 11.
Wait.
Down to 8 goes Alex. And then a card for the arsenal for Paul van Gijssel.
Looks like an act of glory there being parked, so another instant speed aura that can still align with the one already in play. So Paul in a great spot to set up a gigantic, insurmountable turn if Alex cannot find enough pressure. And to start with, a red off the top, it's going to be a bit of a problem.
As we see the toughness token get generated, but only one resource here, no Garland of Spring. Can the card in hand help the card in arsenal come forth? It looks like it can. It is that blue brother. It's a red Brothers in Arms, but there it is. It's the 2-cost card we spoke about earlier. So important in this Tuffnut deck that looks to play as many yellow 6s and red 6s as possible.
Smash with Big Rock, an awesome tool for this deck. If you haven't seen this one already so far, prevents cards from gaining toughness value. So in the mirror match, this is maybe the ideal piece of tech. You can force those toughness tokens to do next to nothing.
Even right now, you look at Lyath's ability, unable to go ahead and make the cards that block less block more. This is going to be a little complicated for Paul, but even if he just blocks 4 here, if he finds those 2-3 blocks, he will be able to stay alive. But you look at the hand, I believe, yeah, there's a Brothers in Arms. That card cannot get the value either from the defense because that's super rare. Smash with Big Rock, cousin to Smash a Big Tree, putting in some smashing good work.
It's easy to underestimate this card. It looks very basic on surface level, but we're seeing already in this game through the opponent and the hero that Alex is playing themselves, this line of text is no joke.
Taking a look there, I mean, Victor Goldmane's even in the flavor text. You knew the Smash with Big Rock had Lyath's name all over it. As we see,
text is incredible.
Yeah, it is. And he chose the biggest one. Let's see, it's going to be the Stand Strong committed as well. Currently blocking 5 at 6.
Yeah.
Take 1, down to 2 goes Paul. Tension in the air, going to tick down.
Play something in your turn still.
End of turn.
Active Glory.
It's going to be the Act of Glory.
This
yeah, dude,
is
you're absolutely right. You say play it from Arsenal at the end of turn, so both of these pop together, and there's an Intimidate card heading to the Arsenal for Paul van Gijssel. We're about to see the moment. These 2 toughness tokens are going to pop to no avail. Will Alex be able to find toughness tokens? The hold firm is gone. There is no ability to do so even anyway because Alex is at higher life. Where is the toughness generation beyond the hero ability? Because if it's not there, I'm not sure Alex is surviving.
This is such an important play pattern against Tuffnut. Parking that attack to align alongside these auras is very obvious, but not choosing to play your 0-cost attacks and allow Tuffnut to generate more toughness by attacking into these clash effects is really heads up.
Something like a dig in as well. Cheers going to go ahead and come in, and that card does not have 6 or more power, so no toughness generated. 3 resources, but what is Alex going to be able to do with them?
Another copy of Cheers, a Righteous Applause, that Disarm available as well, so we can generate at least 1 toughness from the Cheers in hand, but it's just going to be a sizable attack here, and we know Paul van Gijssel will have cards to spare.
Be a big attack, make a little bit of toughness. Oh, I'm so curious if it will be enough on this turn for Paul. I think it might have been a blue Instill Fear to head to the Arsenal, so that's just a 1 point of power.
I played Disarm.
Disarm going to be the play. toughness
Yeah,
being
cards.
generated. This feels like a very big deal here. Disarm rewarding you for being cheered with yet another toughness token, and every inch of defense is something that Alex Chitu is going to need.
Two toughness available, 2 life for Paul von Gijssel, 8 life for Alex. Only got about 10 minutes left, 9.5 minutes left in this second round here, live from the world premiere calling event in Montreal, Canada. We've got a couple out-of-towners coming in, trying to take the crown from the Canadians.
4 currently.
Blocking 4 currently. Call is made to pitch into Lyath, it looks like, to make a might to go alongside these 2 powerful front pumps at the start of the turn.
I think a lot of players assumed that Lyath would be primarily operating on offense, and I think more and more as the weekend has progressed, we've seen players very happy to utilize the ability on defense and generate another might token to make their big turns that extra point bigger. I think learning more about this sequencing and when to activate both of these heroes' abilities in each other's turn is a very important part of understanding this format as a whole.
Paul von Gijssel wanted to take a moment, make sure there was no actions wanting to be taken at the end step, beginning of the end phase. Both of these tokens, both of these auras going to pop. There's tension in the air because an act of glory might be on the horizon. Might token as well. And we're going to see what comes out. I believe it's an Instill Fear. It is that blue Instill Fear. It's going to be 10 Intimidate. It's good. Is it good enough?
It's not bad at all. Intimidate, again, at its best against a hero like Tuffnut, but that toughness is going to be the deal breaker here. If Alex can hold on to action cards, they're going to be able to soak up a decent amount of this heat. 12 points is the final number declared on Instill Fear. Pretty impressive for a small blue, and Alex is going to be somewhat obliged to give both remaining cards over here and hope the top of the deck is kind.
I wonder if Paul's going to be able to find the offense. Blocking for a total of 8 thanks to those toughness tokens. 4 damage over the top. Does Paul have one more big turn in him? One more turn like this. That'll get the job done. But are there enough power cards left in the deck?
We do know there are a couple copies, I believe, of Tension in the air
Hindsight
available in the deck still. Another one being pitched away here for Paul. Will line up later on. This Helm here going to do a fantastic job at rebuying one of the more impressive attacks that Paul will need to close this game. We see them looking at Turn the Crown Hateful at the top there, but of course Instill Fear looking very promising as well.
Helm of Hindsight, clearly an important piece in the puzzle for these limited players. Going to go ahead and grab the Turn the Crowd Hateful and draw those 5 cards off the top. The tough smash up into the pitch zone from the Tuffnut ability. There's the toughness token.
And use rough up.
And there's the rough up once again. 2 floating into this rough up.
This toughness token feels like the more important part of this equation. It's going to be fairly trivial, I think, for Paul to soak up this hit with 3 of their cards if they want to. Very capable of blocking 6, activating Lyath. In this case, even better with a copy of Sit. That toughness token is going to have to carry a lot of weight if Paul can put a turn together on the way back.
Looks like Sit and Brothers in Arms are going to cover this up more than enough, as it looks as though Lyath Goldmane might be activated as well, or there's further use for those floating resources. It's going to be the tension in the air, utilizing those 2 floating. 2 turns from now, so we do still have some power left. There's a big red pump. Yep. Can Paul find a second to get over these staunch defenses?
We've seen multiple copies of Brothers in Arms in the deck here for Paul. And this card is very impressive in this format, not only allowing you to kind of circumvent some of the evasion you may otherwise find, but it's an important tool to put cards back into your deck for those final turns. If you're pitching them to pay for additional defenses, they're still around. You haven't lost them to block value. That being said, there's not an awful lot of deck there left for Paul, full stop.
Mocking Blow now gets to come in. 1 point because it does not get the boo. So just an attack for 1 here to get the arsenal clear so that the tension in the air can work with whatever Paul is working with left. This is something Alex does not have to respect if he does not want to. If he thinks he can threaten enough for Paul von Gijssel, but go again in these heroes. Very, very hard to come by on the attack action cards. We're really pumping one big attack, not necessarily going wide.
Yeah, there is, of course, a chance there is a card like Concealed Object available here, but Alex Chitu is a phenomenal player and will know for a fact that remaining card in hand is going to be the attack that was rebought with the Helm of Foresight. We know that Turn the Crowd, Hateful, will be getting parked in the arsenal here, and Alex absolutely knows that too.
And able to get a toughness for his trouble with that clash. Not going to arsenal the final card, it looks like. Just going to go ahead and draw all 5 so that they're all available in all the various ways. Here's the final card total for Paul. Like you said, another toughness token. I think Alex might have outlasted our Pro Tour London top 8 competitor. We'll have to wait and see.
And the 2 resources found for Alex will play out the arsenal. Is going to be that rapturous applause. Really big fan of this card. Has been an important role player in this game. Hasn't won clashes with it, but would generate extra toughness had that been the case. For now, 7 damage going to kind of force the issue here, stripping away cards from Paul and hopefully stopping that one big final attack. Brothers in Arms is going to help to save one of these cards. Maybe that's enough.
Both Trigger going to go ahead and pay in. Make another Might with Lyath at the end of the turn. And we're about to see the final moments here from Paul von Gijssel, the final true pieces of offense. Plenty more cards for Alex Chitu to work with. Make the Might. You see the cold foil Might token from the prize wall here. Card to the quote-unquote bottom of the deck. Tension in the air going to give +4. Might token going to give +1. It's time to see the Turn the Crowd Hateful come in. But on the attack, going to go ahead and boo Lyath.
6+5.
On hit this time.
On hit the boo, right.
The boo, but attacking a revered hero nonetheless, so will be larger. This is going to be 11.
Here's 11. This is the big moment. This is it. Will the toughness tokens and those Brothers in Arms be enough?
Alex knows this is very much the final wave of damage from Paul. Knows that if they can blunt the assault here, they will probably be safe.
We're going to see a couple reds go ahead and get in front of this. And the Brothers in Arms, it's an all-red hand, but you can see the writing maybe on the wall and the resignation maybe creeping across Paul von Gijssel's face. Tuffnut can be activated here to pay for the Brothers in Arms. How much defense is this? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That is more than enough as the fist bump gets extended. And Alex has outlasted the Pro Tour London top 8 competitor. Tuffnut proven, like you said, to be quite the nut to crack as we have a round 2 winner. And I know you must be happy for your countrymen.
Absolutely. It's hard not to be. Alex is a lovely individual, and I love to see them finding success on the grander stage one way or the other. I want to offer my praise to both players in that game. Alex, of course, both players, I should say, a very, very high pedigree. But I think that was a very impressive display of what these heroes are interested in doing from 2 players who've had 48 hours to figure that out. Tuffnut looked great. That deck was very well rounded. We saw the importance of 6 power attacks in generating toughness tokens. And I was very impressed by how Paul sequenced those auras once again. We saw it in round 1, saw it again in round 2. Finding the way to stack that damage up and break through the wall is no easy task. And it feels very rewarding when you manage to get it right.
Yeah, we might have to wait and see if later in our day we can find. I want to see 5 intellect versus 3 intellect again, dude. I want to see, can Lyath go ahead and break through those defenses, because I think that's what we're going to have to watch throughout this, at least the sealed portion. Everything changes tomorrow when we get to draft, and the decks get to be a little more hard to come by, especially you think those Tuffnut cards might be a little contested, and how much do you have to really get together to make a Lyath deck work in draft? We got a lot to get through before we get there, and we have got a lot of incredible, exciting events on the horizon, not the least of which is the upcoming ProQuest season, which is going to be a banger, folks, because let me tell you, I know you want to join us in Yokohama, and this is your way to get there. The ProQuest takes you on your way to the Pro Tour in Yokohama, and we've got a whole 5 weeks of events for you at your LGS with some fantastic prizing on offer.
Yeah, play the game, see the world, as they say. Had the pleasure of going to Osaka for the World Championship last year. Desperate to get back to Japan alongside these ProQuest qualifying events. If you turn up to your local game store, you'll find some goodies for participating. Gem Pack 3, I'm told it's pretty good, reliably. These top 2 playmats as well, heroes at random from our brand new set, Slooper Slam. That gold foil winner's envelope you would expect, and some pretty impressive promo cards for the top 4 and the top 8 as well.
Dude, I didn't even know you get gem packs for participating. That's
course.
fire. That's sick. We've seen it all weekend long. There's good stuff in the gem packs. Also want to highlight some pretty impressive top 8 cards that swing big. We can hear potentially a producer in our ear just salivating over the thought at these swing bigs. And the overcrowded, time will tell if it truly is the Codex killer, but it's an interesting card for players to work with nonetheless.
Yeah, that was a weird noise. Not entirely used to responding to that. Swing big, a card that is just an iconic part of the Brute kit at this point, will be for the rest of time, I imagine. Overcrowded proving very impressive as the Codex of Frail's the answer to pick up from that Codex, block from the arsenal, but also great alongside a bevy of your own tokens. Every now and then, you're just blocking 5 or 6 with a single card.
Yeah, these are 2 fantastic cards on offer, and I love that they made the Swing Big top 8. I love that they made the card, the iconic card, the rainbow foil, micro text box. Get ahead and get that in your top 8. But first, got to battle through ProQuest. It's Classic Constructed and Living Legend, of course, a format at the World Championships this year in Philadelphia. So this is going to be an exciting one to get at. We do hope you'll join us for ProQuest Yokohama coming up October 4th through November 9th at your local game store. And of course, we do hope you'll continue to hang out with us here at the world premiere, calling live from Montreal. I'm going to let Pankaj Bajwani jump in the booth and join my friend Scott. We hope you'll join us and stick with us. We've got more sealed action coming up right now.
There's one hero currently missing from our illustrious show, and she just so happens to be the star. Pankaj, how would you feel about watching some Pleiades today?
Super excited, Scott. We just saw Lyath try and do the whole Aura game plan. Unfortunately, was not able to make it over the Tuffnut. But now we're about to see the real hero based around all these suspense auras, and I cannot wait to see what Pleiades has in store for us.
Yeah, I'm very excited as well. We have the well-renowned Peter of the North, Matt Muus, available on Pleiades. On the other side of the table is going to be Kayo Strong Arm. Do you have any surface-level thoughts on what we should be expecting from that matchup?
From the matchup itself, Kayo wants to play a little bit more of a standard strategy in a sense that they're not really going to set up too many spike turns. Whereas Pleiades wants to set up the spike turns, wants to have 2 to 3 suspense auras pop up on the same turn and then send a massive attack. Whereas Kayo wants to do just above average math turns, turn over turn, chaining those vigor tokens to help with that. Okay,
so it should be a game of setup versus consistency. Let's get ready to rumble down to the feature match area for this one. It's going to be Matt Muus on Pleiades, the revered guardian. Joseph Seiwert on the other side on Kayo Strong Arm. Looks like we have Kayo going first this time around. Feels like that's a pretty big loss for Matt on Pleiades. Would much rather establish those auras on their own terms.
At the same time, because a lot of those auras are instant speed, going second for Pleiades isn't even that bad often, because if Joseph isn't putting up enough pressure on turn 0, Matt Muus can still set up a whole bunch of instants. As we say that, Joseph Seiwert opens up the Clam Press, Sea of Clam Press in the gem pack.
That's a new one. There are no end of surprises in these gem packs. If you want something flashy, elaborate, and fancy, it's probably inside. Please don't quote me on that. A little bit of strength, and Jarl for Trady found inside there. So that hero card is non-foil, but a way to access the hero without purchasing the armory deck seems like a pretty heads-up choice to me.
I'm still reeling from the CF Clam Press, Scott. I'm sure you're quite jealous of that as a bit of a mech player yourself.
I do like to swing a wrench or two, and I'm quickly finding out there's a good number of mechanologist cards in these, and I am concerned for my well-being.
I did notice the red backup protocol that Sam opened again on stream, and I couldn't help but see your eyes.
Yeah, that one was gifted to me, but I feel like I signed the pact with the devil or something. He's gonna get me back for that later on. All right, so these players flipping up their equipment here. We do see that Helm of the Despise, the Horns of the Despise, I should say, for Joseph. This feels like a very important tool for these reviled heroes. One piece missing from Matt here on the arms. We have seen a decent amount of 3-piece equipment suites here. But Garland of Spring and also the Helm of the Adorned here, pretty flush with the good stuff.
So both players having their respective talented headpiece, giving them a cheer and a boo on demand, effectively, when they defend with it. As Joseph Seiwert decides how he wants to navigate this turn 0.
Looks like Joseph here is contemplating a pass, which is wholly unexciting here, but does mean there is the ability to respond if Matt is holding on to any of those auras.
At the same time, it's quite risky for Matt to go ahead and expend his hand to deploy those instant speed auras because Joseph still has his action points. I really like that play from Joseph there, asking Matt Muus to blink first, effectively.
Yeah, very regimented pass there from Matt. So we make our way into their first turn of the game, and we can see, with a little bit of luck, there was an edge of their seats in that hand. Matt chose to not deploy that, keep their life total safe, and instead parking the arsenal here for a future turn, instead relying on this beat brute.
Very heads-up line from Matt over there because he didn't have a blue in that hand either. So if he wanted to deploy the edge of the seats on Joseph's turn, he would have needed to expend 3 cards in hand, 2 cards to pitch, and the edge of the seats himself, just leaving himself with 1 card in hand, potentially only a block 3 against Joseph Seiwert's action point, which is almost at minimum going to be 6. So that would have been a very expensive loss of life for Matt Muus to deploy the edge of the seats on that turn 0. So electing instead to just accept the pass from Joseph and arsenal the edge of the seats, as you said.
Bash Brute here, threatening to cause a little bit of extra damage. We do see Joseph with access to a couple of different reviled cards if they would rather not increase the size of this potent little attack.
Well, you could block with the reviled cards as long as they aren't also Brute cards. So I think he actually could block this without giving a +1, but there's still quite a few block 2s in that hand, Scott. So not very tempting to do so. It represents quite a bit of loss of value. Thankfully for him, no aura token on his side right now that is under pressure from this Bash Brute. It's just a whopping 7.
Yeah, we do see that revolting gesture and villainous pose available for Joseph to chain together a turn. Right behind you, of course, at its best when blocking alongside something else. We're going to see a full 3 cards committed to Bash Brew here. Not interested in taking damage at all.
And none of these are Brute cards, so no +1 from the Bash Brute. Thankfully for Joseph Seiwert. I have to say, this sort of hand, while you really like these cards, the Revolting Gesture and Villainous Pose, sometimes when you draw too many of them in the same hand, it can be so incredibly awkward. And that's why we see Joseph Seiwert electing to block with them instead of deploying them.
A nice clean 1-card return, just 2 damage here. No bonus power being added to this one, but a way to utilize all those cards nonetheless for Joseph.
I believe this is a punch above your weight that Joseph Seiwert has gone ahead and deployed.
Very interesting little card here in blue, red, and yellow. Does give you the ability to make it rather large if you have excess resources. Very fun sometimes in Lyath.
And to go back to the decision to blocking with those red pumps, that's effectively one of the side effects of not having weapons in this format. You need an attack action card. You need to be able to pay for the attack action card after you deploy those buffs as well, but you're not always going to have it because you don't have a weapon that you can put all those buffs onto. It's a bit of awkwardness with the pumps in this format.
We do see that edge of their seats expended in the end of the turn here. We'll tick down to 1 immediately, and we'll see Shoot Your Mouth Off as the follow-up. This 3-cost attack, base 8 here, does threaten quite the sizable amount of damage.
The Guardian version of Swing Big, so to speak, which also confers an advantage to the opponent if the attack doesn't hit. But similar to Swing Big, you give the opponent a confidence token after they've blocked 8. What is that confidence token going to do? They probably gave you 3 cards on defense. You can't have too much to come back with of the confidence. This card, very incredible piece in Limited.
8, begrudgingly stated there by Joseph as well. Surprised by just how large this attack can be. We do see Brother-in-Arms right behind you and a pair of smash-ups here for Joseph. So some options on defense will have the ability to clash and take a look at that top card if they're so inclined.
Also has the option to block with the Brothers-in-Arms and pay into it if he so wishes to, alongside the Toby Jugs as well, which offers a little bit of an efficient way to spend resources in the opponent's turn.
Going to be bottoming that card from right behind you before the clash finds Mocking Blow. Beats a Cheers. 1 is enough for Kayo Strong Arm to make a Vigor.
Creating a Vigor for Kayo Strong Arm, very, very important. You want to be chaining these Vigor tokens back to back to have an efficient payment into the Kayo Strong Arm hero ability.
That Mocking Blow going to the bottom, not interested in keeping it around after that clash has resolved. We'll make our way over to Joseph Seiwert, who will have that Brothers-in-Arms available in hand alongside that other red shake-up. The Vigor is going to crack, and will facilitate some additional plays this turn. We're going to see those arms reach for to push some extra damage.
+2. Pitching a blue Vigor Smashing for 2 floating.
Looks like pitching the blue into the punching gloves just to have an efficient turn off the back of the Vigor token. I'm very curious what's in Joseph Seiwert's arsenal based on the blocking decisions that's been happening in the previous few turns, especially blocking with the Revolting Gesture and the Villainous Pose about 2 turns ago. Looks like it's something he wants to set up perhaps for the endgame, or perhaps it's another pump and he's trying to find the perfect attack to go along with it.
Yeah, definitely very reserved, whatever that card might be. Excited to find out what it is as we make our way through this game. We see a handful of blues alongside a red tension in the air here for Matt. Going to have that edge of their seats expiring this turn, so does need to attack with something.
Wouldn't be surprised if Matt Muus has managed to set up an attack in the arsenal from the previous turn, knowing that this edge of the seats would be popping off on this turn.
No other reactions.
With those Toby Jugs being utilized here. 2 resources floating, likely going to fund the bill for that tension in the air and keep these large auras going here for Matt as we make our way into their turn, hopefully with that powerful attack parked in the arsenal to make the most of edge of their seats.
This is a very scary setup to set across from the opponent, where one of the big auras is popping off, and there's another big aura on the table already that is promising to be popped off in the following turn as well. You sort of end up in this unending blocking pattern where these attacks for 12 keep coming at you, these haymakers turn after turn that Matt Muus is able to set up so far, looking to be very much in the front foot in turn 3 of this round 3 of the calling.
Yeah, Bash Brute, one of the better follow-ups here. 3 cost, obviously very strong. Into KO will test how many non-brute cards are in the hand here for Joseph. Looks like a pretty sizable number. Mocking Blow, Instill Fear, Disdainful Delight. We see there with, I believe, a right behind you tucked behind that as well. So, truthfully, no brute cards here.
So luckily for Joseph, again, managed to dodge the detrimental effect of the Bash Brute coming his way. Of course, it is still 12 damage.
Yeah, sometimes the most detrimental effect of all is the attack is rather large, which is not always a place you want to be.
Very well said, Scott. And remember, again, the tension in the air that is on one suspense counter on Matt Muse's side, promising that the attack on the following turn will get a +4 at the minimum. Could potentially even be more than that.
Interesting spot here for Joseph. It seems to be interested in utilizing that Mocking Blow as a 1-card hand, but would need to soak up enough damage to remain on a higher life total in order to do that. So going to be committing, it looks like some armor here, being booed, generating the Might token to try and soak up as much of this damage as possible.
And is that a blue Mocking Blow? Because the Vigor token that will be generated from the Boo, thanks to KO Strong Arm's ability, does mean that the blue in his hand can cleanly pay for the ability if his arsenal is a 0 cost. So perhaps we'll finally understand what's in Joseph Seiwert's arsenal after all this time.
Interesting. So Disdainful Delight getting a bit of a perk up here to block some additional damage. Courtesy of being booed, just 1 damage coming over the threshold here, taking Joseph to 17. So a Mocking Blow will be online. That arsenal potentially a better option. Let's find out.
Well, of course, the Bash Brute does have an on-hit effect since it did hit the Brute hero and just promptly destroyed the Vigor token that Joseph Seiwert went ahead and created of getting booed. So that's not going to come into play on this turn cycle. And it's going to be the Mocking Blow coming in. We'll get booed again. We'll get a +2 since it's just a blue version coming in for 3. I have to point out, there's a little bit of a risk attacking into a Pleiades with Helm of the Adored, especially when they have a pump that's going to pop off on their turn. You are basically allowing them to get an on-demand confidence token to go along with the pump when you make a play like this. So a bit of a risky line from Joseph Seiwert, especially given that this is just a 0 for 3. So not like it's very particularly above rate either.
We find the unexpected backhand on top from this clash here. So Matt not only on the wrong end of that equation, but taking a bit of bonus damage as a result. We're going to find a toughness token being generated. So a small punish, even though that Helm of the Adore did not come into play here.
Definitely going to enjoy the toughness token on the following turn, as Matt Muse's first attack this turn is going to get +4 thanks to tension in the air.
Oh, you got booed, yes. So you have a Vigor. So I'll drop? Yep. And my
making our way back over to Matt here. We'll see that tension in the air expiring. See if we can take a look at what they're working with. Looks like a comeback kid being pitched on resources here. And we will see right behind you continuing its bread and butter play patterns. We've seen this one do impressive work on both offense and defense so far today.
Coming in for 11. And remember, just the previous turn cycle, Matt Muse did come in for a whopping 12 as well. It goes to show a lot of people's concerns, perhaps, that this format might end up being quite fatiguey just because of the lack of weapons. I think we've been seeing all 3 games so far, Scott. That's not really the name of the game here.
No, there is toll damage, there is evasion, there is tricks and trickery. And these players doing the best they can to utilize those tools as they grind their way through this game. We're going to see quite a significant chunk of damage making its way over here, knocking Joseph down to 10. The Vigor will pop. Does have 4 cards to work with here, though. Might finally see those hero ability turns chaining together.
I'm still so curious what's in Joseph Seiwert's arsenal. It's just still been such a mystery this entire game.
Cruel Ambition generating some might tokens here to start things off for Joseph. We'll see the Garland of Spring being cashed in to make another resource to power what should be quite the impactful turn. The card in Arsenal finally revealed is going to be that crowd. Going to both boo, KO, and cheer for Pleiades here. And that's quite the impressive confidence token.
And this time, because there's no pump on Matt Muse's side, at least no suspense aura that's going to pop off, this confidence token is slightly less threatening, so it's primed the crowd, creating a Vigor for Joseph. Hopefully for him, the confidence doesn't come back and bite him really hardly in the following turn. But for now, sending a Fight Dirty over against his revered opponent.
More double-digit attacks, the name of the game in this format, Fight Dirty. Pretty good against these revered heroes. does threaten the majority of Matt Muus's life total here.
And of course, a bit more setup on Joseph Seiwert's side this time. 3 Might tokens and a Vigor token for his following turn. No Arsenal to set up, so we'll be working with just a random 4 cards off the top. We have to imagine we'll be able to string something quite impressive with that setup that he has. Effectively a full card's worth of aura tokens, if you think about it, plus 3 damage and a resource.
Difficult hand here for Matt. Finds himself flush with blues, including multiple auras. You would much rather get into play to leverage to your advantage. Gonna have to dedicate some of these to defense, but left without much in the way of offense if that's their choice.
Also wants to make sure he can make use of this confidence token if possible, but that is one of the tensions in the Pleiades deck build. You have all these auras, but sometimes your number of attacks that you have to go with these auras can be a little bit taxed. You often want to set them up in Arsenal. And if you get this confidence token at a time where you're actually not ready to deploy a big attack, this might just end up being pretty much nothing, making Joseph Seiwert's Prime the Crowd very, very one-sided in terms of its efficiency.
Going to see a block for 8 here, and we're going to see a lovely addition of 3 more points of block value here from the red. Instant speed, aura, dramatic pause, adding some extra juice to this, and very interestingly, going to provide some extra counters to the last card in the hand here for Matt Muus as well.
And it looks like confidence is just going to be fully wasted for Matt Muus. And now full tempo on Joseph Seiwert's side. And I wonder whether at this point, finally, might we see the first activation of Kayo's Strong Arm, not the ability we've actually seen activated yet this entire game. This might be the moment, depending on the hand texture of Joseph Seiwert.
See another Cruel Ambition at the front there. Going to be a great option to extend some flex speeds available here as well for Joseph.
Flex speed, what an incredible draw after setting up 3 Might tokens in a previous turn. Might not even need the KO Strong Arm ability this turn to convert that hand, depending on whether he has a follow-up to the flex speed.
Joseph here taking a moment to consider how they want to navigate. Blue flex speed there in the hand. Can't quite see the color on the second copy. Looks like a red one as well.
He also has a Goon Tactics in his hand, which is a card that you want to deploy when you have enough auras, but thanks to this other copy of Cruel Ambition in his hand, is going to immediately create 3 Might tokens, which would have the additional text on Goon Tactics online.
3 Might generated from the Cruel Ambition, activating all the tools for Joseph Seiwert. Going to line up one of these attacks, make the most of those Might from the previous turn here, debating if those Goon Tactics are the thing to employ, or whether or not flex speed is a better avenue of attack.
With the Vigor token as well, you can send the Goon Tactics and use your other blue in hand to pay into Kayo Strong Arm's hero ability, which should be a massive attack with an on-hit as well. You can just Arsenal the red flex speed. Let's see whether he chooses for that line instead, which is still very efficient, makes use of all your resources. You get the additional effect of Goon Tactics, which can be a little bit difficult to line up because Cruel Ambition is pretty much the most efficient way you have to turn on the additional text on the card.
Fantastic spot. Parkage Goon Tactics here is the choice for Joseph. Going to utilize that extra +3. Threatens to destroy the top card of the deck here. Not an irrelevant factor in this format as things go a little longer and a little more grindy. And of course, that KO hero ability left lurking and waiting with those extra resources in hand.
Also, KO's hero ability is strongest on attacks that have base power 1 because you're paying 4 resources to get a +5 effectively, versus when you use it on, say, an attack that has base power 2 or 3. So this is a very, very efficient line from Joseph Seiwert. Again, thanks to a Vigor token that was generated on the previous turn, KO Strong Arm really wants to repeatedly chain these Vigor tokens. If you can activate the hero ability with just 1 card in hand, it makes it really, really strong. This would be a 3-card 12 effectively with 3 Might tokens on the following turn as well.
Very difficult spot here for Matt Muus. 4 cards in hand, 1 in the arsenal, that remaining counter on Dramatic Pause. Unlikely to do much without a little bit of help. We do see 2 cards being committed on defense here, blocking for 6. And we will see that activation of KO's Strong Arm to add a significant chunk of damage to this one.
+5, going up all the way to 12 is this Goon Tactics, promising to destroy the top card of Matt Muus's deck and leaking a whole bunch of damage to boot.
Matt Muus falling all the way down to 8 here. We will see that top card of the deck being destroyed. Looks like a red edge of their seats there. Pretty impactful aura to lose. if we are in need of additional damage as the game goes on.
Joseph is in such a strong position over here, arsenling the red flex speed while he has 3 Might tokens that are going to pop at the start of his next turn as well, while at the same time Matt Muus on the Pleiades deck not having any of those big suspense auras that are popping off at the start of this turn. Matt Muus is going to need to find a way back into this game should he not want to suffer his first loss at calling Montreal.
Matt choosing to get value from that dramatic pause prior to it expiring, moves that counter over onto the Suspense is Killing Me. Looks to get 3 points of value from this aura.
Looks like we're having just a quick clarification with the judge regarding priority windows for the suspense auras. Remember, just like many of us back home, these players are playing with these cards for the first time this weekend, so we'll just need to get a quick clarification from our judge. Shout out to our judges once again for making sure our game runs as smoothly as it does.
Yeah, these start of turn triggers can be a little tricky here, and I think Matt is learning in real time that there is no window to respond if you choose to play things this way. What we were looking for here was play this aura at the end of the turn for Joseph, move the counter across proactively if that's the case. Instead, this time around, the counter going to expire because there is just simply no window to play the aura and move it across.
Exactly. You'd want it to say start of action phase if you want that priority window.
I think like Seismic Surge and the Rune...
The joys of being known wizard enjoyers. We're rather familiar with these steps and links and how things have to operate.
I used to joke, you don't need to be a judge, just go play Kano for a few times and then you'll understand all the priority windows and how the cards work.
Perfect. Thank you.
Dramatic Pause will expire with no additional value for Matt. We do know that Suspense is Killing Me is going to be in the arsenal there. It's one being pitched away as well to fuel this copy of Dig In. Coming in for 7 for now, but we know that the Suspense is Killing Me can turn this into an 8-power attack, if that is what Matt is interested in doing.
I think Joseph is quite happy to see there's just a 2-card 7 from the opponent, no threat of lethal, and he has full freedom here to decide how he wants to navigate this turn. Red flex speed in arsenal, 3 Might tokens to fuel it and give it go again as well. He could do something really, really powerful depending on the texture of his hand here.
See if we can take a look. We do see Flex Strength front and center there alongside Buck Wild and a pair of blues. Looks like some pretty efficient options here. The problem, of course, getting that 6-power attack into the pitch zone for Buck Wild, not an easy feat for Kayo's Strong Arm.
Wouldn't be surprised to see Buckwild just being used as a defensive card over here. Might not have the strongest line to make use of the flex speed in arsenal, so might elect to just leave that there. Flex Strength, though, with the 3 Might tokens, so incredibly strong. Effectively giving him just like a 2-card 9, should he wish it. Looks like he's going for the more aggressive line here, taking a full 8 to the face as Joseph Seiwert.
We will see that Suspense is Killing Me. Played as an instant, juicing Dig In up to 8. Joseph falling down to 2, but will have the full 5 cards and 3 Might tokens to work with. Going to try and get over the line here and end this game for KO Strong Arm.
Come in for Flex Speed.
Flex Speed here, which was set up on the previous turn with 3 Might tokens. Going to get the go again without any activation of KO Strong Arm needed. Coming 8 go again, start the turn, already presenting lethal to Matt Muus with the promise of more following this up.
See if we can take a look at the hand that Matt is working with here on defense. Story beats front and center, punch above your weight, fight fair, and that courage at the front of the hand here. So decent blocking value, but hard to keep much of an offense.
And once again, this format without weapons, something that I keep noticing and keep realizing 1-card hands are terrible in this format. You can't do anything with a 1-card hand. So when you start blocking, you're sort of committing you're blocking your entire hand or blocking down to 2 cards. But if you block 3, the only option you have is to arsenal it.
So we'll see that flex speed here. Coming in for 8 for Joseph. Tough point of deliberation here. For Matt, of course, that Garling of Spring still available to help facilitate a turn here, if that's how they would prefer to approach this. But as you say, lethal damage here presented by the first attack will not be the only thing coming in this turn from Joseph.
So also want to point out the Helm of the Adored here alongside the Suspense is Killing Me as well. If Matt can block with a helmet and just give 2 cards, and create the confidence token thanks to Helm of the Adored, might be able to just steal this game out of nowhere because of the evasion of the confidence token. If he's able to send something like, say, a 2-card 7, which should be 8 because of Suspense is Killing Me, if you make that confident with the confidence token, very difficult for Joseph to actually block more than 6 with just 2 cards. So might have a way back in and just clench this game from the jaws of victory, as these revered heroes are known to do, should the hand line up alongside that helmet.
Well worth watching that Helm of the Adored as we make our way through the final turns of round 3 here at the Calling in Montreal. Matt, hovering 2 cards on this combat chain, considering dedicating 6 value. Looks like a block for 4 here. Story Beat's going to add a little bit of extra juice to that Suspense is Killing Me. And we'll see this this courage being extended out here to give +3 here in this spot as well, making a confidence token free of charge.
And here we are at the point where he's just left with 1 card, which basically is such a tell to Joseph Seiwert that either Matt wants to intend to block with that card as well, or just put it in arsenal, because as we discussed just now, there is no good 1-card hand in this format.
Back-breaking attack here, 4-7 from the Buckwild, and that punch above your weight was a 0-cost attack to utilize on the following turn cycle. Instead, Matt forced to fall down to 2, eating a chunk of damage from that Buckwild. The confidence token will expire, no value to be gained there. All the tempo in the hands of Joseph Seiwert.
That was a lot of block 2s in that hand, Scott. The Shining Glory, basically, the Shining Courage, excuse me, is the only thing that effectively blocked 3 in that hand. Everything else was a block 2. The Suspense is Killing Me, not giving Matt Muus any value. We saw it give +1 on the attack in the previous turn, but was forced to pass on this past turn because of Joseph's offense. So kind of just staying there, being pretty, with some suspense counters on it, as Joseph Seiwert has a full 5-card hand.
Interesting tools to work with. There's a flex strength red in the arsenal being reached for here from Joseph. Looks to be the play of choice without any might tokens, looking less impressive, but a number of ways to make this bigger with Kayo's hero ability at least.
Every color of flex strength is 9 in this deck. Basically, it's a 3-card 9, which doesn't sound very impressive, but it's actually, at this point, it basically forces Matt Muus to give 3 cards on defense. And it's one of the ways that Kayo can sometimes end up fatiguing an unsuspecting opponent, because they're forced to put 3 cards in front of this, and you just lost 1 card in deck to make it 9 because you used 2 cards in pitch. And so suddenly you're just like winning in deck equity, which, as we pointed out earlier, Scott, the destruction of the top card of the deck as well, thanks to Goon Tactics, could be the little few piece of advantage that Joseph Seiwert gets, and suddenly he wins by fatigue instead of damage.
Looks like it's 3 cards being reached for here. Matt's going to have to respect this 9 theoretical power from this red copy of Flex Strength.
And that's a blue Flex Strength headed to the bottom of the deck as well, which, no matter what the color of this card is, in Kayo, Strong Arm is always coming in for 9, making it a very, very strong premium pick in Super Slam Limited for this hero.
See a block for 8 here. The trigger from right behind you will take a peek at the top card of the deck. It's going to be going to the bottom here for Matt this time around. We're going to see reactions here from Joseph. We'll juice this all the way up to 9. We'll force through one of those points of damage. Matt Muus falling down to 1 with 1 card remaining in hand.
Is that a 1-cost or 0-cost that you can actually deploy, or is it just going to be an arsenal? Because he did have the option to pay into the Brothers in Arms to, you know, juice up the defense a little bit without losing a card in deck.
It will be a 1-card 5 here. Not too bad for Matt Muus. Going to force some respect from Kayo.
Force minimum 2 cards from the opponent.
This wee wrecking ball here, pretty appropriately sized for the spot we find ourselves in.
Can't be too sad about a 1-card 5, especially when your opponent's at 2. Ooh, and I believe we see a Mocking Blow in Joseph Seiwert's hand, and he does have the higher life total as well. Of course,
Mocking Blow, a card to watch in this spot if we can blunt this assault without giving up too much in the way of resources.
Not the greatest on a 2-card hand when you don't have a Vigor token.
5, 3. You get a Vigor token.
As we say that, he gets a Vigor token, so... oh, wait, no, it looks like Nat Muus won the clash over there. Flex Speed losing out to turn the crowd grateful.
Turn the ground grateful in the blue there. Big enough to beat the 3 base power on flex speed. Clash is always a bit of a loaded affair when it comes to KO. You do have some of those big brute attacks, but plenty of things you were hoping to make it bigger as well. Not the best way to win those fights.
Joseph very disappointed with losing that clash. Had he gotten that Vigor token for this turn, his turn would have been incredible. The Mocking Blow would have represented 10 damage thanks to Kayo Strong Arm's ability. Now there's just going to be a 5 unless he has something better in his arsenal to send.
A quick check of cards remaining in deck there for Joseph as they contemplate how to best navigate this turn in the absence of that Vigor token. Mocking Blow, of course, going to boo if extended here.
And once again, if he doesn't send enough pressure to Matt Muus, I'm a bit worried about the Helm of the Adored on the other side, Scott. If Matt Muus gets to keep a 2-card 7, 2-card 8, with the Confidence token, could just grab this game out of nowhere.
We do see that Goon Beatdown is going to be the play of choice here. Does allow the growth ability of KO to be online with 2 cards remaining in hand here, thanks to a 0-cost attack.
So quite face up from Joseph Seiwert here that he's representing 6 power here. So Matt Muus does need to give 6 cards on defense. Might also give the Helmet to get some evasion. I think he's drawn back into that comeback kid that we saw pitched earlier. It is a blue variety though.
Another hand of blues here for Matt Muus. Consistent stuff, but a lack of damage. Reducing that turn, the crowd grateful does offer 5 points of efficiency if Matt can keep 2 cards to work with. Unfortunately, multiple 2 blocks in this hand does make navigating this situation less than ideal.
Does have 1 card. It does have 1 block remaining on the Helm of the Adored. So that could come in, but without a big red attack, the Confidence token won't be doing much in this hand. You just get 2 cards from Joseph Seiwert and he moves on with his day. But we're deep in second cycle here. I can't really expect too many reds at this point. So
absolutely.
That out might not be available to Matt Muus.
We do see the block for 6 committed here, cheered for confidence generation. Joseph now, of course, not obliged to make this Goon Beatdown any bigger. Can just park a card in the arsenal if they prefer.
2 cards in hand, confidence, vigor.
2 cards in hand, confidence token and vigor token available here. Does represent a sizable threat to Joseph if there is a red lurking in the wings. We know it's likely to be that blue copy of Turn the Crowd Grateful. It was revealed in a clash just moments ago.
These endgame cycles favor KO Strong Arms so much. That was just 1 card used and it forced 2 cards and equipment from Matt Muus, and Joseph didn't even need to use the KO hero ability.
6 with confidence is the name of the game. 2 cards immediately pulled forward on defense here for Joseph. Block is good. No damage coming through. We'll have 3 cards to work with once more. We see the Mocking Blow played from the arsenal, and this one will be gigantic. We will be booed. Vigor will be made. It will be enough for the game to fall to Joseph Seiwert on KO Strongarm.
The Reviled Brood takes it over the Revered Garden. What a fantastic matchup, Scott. That was a very close, tight game where it did feel like at the end Matt Muus did have some outs to get back into the game. Ultimately, though, our Reviled Brood takes it. It was a fantastic showcase of both talents and both classes in Super Slam.
Yeah, I think so. We haven't had the pleasure of seeing Pleiades on camera so far today, so it was nice to get a taste of that. I think it goes to show there is different ways to utilize those auras, maybe not in the same way you would expect from a hero like Lyath, who has to be a little more patient, wait around for those things. But as you say, the chance to get back in there with that Helm of the Adored, find a confidence token to steal a win, very impressive. I was definitely a bit more enamored with KO this time around. It's the first time we've seen multiple hero ability activations really shining through.
Particularly towards the end game, where the deck pressure suddenly becomes a very real thing. You're forced to give 2 cards in every 1-power attack. And some of those 1-power attacks get buffed as well, like the Mocking Blow and the Goon tactics as well. And then suddenly they're coming in for 10, 9, 10, and you're like, wait, this is a blue 1-power attack. Why is it so big?
Clearly some very experienced players in our feature match area this round, but if you are joining us today and you are brand new to Flesh and Blood, I've got a product I want to talk to you about, I should say. Armory decks now making their way into stores. Armory deck Ira has a bit of a pedigree at this point. I'm led to believe this is the product that got our friend WWE superstar Lexis King kick-started with Flesh and Blood over at Gen Con.
Speaking of new players, I mean, so many of the veterans of Flesh and Blood remember starting the game with the Ira starter decks, and here we have the full CC version in these armory decks available in your local game stores.
Yeah, some incredible cards worth watching in this one. Enact Vengeance and Okana Scar Wraps have done a great showcase so far. Sometimes in Katsu in this format as well. Incredible tools alongside that Edge of Autumn. And if you've not discarded a Fiddler's Green to Iris of the Blossom, you haven't lived.
I'm so glad you brought up Katsu because I was just about to do that. I know there's a dozen of you Katsu fans out there, but you will be able to find some stuff in this Ira Armory deck as upgrades to your Katsu deck as well. Seek Vengeance in particular, not showcased on the screen right now, but I have loved that in my Katsu deck.
Absolutely impressive stuff from this product, available on your local game store shelves right now. If you're more interested in the current flavor of the week, Armory Deck Pleiades is the way to go. Our brand new revered Guardian hero will be releasing on September 19th and give you a out-of-the-box way to play this brand new hero.
And if you want to see a bit of these cards in action, just take a look at the VOD from yesterday, where in the CC show match, Scott Mines over here completely destroyed me with this hero while I was on Lyath. So if you want to have as much fun as he was having, playing Staunch Response off of Tunic and things like that, definitely go ahead and pick this up. Also available in your local game stores.
Flattery will get you everywhere, Pankaj. I'm glad you understand. If you're looking for something a little more rustic and original, Rhinar Reckless Rampage, one of the original 4 from Welcome to Wraith, receiving dedicated support with his own armory deck.
Intimidate going to be the name of the game here with this Rhinar specialization, available only in the Rhinar armory decks.
Love to see it. Alpha Instinct, very cool. Maybe a focus on beat chest going forward to add some additional consistency to this hero. All I know is Intimidate proving very powerful in the hands of Lyath. I'm sure we'll be seeing a little more of that from Rhinar as well. If you're more inclined to assassinate your enemies in the dark, you can meet Madness from December 12th, 2025, alongside Armory Deck Arachne.
Arachne Slip Through the Cracks did suffer a little bit of a hit in the latest banner restricted announcement, where you have to imagine going to get some significant upgrades in this armory deck, releasing December 12th in your local game stores, especially with a new Chaos Assassin stealth attack, Meet Madness.
This hero is much beloved. It's refreshing. It's a little bit different and gives a spin on the assassin class. And I think this kind of card embodies what a lot of people were hoping for from Chaos. It's clearly powerful effects, but you're not the one who gets to choose which one you're going to be getting.
It was one of the talents that when it released, a lot of people expected a few more Chaos-only cards. We didn't get too many of that in Hunted, but in this Armory deck, I think, I don't know the full contents, but we see one Chaos Assassin attack. I wouldn't be surprised that we see a few more talented Assassin cards, which I know a lot of people are clamoring for.
Yeah, me included. Looking forward to those. Hopefully, Arachne has some more things to show us in December. I hope we've got some more things to show you now, because when we saw those gem packs at the start of the round, we saw that lovely clamp press. I got jealous. And I'm not about living a jealous life, so we're going to open some gem packs live and on stream. You can have the first one. Generous as always.
Yep, and yesterday you went second and got quite a bit of treasure, so I can see why you're making me go first again. You say it's generous, but I think you're just keeping the best for yourself.
I'm clearly the revered hero, Pankaj. I would never do wrong.
Very, very different from what you played in CC yesterday. All right, as we go. Ooh.
Summit, the Unforgiving, available there.
Only available in the Jarl Armory deck as well until the Gem Pack Season 3. And what's behind it?
Ooh, Extended Art Turning Point. That's a card that did a lot of work for me yesterday in Pleiades. I'm a really big fan of that one. That's a healthy pickup.
A lot of efficient blocking on your side in your Pleiades deck as well. Yeah, I will never forget Tunic's Staunch Response.
Neither will I, for entirely different reasons, I'm sure. Right, my turn. I'm going to try and do one better. And my last pack wasn't bad. I'm slowly collecting these backup protocols. I'm going to need a third one by the end of the weekend. So let's see if we can attain that. Ooh, okay. Red Boulder Drop. Brand new inclusion from Armory Deck Pleiades, of course. Will be available in your Armory gem packs if you're looking to hunt this one down for your Guardian decks. Just behind it, Full Art Rainbow Foil. Loot the Arsenal. Not bad.
Micro text box blue Gurgan card for you Gravy Bones enjoyers, perhaps looking to change the deck a little bit from the recent Golden Tipple ban. Maybe Loot the Arsenal makes a way into the deck, but the Boulder Drop as well for sure. A card that Guardian players have been asking for so long, finally here in these gem packs. And of course the Pleiades Armory deck as well.
Yeah, I never thought we were going to see this one. I expected to see a ton of play moving forward in each and every Guardian deck. But there'll be tons of play to look forward to today as well. We've got plenty more coming at you from the first day of the calling here in Montreal. Stay with us. We'll be right back. So far, Montreal has been a story of numbers. Sometimes that number is 19. Sometimes it's 11. But more importantly, it's mostly 3 and 5. Pankaj Bajwani, are you a Tuffnut believer or a Lyath enjoyer?
I'm going to lean towards the Reviled Guardian a little bit. After getting a taste of what the hero does in CC, I'm very excited to see him perform in Limited as well. Because as you said, Scott, sometimes the number is 19, and it comes along with the Quad Intimidate as well.
Well, I'm going to hope you've picked the wrong side of the equation as we take a look at our players to watch for this event and see how they're holding up on their heroes of choice. Gotta be honest, pretty resoundingly positive results for the Canadian contingent.
I have to shout out Noah Clark here. Of course, the last time there was a Battle Hardened alongside a PTI event last year, Noah Clark took it down back-to-back, both events on Enigma Ledger of Ancestry in the Limited and the CC portions of that event. Can he do it again here at Super Slam World Premiere Montreal?
I want to point out our first round feature match, current Canadian national champion Jalbert-Ross happened to be the only player on this board who took a loss in round 1. It was rather embarrassing, in fact, but thankfully they've managed to redeem some country pride, pull themselves back to 2-1. I also want to point out Leo Vezinet, who is going to be our feature match for this round on Lyath Gold Main at 3-0.
Leo Vezinet, of course, piloted Prism to top 8 at Pro Tour London earlier this year, looking to pick up yet another very strong finish here at Calling Montreal. Also want to point out, Scott, there seems to be a little bit of a lack of representation of Tuffnut across our players to watch, who I think after a world premiere yesterday became a little bit of the rising star of the weekend. A lot of people coming in to the world premiere weekend thought Tuffnut would be unplayable, and after world premiere decided, wait, Tuffnut might be the default pick, almost like the 5 of Uprising, for example, was the most represented hero at the top of the day today, but not really showing up here across our players to watch.
No, Kevin there at 1 and 2, the only Tuffnut player on our board. Every other hero amongst them does have a 3-0 player amongst the Canadians on this board, so the verdict very much still out on this one as to which hero you should be looking for at your pre-release.
And the verdict is also out into who is going to win our following match, so I think it's time to go ahead and take a look at our next game featuring Leo Vezinet against Barrett Goss. It's going to be Lyath Goldmain versus Tuffnut, the Revered Brute.
3 versus 5 is the story we're following. These unique intellect numbers, brand new in this format here in Super Slam. We're going to see Tuffnut going first here. Do you have any strong thoughts on that one, Pankaj?
You get to set up some toughness tokens for Lyath's first turn of the game. However, Lyath, from what I've seen so far in Super Slam, isn't really going to be doing much on the first turn. Wants to set up a whole bunch of those suspense auras, maybe some might tokens as well. It's Lyath's second turn of the game that you have to be very scared about, because that's when the attacks for 19 can come in. And against a hero like Tuffnut, you don't even need quad Intimidate. 3 Intimidates will do it, because Tuffnut only has 3 Intellect.
Yeah, that 3 Intellect, not always an upside, of course. The beauty of those toughness tokens providing natural counterplay to the Intimidate mechanic, allowing you to soak up more damage than normal with just 1 card.
Also have to shout out Barrett Goss, a fellow teammate of mine. Every season in the Discord, you will see him trying to brew Prism, trying to make it work in the CC meta, and in the end, complaining about the fact that she's terrible every single time. Facing up against Leo Vezinet, who did make top 8 on Prism at Pro Tour London. It's so lovely to see both these players.
It's always illusionists. Every story, there's a Guardian, there's a Brew in this feature match, and somehow we have 2 illusionist enjoyers joining us in the feature match this round. We'll be Barrett Goss against Leo Vezinet. Let's see if either player can try their luck with a gem pack numero 3.
We saw our previous 2 players open up some really good stuff in the gem packs here. Let's see whether these 2 illusionist enjoyers can do something here at the Super Slam World Premiere.
Would be a good time for a certain Marvel hero to make an appearance, don't you think? Oh, okay. Fast and Furious, the first find here. That's not a bad piece of kit.
As Scott continues to squirm in jealousy next to me with these mech cards that I opened up again and again on stream.
Ooh. Oh! Okay, the Helm of the Arc-Knight, the rainbow foil variant of that previous Armory deck exclusive card from the Gen Con Living Legend Armory decks, found next to the Flattering Showman. That's not bad. That's pretty good.
Fantastic hit for Leo Vezinet over there. Hopefully inspiring a lot of people to show up to their local game stores and attend their armories in the hopes of getting hits like this as well.
These packs are crazy. Gem Pack 3 is so crazy.
I'm so happy with the way Gem Pack 3s have turned out. It does feel like it's what Gem Packs were meant to be, and we've got them now. You actually get a whole bunch of cards you're very, very happy to open.
We're going to see that Tuffnut activation kicking things off for Barrett Goss. We find a Toughness token generated, and the follow-up just going to be 7 points of damage from this Rapturous Applause to get things started here. Just forcing a couple of cards out of the hand of Lyath and making those instant speed auras a little less enticing.
Very similar to what you want to do against Pleiades, where you pressure the hand so they can't just set up a whole bunch of those instant auras for free. And of course, Lyath's cards all don't block very, very well, so you're putting a bit more pressure on that front as well. Perhaps winning a little bit of the fatigue game as well, which Tuffnut in this format does often want to win in that fashion.
We're seeing that blue card pitch to activate Lyath Goldmane's ability, makes a Might token, allows the remaining resource to fuel Brothers in Arms. So no damage taken there from Leo to kick things off. We'll draw back up to a whopping 5 cards to get things started. I can't help but notice, Pankaj, there is a lot of auras in this hand.
And that's one play pattern that I think the players have caught on to with how to deal with Tuffnut, is that once they have these toughness tokens, established, you kind of just want to pass into them, just set up a whole bunch, which is exactly what we see Leo Vezinet doing over here, setting up an Edge of the Seeds and an Act of Glory, just discarding the Might token that was generated on turn 0, saying, I don't need this. I'm going to set this up. I'll pass it over to you, Tuffnut. Can you even convert your 4 cards? Because I just set up a whopping, what's that, 10 extra damage for the following turn?
Oh, yes.
That's an impressive sequence for Leo Vezinet. As we make our way back to Barrett Goss, we'll find a Brothers in Arms off the top. This one not a 6, so no toughness being generated. The arsenal here looks like one of those smash-ups, so this might be a rather difficult to convert hand. However, worth noting, good-natured brutality in the hand here. Could be a block 6 with a little bit of work.
Let's see whether Barrett maybe tries to navigate this turn in a way where he gets to keep that card for the offensive salvo coming from Leo's side. Looks like good-natured brutality gonna head to the pit zone over here. And this setup from Leo Vezinet, 2 suspense counters on these auras means that you can continue to play instant auras on your opponent's turn right now so that they all pop at the same time 2 turns from now, letting you do an absolutely massive offensive salvo.
The Sponge and Gloves pairing nicely with Strongest Survive here to try and force the issue of ripping a card away from Leo. 9 points coming across here. Will result in an activation of Lyath Goldmane to make a Might token and turn off that downside. Will block 4/6 here.
Wonder if he's also just going to empty his hand in response to the on-hit trigger and play another aura.
3 damage taken here. We will see that aura being responded. It's an Act of Glory. This one is blue, but the blue of this card is still absolutely gigantic. Another 4 points of damage theoretically added to this big assault here from Leo. We're ticking these auras down. We are 1 turn away from a calamity.
And once again, just discarding the Might tokens generated from the Lyath hero ability, recognizing he doesn't need that. He just needs 1 big turn. Don't play into the Tuffnut gameplay pattern of attack with 2 cards, block with 2 cards. You will never win that match if you play into Tuffnut's game plan. Leo is saying, I'm just going to set up 1 big turn. If I can set it up with some Intimidates, then you have absolutely no chance, Tuffnut. Currently, he's representing, what's that, plus 14 on his first attack on the following turn, Scott?
Yeah, that's fine. That's absolutely fine. On the other side of the table, 7 from this Disembody here for Barrett Goss. A very efficient turn here, but unable to utilize all of these cards to their maximum efficiency. And of course, Leo here very much incentivized to take a little bit of heat, to take Barrett's head off.
That is such an apt way to put it. Leo really showcasing how you exploit the Tuffnut, the way the Tuffnut decks are built without enough go again. You're just constantly just sending 7 at the opponent. Your Tuffnut's turn cycles so far have been 3 card 7s basically, which is just not where you want to be in Flesh and Blood.
Leo here debating how they want to navigate this Disembody. Do they have spare cards? They would like another Might token to make this turn even bigger before committing that Mocking Blow on blocking duty. Will soak up 3 damage, taking 4, falling down to 14. 13, in fact, which somehow is a smaller number than what we're about to see on the combat chain.
And this time, I think the Might token will not just be discarded to waste. Gonna offer the 15th point of extra damage to his first attack of the turn.
Plus 15 on the turn. The crowd hateful. This one, this one's rather large. Just
20?
Just 20.
21.
20. How do we have a dice for that?
Shout out Ethan, I guess, for preparing for this sort of situation. 21 damage die on this turn. The crowd hateful. 2 toughness tokens on Barrett's side. You know, kind of impressive, but not enough to cover up 21 damage, I don't think.
I would like to be clear that somehow this threatened lethal, which is very impressive in a game of Limited from Leo Vezinet. The whole hand will be earned, that toughness token cashed in. Barrett Goss falling down to 9. Now, worth knowing, of course, Leo has now expended those auras, significant damage done, but will have to rebuild if they want to achieve the same type of effect again.
There was no Intimidate to go along with that massive attack from Leo's side. So Barrett did manage to block entirely, and on his turn, just going to activate Tuffnut, just get a free toughness token for Leo's offensive salvo, but I have a feeling he's just going to take a couple more turns to set up again and just try and finish Barrett off.
We see Leo here pausing at the end of the turn for Barrett. Looks like another edge of their seats in hand. I think there might be another one in Arsenal as well. Oh, Leo Vezinet has no interest in slowing down. Double edge of their seats is put into play and will immediately tick down to 1 token. This turn, I expect to be somewhat passive for Leo, but next turn, I'm not so... Oh, no.
Once again, wasting his own Might token, but also wasting the Toughness token on Barrett's side, setting up another 3 Might tokens with the Cruel Ambition and also Arsenal and Intimidate. Scott, so the following turn, the offensive salvo that's going to happen now is going to be absolutely massive.
There's a leave them hanging in the hand for Leo Vezinet. Sadistic Scowl in the Arsenal. The options are endless alongside this pair of edge of their seats. You've paid for the whole thing, but you will not need it. Toughness token being generated here from the Tuffnut ability. Barrett Goss going to have to find a real impressive one in the chamber if they want to get back into this game.
I will not be surprised if the leave them hanging doesn't even come into play here. Just have the Sadistic Scowl for a +5 Intimidate alongside the +13 that are going to get at the start of this turn, and that might be enough to chop Barrett's head off, as you said, Scott.
Leo here taking a moment to decide whether or not 5 points of damage is something they want to concern themselves with. The answer is no. I will take 5, says Leo Vezinet, as these edge of the seats expire. A Might token will join them. Just an extra 11 damage for fun.
13, I think. 5 each from the edge of the seats and the 3 Mights.
Math is hard.
Math is very, very difficult. Here's another +5 coming out from the Sadistic Skull with an Intimidate. So Leo's next attack is going to get +18. And Barrett now has 1 fewer card to block with as well. Is Leave Them Hanging going to come in? Yes, it is going to Intimidate yet another one of those cards. Toughness 3 Intellect really coming to bite him in the back over here. Barrett just has 1 card left to block with.
1 card remaining for Barrett Goss. The Garland will break. It will be a punch above their weight. Juiced up to the maximum alongside this Sadistic Scowl. We are 13, 18, 20,
enough.
24.
It's enough.
We'll bring Barrett Goss to -15. Leo Vezinet showing you how to get down and dirty with the worst of them on a frankly absurd victory for Lyath Goldmain.
And with that, our fastest game in the feature match area today, round 4, taken down by top 8 Pro Tour London competitor Leo Vezinet on such an explosive Lyath deck, showing us, you know, you can have all the toughness tokens you want, Tuffnut, but I'm just going to send 20 at you and not leave you any cards to block with either.
I know you're the knowledgeable one at the desk, Pankaj, so I'm going to ask just to clarify for my own well-being. Is fatigue a factor in this format?
Not in that matchup, I would say. Lyath, I think, pairs up very well into Tuffnut, both because Intimidate is all the more effective against a hero that has Intellect 3, and you naturally have all these setup pieces that punish the opponent that wants to continuously block. I think a term I've heard one of the pro players say today is that Tuffnut is kind of like reverse Ira, where every turn of the game you get +1 value, but that's on defense. And if you just don't let your opponent block because you're setting up a whole bunch of suspense auras, that defensive value just never comes to pass.
That's an incredibly interesting take. You can tell players in the room today know what they're talking about, they're learning their lessons, and they won't be the only ones, because players who know what they're talking about tend to end up with the World Championship, which is coming up very, very soon over in Philadelphia from November 13th to 16th.
This is going to be a very exciting one, because for the first time at this Tier 4 event, we will not see any limited. Instead, it's going to be Classic, Constructed, and Living Legend.
Absolutely. Looking forward to seeing how both of these formats shake out by the time we make our way to the US of A. If you're not qualified for the main event, fear not. Both formats on display across a Calling and a Battle Hardened for you to get your taste of everything Flesh and Blood.
Another Living Legend Calling will be showcased at this weekend. The only time so far we've had that was last year in December at Calling Chicago, so definitely make your way out there if you're a fan of Living Legend, want to go ahead and play those old heroes of past.
I want to talk about numbers again, Pankaj, and this time they're a good bit bigger than just 24. $300,000 of prize money available at the World Championship this year. It is going to be $16,500 for 3rd and 4th, $7,500 for 5th through to 8th, $25,000 for 2nd place, and a 6-figure sum to our new world champion.
Life-changing money there for the one who takes it home at World Championship Philadelphia. And we also cannot forget the Champions Prize card, which they will get one each. One for the Classic Constructed hero that they register, and one of the Living Legend hero that they register as well. The prize pool just keeps going up year after year and just makes these events all the more exciting.
I'm looking forward to the winner making a case for earning two PTIs at the same time. Surely you've won in both formats. That counts, right?
I'd say so. I'd make the argument too.
Let's talk about the format for this event a little bit more. The top 8 of this event will be showcasing something brand new that you will want to pay attention to. It will be a top 8 best of 3 event showcasing both formats. The first game will be a selection of either Classic, Constructed, or Living Legend. The higher seed will choose the format, or if they would like to go first or second.
And then the loser of the first game chooses the format of the second game is going to be whatever wasn't played in game 1, but then the loser chooses the first or second for game 2.
If we find ourselves in a game 3, it will be back to the format of choice. The loser of the second game will choose the format, or choose if they would like to go first or second. If the higher seed wants to choose to go first or second, the lower seed is going to choose the format. So regardless of where you are, there will be choices to make.
I cannot wait for the top 8 of World Championships. All these Tier 4 events, the top 8 is always so exciting. You get to see Flesh and Blood at the highest level being played by the best players as well. And now we just get all the more games to spectate. I'm so looking forward to this.
If that ringing endorsement wasn't enough, there are plenty of things to look forward to picking up. First of all, we had the pleasure of revealing Frankie earlier on this weekend. Make ends meet. If you are a beloved cosplayer or want to try your hand with those giant scissors, this will be your first chance to earn that prize card.
And if I recall a conversation yesterday, Scott, I think you mentioned you're going to try and do a Frankie cosplay as well. Get yourself the colored contact lens, a little few stitches on the face, and, you know, maybe you could win the card as well.
Gotta let me know. If you want to see Frankie at the World Championships, hit me up on social media so I can make poor financial decisions. If you would also like to make poor financial decisions, pick yourself up some promo cards while you're at the World Championship. Can't help but notice this Prism is of a slightly older ilk.
I'm going to push back a little bit on the poor financial decisions for this one. I think the cosplaying on your side, yep, might be, but these promos, oh my god, they are absolutely gorgeous. In the Diner style art, with the art, of course, flowing through all 3 heroes. And yes, Scott, to your point, this is the LL version of Prism. A lot of enjoyers of this hero from back in the day, I'm sure, will love to get their hands on this card.
Yeah, Dash.io, Florian Rockwood, Harbinger, both mainstays of Classic Constructed, but both surprisingly viable in that Living Legend format as well. Makes for a fantastic promo set for this World Championship. If you're looking to acquire them all, you will find one at random in the player package if you're qualified, alongside a Warmonger's Diplomacy playmat this time around.
The Warmonger's Diplomacy, of course, of the new art that features in Super Slam in the expansion slot as well, featuring Lyath and Pleiades in the art. A reprint that I'm sure a lot of people are looking forward to.
If that doesn't do it for you, you can secure one of each hero and a playmat of the entire panorama alongside a frankly, beautiful Super Slam themed deck box with ornate artwork and a full booster box of Mastery Pack Rosetta if you join us with the souvenir package.
Mastery Pack Rosetta has a whole bunch of cards that people definitely want to pick up. Fellings, Plows, and, we spoke about Florian having a comeback into the CC meta, can get those upgrades in that pack for sure.
Not all to look forward to. If you pick up the Fabled package, you will be treated to not only event vouchers out the wazoo. You won't only get a promo pack of either Reviled promos, EA, Cold Foils, Rainbow Foils, or the Revered pack. You will be joining a foil playmat for the Reviled Lyath Goldmane.
You Reviled Guardian enjoyers and Lyath enjoyers definitely want to get your hands on this one. Scott, you asked me why I picked Lyath. This is exactly why, because this is the playmat that's being showcased at Worlds. This is why there's a Pleiades playmat here, Scott.
I mean, the Pleiades mat's already out there.
Yeah,
that's
that's
how
a
we
fair
know
point.
the
Yeah,
foil
true.
ones look so good. They're really impressive. I'm looking forward to seeing what this looks like in person. I'm sure it'll have all ends of glitz and glamour to it. If you're looking for promo cards, come and join us in the Calling open entry event. Anyone welcome to come and play one of these, and you'll be rewarded with a chance at insane prize money, prize cards, PTIs, and a guaranteed rainbow foil of one of the heroes from our newest set.
I'm so glad you brought up the open entry for the Calling over here. This event, this weekend, is not just for players qualified for the World Championships. This is for everyone who enjoys Flesh and Blood. Come out here, get your promos, play some games in the Flesh and Blood, in the energy of the hall at the World Championships. If you've never made it out to one of these, I highly encourage you to come out. It is just a weekend to remember.
If the Battle Hardened of Classic Constructed is more your speed, there are promo packs waiting for you as well. Reviled versus Revered once more. Dig in and bask your own greatness. Extended art, micro text box cards. Both of these looked quite impressive over the weekend, honestly.
For sure, in Limited, definitely. And you have to wonder, Dig In, I suspect, might even make its way into CC. I know some people are brewing Tuffnut in Classic Constructed, so if you're one of those players, definitely want to get your hands on the Dig In promo pack.
World Championship Philadelphia is not an event you can afford to miss. So make sure you come and join us between November 13th and 16th for the biggest event of the year.
I'm so looking forward to that. But before that, we have more Super Slam Limited to be played in today's Calling.
I cannot wait. If you got to choose the feature match package, what heroes are you interested in seeing more of going forward?
I want to see more Pleiades Kayo. I feel like we've seen Lyath do the explosive thing. We've seen Tuffnut do a whole bunch of defending that Tuffnut wants to do. I want to see Pleiades and Kayo do their thing.
Okay, well, I'm reliably informed that there's some good players out in the field. Now, I might not be able to pull the strings to make everything work together, but
I feel so disappointed. False promises here, Scott, man.
Whoops. I'm going to get you some Pleiades. We're going to make that happen. We'll get them in the feature match at 4-0. The bad news, unfortunately, is the other side of the table is a reviled hero, one of the most renowned names in all of Wraith. You know them. You love them. It'll be Michael Hamilton joining us in the feature match area very soon.
If you come on over here, we could be on the same side. Same side, same side. Same side, same side. Same side, same side. Same side, same side.
We've just been conversing about which side of this fight we still fall on. We're on the same sides. I'm still very much revered, and you're still very much reviled.
Oh, you mean we have stuck to our respective sides, but we are definitely not on the same side. Big barrier here between the revered and the reviled.
I thought we were friends. Okay, that's fine. Welcome back, folks. Welcome back. Happy to have you here with us for this World Tour stop in Montreal. If you're just joining us, you might not be aware, there's some goodies on the line a little bit later on today. If you want to pick up a pre-release kit for yourself, free of charge, courtesy of the folks at Legend Story Studios, all you got to do is stick around a little bit longer. We're going to be having a nice competition in chat for the last round of the day. I'm reliably informed this box is packed with good stuff. If you listen to Samo Burn, you're allowed to add this to your other pre-release pool and cheat, which would be quite the incentive for winning those pre-releases. Well worth watching for that one.
Officially sanctioned here by Scott Mines and Samo Burn as well.
Wasn't me. I take no responsibility for that one whatsoever. That's all Sam's doing. However, I want to check in with some of our players to watch and the standings at large for this round so far and see how the event may be going. A menagerie of 4-0 players. Quite a lot of household names worth paying attention to.
We're about halfway through here at Calling Montreal, featuring Super Slam Limited, the only weekend where this set will be played at a high level in the limited format. We have Matt McInnes, one of those household names that you're talking about, sitting at 4-0. Noah Beygelman as well. And of course, looking down a little bit further, Michael Fung, Pro Tour Baltimore winner, also at 4-0, I believe sporting Tuffnut.
Yeah, Michael Fung put me in the ground yesterday in a side event, managed to bully tactics me straight out of the 3-0 bracket. Was not my favorite experience, but I'm a big fan of the 3 Canadians we find ourselves with on this front page as well. Robert Alisi, Ian Schultz topping the standings there. We do see 2-time World Championship competitor Rob Catton joining Jason Rolfe in the top cut here, still at 4-0.
Joining them, of course, another Canadian, Edison Yu, who also made top 8 at World Tour Singapore on Verdun's breakout performance for him. Also looking to continue the streak of good runs here at Calling Montreal.
Heading into this event, we had a lovely staff prediction pool about the winners that we think are going to take this event down. I chose previous World Premier Calling champion, Evan Tanguy, who is sitting there at 4-0, so feeling pretty good about myself right now.
Speaking of previous champions, we have Michael Hamilton also at 4-0. Also speaking of bullies, to be honest, that man has ended many a pro player's career at several of these World Tour events.
Their opponent will be the local representative, Marc-Antoine LeClerc, I believe. Sorry if I'm butchering your name, Mark. Will be on the other side of the table on Pleiades in this feature match, so that's going to be one well worth watching.
Taking a look at the next page of the standings over here, we have Vezinet. We saw take down Barrett Goss in round 4 on his explosive Lyath deck here at 21.
Yeah, incredible turn, incredible sequencing. Vezinet showing us everything you want a Lyath deck to be. A few other names to watch here, of course. TCG superstar Andrea Mengucci sitting there at 3-1, still very much alive. Michael Metallo joined us in the feature match area during the world premiere yesterday, also having a pretty good run here at 3-1.
And I love all the different nationalities that we are seeing across our standings over here. This is a North American calling in a sense, but as with all Flesh and Blood events, it is a global game, and we have players from all over the world coming out to play in the Super Slam world premiere and calling.
Hey, play the game, see the world. It's all about the diversity when it comes to the Flesh and Blood. Now, I think you're going to be rewarded slightly for painting Michael Hamilton as a villain, because they are, in fact, going to be the one playing Lyath Goldmane.
Why am I not surprised?
Around. I don't judge. Each to their own. On the other side, Marc-Antoine is going to be on Pleiades. This is not a matchup we've seen too much of over the weekend. Do you have any surface-level thoughts on it?
I think both players want to do something similar, where they're trying to set up something big on one turn off the suspense counters. Lyath, of course, has a 5 intellect, so can find those pieces faster, but I imagine Pleiades has a little bit more disruption and can pop those tokens quicker thanks to a hero ability. Can take off the suspense counters and get to that end game, in a sense, a little bit faster than Lyath, and might want to leverage the fact that Lyath doesn't block very well.
Okay, speed versus evil souls you want nothing to do with. Makes for quite the feature match if you ask me. Let's make our way down into the ring for another round here at the world premiere. It will be the former world champion Michael Hamilton representing Lyath Goldmane against Marc-Antoine LeClerc on Pleiades, the superstar of the set.
Very much the limited counterpart of our CC show match yesterday, Scott. So
we all know how that one went.
Very fitting that the two of us are here to cover this one. And we see that Pleiades will be going first over here. I have to wonder how much is really going to matter, given both sides have plenty of those instant speed auras that they can deploy on either side of the turn cycle.
I think it carries some weight. Of course, Pleiades having more manipulation of those counters. Really interested in playing them on their own turn as to not lose that first counter ahead of time. If you're forced to go second, play those instant speed auras. When Lyath is operating, they will be on one counter when you make your way into your own turn.
Yeah, at the same time, Lyath can play those instant speed auras on your first turn and go into their turn, effectively already having them come in a turn earlier because they'll already be down to 1, and then your turn can play a few more, or maybe just play some attack to pressure a little bit. But before we get into the game itself, of course, our players need to have their gem-packed battle very quickly, swapping it between themselves before they open it up. We're going to see Michael Hamilton see if he can be a little bit lucky over here. So wind up the crowd at the beginning, and a Shining Courage behind that as well, a full art micro text box.
I do love it when players want to gamble. It looks like, overturn the results. We actually see the Lyath card being traded away, but some Shining Courage for both of our players there to make the most of their time in the feature match area. A nice little treat to take away when they go home.
I love the art on overturn the results. Just gives you a feeling of what Lyath is about, just staring at you through a handful of riches.
I'm not sure love is the word I would use for that, but I'm glad you found your artistic flair, Pankaj.
As our players reveal their equipment, we're seeing Michael Hamilton missing an arm piece over here. Does have the reviled equipment in the headpiece as well, but the chest and the legs, just the generic versions. The legs are the Guardian version, offering him a confidence token on demand to perhaps match Marc-Antoine's horns of the, oops, that's the wrong view over there. Helm of the Adored, excuse me, which would be the on-demand confidence token for the Pleiades.
Yeah, very happy to see both of these players with the premium headpieces this time around. We've seen the Horns of the Despised and the Helm of the Adored just doing incredible amounts of heavy lifting for both of these heroes. Confidence on demand when those big buffs are available, or making sure you have the ability to activate Lyath, trigger those other effects. We're going to see a red dig up over pitched here to start things off with just a yellow tension in the air.
And this basically gives Michael Hamilton the green light here to deploy his own instant speed auras, because Marc-Antoine is just holding one card in hand now. Does have an action point, just one card in hand, which you have to imagine he wants to put in arsenal. Michael Hamilton sees this opening, goes ahead and deploys his own edge of the seats, also of the yellow variety, so both players not really having the red auras, at least so far in this match, but Michael Hamilton definitely happy to set this up.
Hamilton here debating a Lyath activation to fill this hand further and generate a Might token for the trouble. Chooses not to here, so pretty clearly happy with what they're working with so far.
Or perhaps wants the boo effect on his own turn if he has some of those reviled cards that get additional effects when you get booed on your own turn. Could be another reason he didn't want to activate Lyath on the Pleiades side of the turn cycle, because of course the hero will remain tapped as Michael Hamilton goes onto his turn, because you only untap at the end of your turn, not the opponent's.
Another act of glory in the hand here for Michael Hamilton. Cut a long story short, front and center as well. Villainous Pose, that copy of Booze, and a red Feisty Locals, which is not one we've seen too much of so far this weekend.
Feisty Locals, very formidable card, honestly, in this format, especially in the hands of Kayo, because you know that's going to be pumped up to 6. You definitely want to block it, but if you block it, it gets +2 as well. Villainous Pose coming out for Michael Hamilton, so does have the boo effect on his own turn without activating Lyath.
And we will see Booze itself being played here to boo some more. Make another Might token for the former world champion here. Going to leverage these effects alongside this Feisty Locals to get themselves set up for a bigger turn next time around. For now, Villainous Pose doing some heavy lifting, coming in for at least 6.
And this is one of the reasons why Feisty Locals can be quite a force in this limited format. Once you put a whole bunch of pumps on it, it makes it very difficult for your opponent not to block it, and then you effectively just get the extra value from the card, even past Lyath Goldmane's downside. So setting its base to 2 is Lyath Goldmane, so Feisty Locals' base is 2, but we'll still get the full +2 if it is defended by an action card.
See what we're working with. If we're in Mark's corner, we're going to see that small problem. The suspense is killing me. A yellow power play and a red tension in the air. So a pair of auras to work with here and some interesting attacks to put alongside them.
The small problem over here could be quite a bit of an issue for Michael Hamilton, because he will have an aura that will be under threat of the small problem's crush effect.
Marc-Antoine here taking a moment to consider how to navigate this Feisty Locals, whether or not they would prefer to hold on to these cards, threaten a crush trigger potentially. I hadn't really thought about this prior to this exact moment, but Feisty Locals offering a very powerful effect, but naturally kind of counterplayed by the instant speed auras that are available in this set. So ways to play back into the pressure it provides.
Also countered by the various block cards that are also present in this effect. And we're seeing that right now as Mark puts the aura, as you're talking about, Scott, as a defending card, just blocking 3, not giving the extra value from Feisty Locals.
This is for 5. Because it gets 2 because
I see. So Michael here realizing, of course, Lyath is short and will not afford the full amount of power to this Feisty Locals. Easy mistake to make. We're not used to our heroes shooting us in the foot midway through the game. So correctly spotted, correctly corrected, and Mark very happy with the outcome either way.
Very thankfully was spotted before we progressed too far into the game state, so both players happy with just moving on from there. Mark adjusted his life total, puts it back to 18 as he moves into his turn.
So we'll have a tension in the air trigger at the start of this turn. We'll tick on down, get closer to breaking. For now, Mark will have that power play in hand. Might be interested in parking that one in the arsenal. We're not sure of the card in the arsenal, and the suspense is killing me here. Threatening to do some good stuff if we can find an attack to pair it with.
Could also activate Pleiades to remove the counter of the tension in the air and get the buff value right now on this turn. Perhaps for the small problem to go ahead and pressure the edge of the seats on Michael Hamilton's side. And remember, Lyath Goldmane also suffers the downside on blocking. So if you send relevant on-hits that really pressures their hand, it can be a little bit difficult for them to navigate out of that situation.
Marc-Antoine taking a moment here just to consider how these are best sequenced. Michael Hamilton working with a hand contains Brothers in Arms, Mocking Blow. Looks like another act of glory there as well. So some options available both on offense and defense for the Reveiled Guardian. We're going to see Hold Firm reached for here and broken by Mark. This one going to grant 3 toughness tokens for the following turn. Interesting decision here.
I really like that. You know you're sitting across 2 Might tokens and a yellow edge of the seas on the other side, promising a +6 damage to Michael Hamilton's first attack of the turn. So go ahead and make sure that you have enough defense to counteract that as well, popping up the Hold Firm, getting +3 defense on the first card Mark blocks with on the following turn. But there is a little bit of tension with toughness tokens in Pleiades. If you don't draw an action card, similar You know, because a lot of your instant speed auras aren't actions, you won't actually get the added defensive bonus from toughness tokens, so it can be a little bit risky depending on the composition of the deck. Marc, of course, feeling a little bit confident and saying that I will draw an action card to go along with these toughness tokens.
Was a familiar story in the arsenal for Marc-Antoine. Shines in a matchup against the opposing Guardian, has the ability to create some confidence moving forward. For now, 10 points of power coming across the line thanks to that tension in the air. Michael Hamilton forced to evaluate their defenses.
Looks like Brothers in Arms, lining up the Brothers in Arm block over here. Can activate Lyath and paint the Brothers in Arms as well. Remember, its base defense is just 1 thanks to Lyath Goldmane's ability. But paying 1 into it does bring it up to 3, and Lyath Goldmane does bring it up to 4.
Okay, so 4 block being committed here. Going to see 6 damage coming through. No bonuses for the familiar story. No Guardian cards committed on defense. So it will be Michael Hamilton falling down to 14.
And creating another Might token for his following turn. So between Edge of the Seats, giving +4 and 3 Might tokens. His first attack is going to get a whopping +7.
Start of my turn, I'm going to have 3...
And of course, we'll also get an additional boo. So we'll create another Might token for the following turn, and we'll also activate any of his cards that care about getting booed.
Boo's looking very impressive here, generating multiple Might tokens and multiple boo triggers across turns. And we will see the crowd raised once again here. Both players going to benefit from this. Confidence token generated by Prime the Crowd for Pleiades. Instead will be another Might for Michael Hamilton.
And we're going to see a tower being triggered over here, Scott. We've got the cut the long story short over here. Tower, a very difficult effect to actually get full value out of from, but Michael Hamilton here making it come up to 14 here in turn 2 of this round 5 at World Tour Montreal.
I'm just going to read this card to you in case you haven't had the pleasure. Tower, if this has 13 or more power, it gets, when this hits a hero, they discard their hand.
When you pair this with a confidence token, it's basically fully backbreaking. They can only block with 2 cards and they discard the rest of their hand as well. No evasion here for Michael Hamilton, but it basically forces Marc to just discard with his just block with his entire hand. Or maybe he can go ahead and deploy some of those instant speed auras, but then you're taking a whole bunch of damage to the face. I'm not really sure he's going to be very happy doing that.
There are numerous words I could describe what's happening on screen right now. I'm going to go with excuse me. Toughness tokens here, doing a good job though. Does offer some an extra defense to Marc, soak up a little bit of this damage without trying too hard.
And once again, we're seeing the Prime the Crowd over here. The downside not really relevant over here. If Marc doesn't have a hand to work with, you can have a confidence all you want. It's just going to pop and do nothing for you.
Brothers in Arms committed here will be paid for with a little extra juice. I think this is very heads up here from Marc, choosing to save that red aura with Brothers in Arms, put it back into the deck for a later turn, as opposed to blocking for 3 value right now.
Speaking of heads up plays, I have to shout out the Hold Firm that he popped on the previous turn. That was a 14 damage attack from Michael Hamilton, and Marc just took 2, blocked with 3 cards from his hand, pitched 1 to the bottom with the Brothers in Arms, and that was a red Act of Glory pitched to the bottom as well. Marc is setting up a little bit for the second cycle of the game and managed to dodge Michael Hamilton's offensive salvo that he set up quite a bit for and took a bit of damage as well. Life lead in favor of the revered Guardian, despite Lyath having a massive 14 damage attack.
Confidence token will break. Michael Hamilton confirms that it's A-OK, and we'll make our way back into his turn. 5 cards to work with, 1 in Arsenal, 2 Might tokens being triggered. It will be a bask in your own greatness reached for here to start, likely generating some more Might in the process.
Question is, does Michael Hamilton have a way to convert this hand beyond just this bask in your own greatness? Does he have another aura to deploy? Because this can sometimes be a downside of Lyath. We've seen this happen to Tuffnuts all across today, where you leave them with a big hand and they can't do much. Lyath, to some extent, because of the 5 intellect, it feels even worse when all you can do is convert 2 of your 5-card hand. Michael Hamilton really wishes. I think they see an Edge of the Seats in his hand over here, so we'll be able to deploy that as well. But still, overall, not a massively efficient turn cycle for him.
Look tough on defense here for Marc-Antoine. We will see that Edge of their Seats deployed for Michael Hamilton to front load an attack in a couple of turns' time. And Lyath will be activated to generate an additional might token in the process, making the most of all those resources.
I have to shout out Mark's patience over here. Just fully blocked on Michael Hamilton's 14 power attack and said, can you do it again? Michael Hamilton did get a setup a little bit, but Mark has found his opening once again and firmly has a life lead here.
Making our way back to Marc-Antoine, we're going to see who's the tough guy as the play here. Nice 2-card 7, 1 card remaining to be parked in the arsenal for later on. More importantly, another act of glory being pitched away right now.
One of the many swing big-like effects in Super Slam. Who's the tough guy? If this doesn't hit, the opponent will get a toughness token, but Lyath doesn't really want to block in this format very much. So even if Michael Hamilton does manage to get a toughness token, I don't think he'll be very happy if he needs to utilize it. I think will much prefer converting his cards on offense.
7 power coming through from Marc-Antoine. Let's see what Michael Hamilton is working with. Villainous Pose. Looks like we have overturned the results. Booze available here as well. Some really premium cards here for Michael.
And a little bit of setup as well. Remember, the Edge of the Seats is going to pop 2 turns from now, not on the next turn. So you want to leverage 3 Might tokens on the next turn, but want to set up even further for the turn when the Edge of the Seats gets popped and gives him another +3. On that turn. Does have the Cruel Ambition and the Villainous Pose as well to create more Might tokens for when that Edge of the Seeds gets popped.
Take 5, yeah.
Speaking of Might tokens, Horns of the Despised gone ahead and blocking out the who's the tough guy, giving him yet another Might token for the following turn. So his first attack is going to get +4, but of course we know he also has a Villainous Pose that will make the attack come in for even more and set up even further for the following turn cycle.
Michael Hamilton falling to 9. 4 Might tokens will break to start things off. Villainous Pose committed here, will be booed once more for the bad guy here. 4 points of power in exchange. So +8 to the first attack of the turn here.
And moving on, another +1 for the following turn to go along with the Edge of the Seat. So currently in the following turn, Michael Hamilton already going to get a +4. Boo's going to come in and join the fray as well. And I think the Cruel Ambition as well, which means the following turn, first attack is going to get +8. And this turn, the next attack is already getting +8. Michael Hamilton showing the strength of Lyath in Super Slam Limited.
+4, so it's currently 4.
Michael Hamilton there with some bread and butter Lyath plays, and once again, Feisty Locals looking very impressive. I think it's fair to say Lyath Goldmane often the best hero for these 0-cost attacks, and as a result, Feisty Locals really shining so far for Michael Hamilton.
Coming in for 10, basically demanding blocks from your opponent and making it very difficult for them to dodge the additional value the Feisty Local provides.
Marc-Antoine here taking a moment to contemplate what these locals intend to do. We see dig in, red tension in the air, and 2 copies of To Be Continued in hand. So plenty of auras, but 2 block, 2 blue cards here, and the tension in the air that will take a little bit of time to get value from.
I think the dig-in could be very massive here, Scott. We saw in the previous time Michael Hamilton had a massive offensive output. Marc-Antoine had 3 toughness tokens to go ahead and block that out. Using the dig-in here on defense and paying into it to get toughness tokens for the following turn, which on board is already going to get +8 damage, I think could be very tempting for Mark here, but of course it will mean you're giving the Feisty Locals its +2 because Dig-In is an action card. So you are losing a little bit of value there, but you'll have the additional defense when the +8 damage pops on Michael Hamilton's next turn of the game.
We see the whole fridge making its way in front of Feisty Locals for now. Mark still deciding if there are further blocks to be committed. Hand gesture would suggest maybe not. Looks like Toby Jugs here going to be carrying some weight, and will get cheered and make a confidence token.
Wonder how much the confidence token is really going to matter over here. Maybe he has a piece, some attack in the arsenal that he wants to give some evasion. Maybe disrupt Michael Hamilton's massive offensive output in the following turn instead of just blocking it out.
Looks like we will be committing that dig in to the chain there. Mark's still tanking on how to best navigate this. So Feisty Locals will get a little bit of extra juice, but we will have the flexibility to make those toughness tokens for this following turn for Michael Hamilton. And once again, just set up staunch defenses for these big powerful swings.
I really like that. You have these 2-block blue auras anyway, and sure, you give the feisty locals its +2, but you're creating 3 toughness tokens and giving them the +2, so you're still coming out ahead in an exchange, I think. And this tension in the air, of course, not an action card. Just going to be blocking for the full 3s. It's still a decent block here coming out of Marc, and paid 2 into the toughness, it looked like. He paid 1 for the Toby Jug, so has 2 toughness tokens for the 8 damage, extra 8 damage Michael Hamilton's going to have. Marc has been surviving these onslaughts from Michael Hamilton very, very well here, but very importantly, that was his whole fridge now gone. We saw the first time the hold firm helped him survive the offensive output, and then now, once again, using the remainder of his equipment to survive the offensive output. Now he's completely out, but has a very good life lead and is coming in with his turn the crowd grateful, backed up by the confidence token.
Best possible follow-up here for Marc-Antoine. That Arsenal does reward 8 damage into this turn. A little bit of evasion as a treat as well. Those toughness tokens likely worth their weight in gold. We can tell Michael Hamilton definitely a fan of the feisty locals in this deck. We see at least 2 more copies, including a blue one there lurking in the hand alongside the infamous Goon Battery.
This is also really scary for Michael Hamilton. You cannot just take this 8 because the on-hit promises another confidence token generated for Marc. So if you just take the full 8, that confidence token can just kill you on the following turn. You're not going to be dealing 50. You know, you're going to be taking Marc's entire hand on the following turn because he's is at 15. So you can't just eat this to the face. So Michael Hamilton, very heads-up play by him, recognizing that, is going to respect this a little bit, not put himself in the just get cheated out of the game through confidence tokens evasion.
So we are going to see 2 damage coming through, meaning this will connect. The crowd will cheer. That confidence will be made as Michael Hamilton falls down to 7. However, the chamber is about to empty once more as boos will expire, make a new might token. Edge of their seats will give a nice hefty bonus alongside 6 might tokens.
+9 is the name of the game for Michael Hamilton's first attack here. But unlike Pleiades, struggles a little bit with getting the evasion, doesn't have as much easy access to confidence tokens, and that's why so far Marc-Antoine has managed to keep the life lead, still sitting at a very healthy 15 to Michael Hamilton's 7.
Michael taking a moment here to consider how best to utilize this rather large buff. It will be feisty locals once more, being, well, turning into a bit of a riot, really. 11 points of power here, base. Potentially as much as 13 if an action card gets in the way.
And you have to imagine Marc will be forced to block with at least 1 action card. We saw him not able to dodge it on the previous turn. We did block with a dig in. But of course, his first action card that he blocks with will also get +2 from the toughness tokens. So you can sort of imagine both those effects just canceling out the +2 toughness from the toughness tokens and the +2 from the feisty locals effect, just balancing out effectively. So Marc could probably just kind of effectively block this if he just puts his whole hand down to block. And Michael Hamilton currently not representing any further setup for the following turn.
Let's take a look at what Marc-Antoine is working with. Card we haven't seen at all this weekend so far. Cutting Retort available in the back of the hand here, alongside a pair of blues and a red power play once again. These do seem like some of the more powerful tools you have for this matchup. Got to be hard to block with them.
Also have to imagine, once you leverage the confidence token at least a little bit, don't really see a very efficient way for him to do that. You want the confidence to be matched up with a strong attack in your hand, but he doesn't really have a big attack aside from a power play, which needs to come from the arsenal.
Going to see 2 damage coming through here once again. Marc-Antoine remaining diligent in the way they choose to defend the attacks from the evil Guardian. Falls down to 13, 3 cards committed, and we know that power play will be parked in Arsenal. Trying to find a better window for that one.
Such patient play from Marc over here, recognizing that's Michael Hamilton's pop-off turn. You have these strong cards in your hand, as you pointed out, Scott, but saying, nope, if my opponent's having a pop-off turn, this is when I need to be a little more defensive. Arsenal, my power play, my opponent's probably going to take another setup turn. That's the sort of gameplay flow that Lyath Goldman is known to do in this format. Take a turn off, take a turn on, and on that off turn, you will be able to punish them with this power play that you've set up in your arsenal. And I've been loving Marc's discipline in this game so far, Scott.
I think it's been a testament to how Pleiades should play in this format. We see Michael here getting a quick count of both players' decks. Wants to understand the texture of the game as we move closer to those final turns where every card truly will count here. This confidence token, I believe, is the question right now. Michael debating if they'd like to play something out before going into their own turn.
Might want to get those suspense auras to trigger just a little bit faster by playing them on the opponent's turn. So they lose the counter as you go into your own turn, and you get to your power turn, your on turn, just one turn cycle quicker.
So an Act of Glory there in the hand. Michael does decline, chooses to move back into their own turn. The Might token will trigger to start things off. This is 6 cards to work with for the former world champion, and they'll kick things off with Villainous Pose, one of the all-stars of the weekend for these reviled heroes.
Getting booed while you're low life total, very, very strong for Michael Hamilton. A lot of the reviled cards only boo you if you are ahead on the life total, but Villainous Pose gives you that boo unconditionally as long as you're able to resolve that card, and you get to turn on the additional effects of many of your cards, such as Mocking Blow for one, which really wants you to get booed for its additional +4 if it's a red variety.
Gone Spring will be cashed in for another resource. 2 floating now for Michael Hamilton. Will use it on that Mocking Blow, perfectly called by Pankaj Pujwani here. Activated by that Villainous Pose, now significantly larger than it would have been before.
Mocking Blow, a fantastic card in Lyath Goldmane, basically unaffected by the downside of the hero ability, because halving 1 and rounding up still leaves it at 1, and it gets a +3 because this is the yellow variety, thanks to being booed by Villainous Pose, and then +4 by the Villainous Pose itself, and the Might token bringing it all the way up to 9. 3 cards remaining in Michael Hamilton's hand. You know he wants to set up another Aura of Suspense. He did also crack the Garland of Spring for the extra resource, so you know he has plans for the 2 resources he has floating currently.
2 cards jumping in on defense for Mark. It will be Dig In again, being put to work. Toughness tokens generated to create a stalwart defense. It will be the Act of Glory committed afterwards. Another aura available for Michael. And we'll see 2 turns from now. Things likely to get a little larger.
Dig In looking so impressive here in these past few turn cycles, Scott. These toughness tokens, normally we've seen Tuffnut really leverage the toughness tokens, but Mark showing us Pleiades absolutely can use these toughness tokens to great effect as well. Now, a little bit unfortunate for him, the timing doesn't quite work out with this Act of Glory. The Act of Glory is going to pop 2 turns from now, but the toughness is going to pop on Michael Hamilton's next turn. So we'll be used to defend something else from Hamilton, but not the Act of Glory turn. So Marc-Antoine probably wants to either set up more toughness tokens for that, or maybe present lethal before even getting their power play coming out from Arsenal for 8 damage while Hamilton is at 7.
Yeah, this power play saved earlier on, not expended on blocking duty, rewarded for that choice right now, as Michael Hamilton forced to give cards here to Marc-Antoine on a turn they would rather keep the pressure going.
Yeah, we messed up, yeah. So that was...
Looks like the players just want to double check that the math was done correctly on the Mocking Blow defense and offense, and just adjusted the life totals really quick. As you pointed out, Scott, math is hard.
Flesh and Blood is hard, I believe, is one of the most iconic quotes from Michael Hamilton, in fact. So rather thematic, we see that coming up in full effect. Want to harken back to Dig In real quick as well. I think card cultivation quickly becoming a topic of discussion in this format. We know these games can be a little grindier, and cards like Dig In, Brothers in Arms, they allow you to kind of build this stalwart defense while keeping those important cards in your deck for later.
And I really like this little back and forth that's happening over here. Marc-Antoine setting up toughness tokens, and Michael Hamilton saying, okay, if you're setting up toughness tokens, I don't want to attack you into your 3 toughness tokens popping off. So it looks like he's going to be taking an off turn over here, playing his Act of Glory. So now this Act of Glory is synced up with the other Act of Glory that he played on the previous turn. So on the following turn, he's going to get, looks like a +9, and we'll be dodging the 3 toughness tokens that Mark set up over here. We're seeing the reverse happen now, Scott. We saw Mark set up 3 toughness tokens in preparation for these massive auras getting popped on Michael Hamilton's turn a few turn cycles ago, and now we're seeing the reverse. Hamilton saying, I'm going to dodge your toughness tokens and set up a couple more auras that will pop when you don't have these toughness tokens. Just fantastic high-level Super Slam limited gameplay that we're seeing already from our players at just round 5 of the World Tour Montreal.
It's very clear to me both of these players have a phenomenal understanding of the fundamentals of this format, which is incredibly impressive after the world premiere and 5 rounds of calling level play. For now, Marc-Antoine will be the one with the momentum. They need to stake a claim to this game, and the 4 remaining health for Michael Hamilton before the Act of Glories come to claim their prize.
And this time he's asking Mark, can you convert your full 4 card hand. Maybe perhaps recognize that this Pleiades build seems to be a little bit more on the defensive side. We haven't seen too many auras of suspense come out from our revered Guardian hero. So Michael Hamilton saying, putting the pressure on Mark, saying, can you actually use 4 cards effectively? Because all you've done this game mostly is send 2 card 8s and 2 card 7s. If that's how your deck is built, I'm going to punish you by just taking a full off turn, waste your toughness tokens as well, which remember he paid the extra 3 with the dig in to generate, and just saying, can you even do anything with 4 cards? And I'm not entirely sure if Mark can, looking at his hand here.
Yeah, another red copy of Dig In, Cut the Small Talk, Blue Comeback Kid, and Tough Smash Up. These are cards that are not best utilized on a 4-card hand. Going to be a rather anemic play here. This Dig In just going to be coming in for 7, I imagine.
It's just going to be 2 card 7 for Mark. Yeah, Hamilton made the read, made the call, saying, I'm just going to ask you to use the tempo, and Mark falling short a little bit. However, to his credit, has established a firm life lead over the very disciplined play that we've been calling out the past few turn cycles. Is still sending lethal against a deck that whose blocking cards block for half their printed value over here. So 7 to Michael Hamilton's 4 life when he doesn't have as many 3 blocks as a normal Flesh and Blood deck would, still offering quite a bit of pressure.
7 damage from that Dig In. We see Michael Hamilton debating the best way to handle this attack. We see feisty locals being pitched to activate Lyath Goldmane, makes that might token and returns toughness to normality.
And also promises a +10 now to Michael Hamilton's first attack on his turn to go against Mark's exactly 10 life total remaining.
We'll be right behind you, and the Goon Tactics joining the combat chain here to soak up some damage. Take a peek at the top card of the deck, courtesy of the former. Michael will decide if it's something they're interested in keeping. 1 damage coming through, falling down to 3.
As if Michael Hamilton needed to look at the top card of the deck as we're this deep into second cycle. I'm sure he had his and the opponent's pitch deck completely memorized. Just doing a maybe little double check, little safety check, make sure he didn't miss something there. As he blocks out 6 on the opponent's 7, still has 2 cards remaining for his offensive turn alongside the +10 damage being conferred by the Might token and both Acts of Glory.
Turbocharged turn here for Michael Hamilton. We will see the play from the Arsenal. Punch above your weight. The full cost here being paid to turn this into a 16 power attack. Not half bad, don't you think?
Its base is 1 thanks to Light's effect, but gets a full +5 when you pay the 3 into it. And remember the +10 from the Might, Yellow Act of Glory, and Blue Act of Glory. 16 damage coming Mark's way. No toughness tokens this time to defend himself with. Let's take a look at what he's working with. How much block value does he even have in his hand? Looks like, I think 11 if I'm counting correctly.
Yeah, looks like 11 to me as well. Will be required under the bus. It's going to take 5 damage, falling down to 5 here. There's a clash trigger from this Tough Smash Up, so we'll take a peek at the top cards of the deck. Act of Glory going to betray Marc-Antoine here. We saw it pitched away earlier to that Brothers-in-Arms. Instead, does lose the clash here. Toughness token going the way of Michael Hamilton.
Fat lot of good that'll do for him when Mark has no cards remaining in his hand. So toughness token just going to be gone by the wayside over here as Mark falls to a 5 life total. But at this point, also important to point out, deck sizes on both sides, Scott. Michael Hamilton now has no more cards remaining in deck, and that's partly due to the 5 intellect of Lyath Goldmane. You're drawing through your deck just that much quicker. A lot of your cards are giving you, you use the go again, you're turning 1 card into 3 damage effectively. Opponents have been able to block them out efficiently as Mark has. You can find yourself in this spot as he's facing down lethal as well, no less, thanks to this Cut the Small Talk coming from Marc-Antoine.
Yeah, Cut the Small Talk here, earning a card one way or the other. That toughness token may be having some value. After all, no tower trigger on this one.
Doesn't need it. And Michael Hamilton needs to find a way to deal some to pressure Marc-Antoine's remaining deck size, because it looks like we might be seeing this matchup come down to a little bit of fatigue here. And remember, no weapons in the set. So he needs to attack with cards in hand, which is just more cards coming out of Michael Hamilton's. Just 5 remaining cards to work with to close out round 5 of World Tour Montreal.
See if we can take a look at what those last 5 cards are. Overturn the results. Blue feisty locals. We see that gang robbery, a blue act of glory, and a yellow spree obscenities here. So nothing spectacular left in the tank for Michael Hamilton.
I'm just going to concede. Good game.
And we see it there. Michael Hamilton understands the situation they find themselves in. I will concede it will be the Canadian stalwart felling the former world champion as Marc-Antoine Leclerc makes themselves known amongst the masses. Now 5-0 with Pleiades Superstar.
That was some incredibly high-level flesh and blood here already, just at round 5 of this calling, Scott. I just want to shout out just the patience and both players' firm understanding of the fundamentals of flesh and blood, playing off of each other's on and off turns so expertly well. That was such a joy to watch.
I just feel like I'm learning. I think that's what I kind of want to announce there. Like, these players, better than me. I'm not going to claim that they're not, but I've got a pre-release to play next weekend. I want to know what I'm doing, and I feel like I'm just in real time learning what matters against each hero in each matchup. And I think that's what you can ask for from an event like this.
I feel that way most of the time when I watch Michael Hamilton. I always come away from the game having learned something, but Mark there as well, teaching all of us how to pilot into this Lyath deck that seems to have this infinite output. It kept putting out double-digit numbers into Mark, and Mark was just able to hold it off and ended up fatiguing Michael Hamilton. What a fantastic game. I'm going to be watching that one back for sure.
I think so. One worth studying if you want to learn. If you're more interested in learning about Classic Constructed, well, I've got the event on the horizon for you. Come and join us at World Tour Shizuoka. It's going to be release weekend for Super Slam. You will see Classic Constructed on display for the second time, but on a premier level for everyone to enjoy, and another calling.
These events are always so fun. I still remember calling Memphis, which was the first Classic Constructed event where we saw the Hunted come into play, and we saw Syndra take down the entire event. Have to wonder whether one of these Super Slam heroes will be able to take down Calling Shizuoka as well.
I certainly hope so. I'm also hoping someone can acquire some goodies for me, because it's rather far away, but that Flick Knives playmat, that's a nice one.
And, of course, the Revered and Reviled packs as well. The Cold Foil Bully tactics. You have to imagine if one of these Reviled heroes will have their place in Classic Constructed, that card is going to have its way. 100%. Artists will be joining us down in Shizuoka. If you're a fan of getting your cards signed, picking up some artist proofs, some prints, and the like, there is a murderous row of signatures to acquire down here. Rio Sabta, Dakin, and Hiro Suda responsible between them for cards like Shelter from the Storm, the anime versions of Nu and Ira. Some real big hitters available here. I love calling weekends, Scott. They're so fun. The vibe right now in the hall here in Montreal, the vibe that's going to be there at Shizuoka. If you've never made it out to one of these events, I highly encourage you to get out there. You get to meet all these personalities. You get to play great games of Flesh and Blood in a little bit more of a light-hearted environment. It'll be the first release weekend of Super Slam as well. It's just such a fun time.
Shizuoka looking awfully special. You'll have quite the caster team to take care of you. Bryce Platts, Samo Byrne. I don't know who this Caleb guy is. That not Margin Bay?
I don't know. He won some event this year. Might have been US Nationals. I'm not sure. But the other two, though. I'm just kidding. Of course, Caleb Van Patten. Yes, Margin Bay will be there casting World Tour Shizuoka. I'll be tuned into this for sure.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I had to go back last night and watch Margin judging my every decision in the Classic Constructed game, and I had a blast. It was an awful lot of fun, so I'm looking forward to seeing them take on a full-blown calling as well. Shizuoka, September 26th to 28th, has some more surprises up its sleeve. If you're looking for a very special pummel promo, it's your first chance to get these.
I know lots of players who don't really want to play in the main event of the weekend, are instead preferring to play a whole bunch of these side events. And if you are one of those players, you can go ahead and pick up your playset of this fantastic alternate art pummels.
Yeah, this is one I'm going to need after yesterday. Pummel was rather nice to me. I've quickly become a fan of the Welcome to Wraith All-Star. Going to need some shiny versions as soon as I can make my way to an event where they will be available. World Tour Shizuoka, September 26th to 28th. An event you do not want to miss in the wake of Super Slam.
Scott Mines here, triggering me with the pummel talk over here. I still remember your CNC coming in for 1-2 floating. Oh my god, I will have nightmares about that one.
Good. Good. Pankaj, how do you feel about a magical princess transformation? How does that sound?
Like a Cinderella type thing?
Yeah, something like that. See, as we make our way into the next round, I'm going to cast some magic, and you're going to be replaced by Sam O'Byrne.
Wow, I've always wanted that.
I've also wanted to be Sam O'Byrne. Thankfully, there's someone else I would rather be. Because I'm going to shake my magic, and I'm going to get more handsome, I'm going to get ripped, and I'm going to become a professional WWE wrestler as Lexis King joins us in the booth.
Absolutely incredible casting duo for the following match. Lexis King and Sam O'Byrne will be joining us in the booth covering round 6 of World Tour Montreal. You definitely don't want to miss it. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
We're going to look great.
Gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems, they always on road and they starting. She knows cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems, they always on road and they starting. She knows cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really wanna know? Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really wanna know? Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, popping a 1 in the chart. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start. Flexing on ya, flexing on me, flexing on ya, flexing on me. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F you from Paris. I could've been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pop. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch, nah.
gentlemen, we're about to dive right into the new Flesh and Blood set, Super Slam. And if you know anything about me, you know I love a good Super Slam. You know what I love more than a Super Slam? I love a good low blow, which is exactly the card I'm trying to pull today. Oh, and right off the top. Would you look at that? The king doesn't fail. That's my third copy, actually. I already opened 2 of these, so looks like I'll be building Kasai very soon. Remember, we're looking for low blow. It's the main card in the set.
It's the most important card in the set.
It really is.
No card is more important than low blow.
Oh, we got the truth or trickery.
Yeah.
There's just so many cool cards, I forget to look which ones are like wrestling things. Love a good revolting gesture, you know? Prime the crowd. That's what I like to do. I like to prime the crowd. I like to get them ready for my match. Get them hyped up during my entrance. You know, my favorite thing about this set, ooh, got the little bait. Goon tactics. I love some early morning goon. The reviled and the revered. It's a lot like pro wrestling in a way. We have our heels, we have our baby faces, we have our good guys and our bad guys. But not only that, it's not just flavor. You know, it actually adds to the mechanics of the game. You know, if I had to pick a side, we got Kayo, we got the short little gold mane. Kind of looks like me. I got a gold mane. So I'd have to go team reviled, my friend. We got a lot in common with Mr. Lyath, you know. I got a few inches on him, but, you know. Oh, hit the gas with the max specialization. I mean, we got this card here. It's not gonna, you know, do too much for him. I don't know. He's not the best deck in the world, but I don't know. I mean, maybe I'll give it a try. I think this is gonna be my new finish in wrestling. Yeah, I'm just gonna come in with an unexpected backhand. Comeback kid. It's a good one. He's still in the fight, you know, he's coming back, the crowd's behind him, he's set. It really understands wrestling, you know what I mean? So often in wrestling, we try to keep it behind the curtain and stuff, but in the modern day era, people understand what we do, they understand it's entertainment, and clearly this set, you know, with its very insider references to, you know, cheering, booing, comebacks, they get it, you know what I mean? They understand wrestling, they respect wrestling. Obviously, there's some other themes in it, you know, there's a little bit of rock and roll. Privilege for me to be here and to be able to share it with you guys. Bask in your own greatness. You know, this is something I do every morning when I wake up. I look in the mirror and I bask in my own greatness. Darling in the crowd, that's something I've experienced. I've seen a few darlings in the crowd. I've met quite a few of them. Turn the crowd hateful. That's pretty cool. That's every time I come out the curtain, the crowd becomes hateful because they hate me.
Does it ever hurt your feelings?
No, because I know deep down they love the king. You know why they love the king? Because I always turn heads. Everywhere I go, I turn heads, whether it's my beautiful hair or my beard. I'm always turning heads. At the airport, I turn heads. In the tournament, I was turning heads all day yesterday.
All day.
All the heads were turning. And another thing I don't do, I never give up. The king never gives up. Which is why I'm the best flesh and blood pro wrestler in the history of flesh and blood pro wrestlers. There's no other flesh and blood pro wrestlers that are better at flesh and blood pro wrestling than me. So mark that down.
Your pairings are up, bro. CC, we gotta get
you really?
CC.
Where is he? Where is he? 387? Where's 387?
Hello.
How are you?
Good, you?
Ready to rock and roll?
Yes, sir. Thanks. What you got today? I got Prism today.
Prism, mother.
Prism Gaming.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I'm gonna have to ask y'all to bow down because the king has entered the ring, and I am talking, of course, of Lexis King, WWE NXT superstar, has joined me in the booth. The cast around. How we doing, my friend? How we feeling?
The king of NXT is here. We are in Montreal, Canada, and we're gonna check out some Super Slam sealed.
Yeah.
Gaming.
Sealed gaming, man. I am looking forward to it, dude. It was great to get a little recap. We caught up earlier in the day. How'd your CC rounds go? You were out there Fang gaming. We saw the beginning of what was looking like an unfortunate Prism matchup.
It was funny. The video was so funny. Sorry, I'm over here corpsing. No, I've been fanging and banging for the past couple days. I brought one deck with me. You know, I wanted to keep my bag light, so I dialed in on him. I went 2-2 yesterday, and CC went 2-2 again today. And I ran into the same Acilio player twice. What can you do?
What can you do?
It's a rough matchup. But yeah, and then I, lost a Prism, sort of a bit of a knowledge check there.
Yeah, you're pretty fresh to the game, right?
Yeah.
When did you find Flesh and Blood? What's your journey here?
I just started playing. Last time I when last convention I went to was Gen Con. I actually went to SCG Con too, but Gen Con is where I discovered Flesh and Blood. I went there for some Warhammer events, and I was actually looking into some different games, and I was just drawn to it. I don't know if it was the artwork or the packaging. The cards are really cool, and I just kept finding myself at the booth. And next thing you know, I was walking out of there with an Ira Armory deck and a Gravy Bones Armory deck, and I was locked in. So,
dude,
they've had me hooked ever since.
So fire, dude. Now we got you out here at the world premiere of Super Slam, a set that I feel like you might take to pretty well, given your profession and your royalty status in a professional wrestling arena. Does that sound correct?
Yeah,
it seems
take,
like it's
take to what?
Take to the set pretty well. Super
Oh,
Slam.
yeah, no,
with the themes
I've taken to it quite well. I really enjoy it, and like I think I mentioned in our little video package earlier, there's a lot of references, and then there's a lot of themes that are very spot on and very true to what we do as a business, and it shows that these developers have really done their research, and it reflects that in the mechanics of the cards and the gameplay as well. And I've had a lot of fun with it. I'm actually not a huge fan of sealed gameplay. I'm a bit of a net decker myself. I've not brewed many decks in any game, but I always like to just play whatever the best players are playing.
Yep.
So when you get to play it as sealed, it's like, I'm forced to have to find what to do and how to build my own deck. And I thought I did pretty good.
Dude,
actually, yeah.
We had you yesterday in the world premiere. For those of you who didn't meet you were 2-0 when we had you on stream. And the game you played on stream, I was telling my friends after, I was like, yeah, dude, Lexis, I actually think played it just perfectly.
Yeah.
It was a masterfully played game. It was a really well built deck, and you kicked some ass on stream. It's satisfying. It's satisfying when you build a good limited deck. It's just it's satisfying in a different way, because this is all I had to work with. I built this ish, and I made it work.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude. So fun. Well, I one final question before we get into the game. You said your bag was light when you came here. Is your bag still light?
Oof, it is not light. The bag is light. The only thing that's light is my wallet.
Yeah,
so
brother. Heard
I've
that.
Come in. You guys have taken great care of me. I've got some great things. I'm going home with a bunch of sealed product, a Pleiades Armory deck. I can't wait to upgrade her. Apparently, she comes out of the box super strong already with some very good staples out of the Guardian class. So looking forward to diving into it. Should be my first Guardian ever. So
she's a cool one, dude.
Thought about getting into some before, but now that there's a good Armory deck, I'm really excited to dive right into that. And then hitting up my local LGS on Monday to rip rest of those packs open. Picked up some singles today at the vendors. I think I'm all set,
dude. So, fire. Well, let's go ahead. We can keep chatting, but we've got another round. And because we've got the king right here in the ring, we had to get royalty for all of you in the arena. We got two calling champions of the limited format of our last season. Two high seas limited calling champions are facing off. It's Jason Rolfe versus Evan Tanguy. This is such an incredible matchup of heavy hitters. And I don't know who's going to come down to this one. We had you here in the booth, so we had to get a couple brutes in there. I don't know if they're quite as big as you are, but they're at least giving you a bit of a run for your money.
Well, yeah, the animated characters are.
That's what I'm talking
about. Gentlemen in the chairs.
That's what I'm talking about.
Okay, I just was trying to be clear there, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Obviously, I'm the most jacked one in the building
Without
today.
a doubt. Without a doubt,
no,
Lexis.
the Kayo and the Tuffnut, they are jacked, and they're ready to swing big. And, I'm excited to see some damage flying.
Yeah, no, this is going to be an interesting one. We got two players here that, just for some context for you, as I know it's so dope, you literally just kind of got into this thing. These two players are known for their limited prowess. Evan Tanguy just in the same event last season, the High Seas World Premiere. That is your calling champion. If I'm not mistaken, Jason Rolfe at the calling in Vegas in U.S. Nationals also took that one down in the same limited format. So these two masters of the previous limited format, and now here on the first day of Super Slam Limited, and what will soon be the last day of Super Slam Limited at a Tier 4 high-level event. We're going to have to wait and see which one of them will truly reign supreme. But knowing them, we were kind of chatting about this before the game, knowing them, this matchup's probably going to go long because of the way that this Super Slam format is built up and built out. They're going to have to extract every point of value, and this one might kind of get to the end of these players' decks.
Yeah, I think the sealed format already is you're working with a limited card pool from one single set, so these players are able to identify the value lines, and it can get to be, without that extra variable of the weapon, it can get to be very tame as far as just the trades they're going to make. They're not going to be taking too many risks
Yeah, as we've discussed already, you take to this game like white on rice, my man. This is clearly something that is coming to you well, and it's exciting to have you here in the booth as our players are getting mic'd up. I believe they're going to have to open their gem packs before we move into anything else. Gem packs, these are, of course, the great offerings at your LGS. Those of you at home, an ability for you to come play some games and get some really nice cardboard. Y'all, Gem Pack 3, I feel like a broken record, but Gem Pack 3 is just so heat. We'll be opening one, Lexis, a little later, right after this game is over. You and I will get to open a Gem Pack. Right, dude? You were talking about this earlier. You like well-made packaging.
Can't beat Flesh and Blood packaging.
Talk to me, dude. Paper packs. How satisfying is the paper rip?
Actually, I think opening them is so much easier.
So much easier. It's better.
I can't remember. Some of those sets don't have it.
So there's two different distributors. One of the distributors is still plastic. One of the distributors is paper. But most of the ones at least in the States, I like 95% of the packs I open are paper. Yeah.
That's what I prefer. Man, you just rip them right open, not sitting there wrestling it.
Dude, the wrestling kill. I remember being I remember being a little kid, like opening my very first TCG pack. I think it was a Pokemon pack. I remember literally sitting in the back seat of my aunt's car, and I think I finally was just like, Mom, like I can't do it. I was, my little fingers were trying to like open it. The corner wouldn't work. The middle wouldn't work. I was like, please, someone help me. I'm 5.
I guess that's kind of the magic of it sometimes too, right? Like you work so hard to try and open it, and then finally you open it, and you're like excited to see what you get, and then boom, you get nothing. It's like.
All right, it's time to head down into the arena. The gem packs have been presented. We've got Evan Tanguy versus Jason Rolfe, and it's time for them to open their gem packs. A little bit of a thank you to all of our players in the feature match area. And these cards, for you, Lexis, aren't all fully spoiled yet. We're still getting cards in the gem packs revealed here on stream for us. Ooh. Oh, we've got an interesting, that's a clamp press. I'm not sure if it's cold foil or not, but I think it might just be, I think it maybe is Rainbow Foil. That's a card that's normally only been found in the Max Armory deck, a deck that I know you're incredibly familiar with, and you think the deck is really, really strong. But this is one that we're going to find only here in the gem packs, as well as on the other side, that Smashing Instant, super rare Kayo, the one that if it has 6 or more power, it can destroy your arsenal. Blue, 5 power, but 6 power in KO. Really nice deck, and I think going to get a lot of upgrades in this set. But we've got the decks being presented. We had the fist bump from both of these players, we've got Kayo Strong Arm versus Tuffnut. 4 Intellect versus 3. It's going to be Evan first to play here. And again, guys, buckle up. This one might take a little bit of time as we see. It's been a storyline already all weekend long as Tuffnut just acquires so much value from these gorgeous Marvel Toughness tokens. Even though he only has 3 cards in hand, we're going to have to see if Jason Rolfe is able to get through the defenses. So far, not every, it's not been easy for our players this weekend. We've got this vigorous smash up going to come down. You can see immediately Evan there using Tuffnut, gets the toughness from that big power attack in the pitch zone, but that's going to be the first card in that pitch stack, right? So later in the game, he's got a red, a big threat in there, because as we imagine, this game might go to second cycle. So yesterday, Lexis, you were playing KO in the world premiere. How'd you find the deck? I know we got you on stream 2-0. You say sealed is you're a newer sealed player. Yeah. What were your impressions of KO? Did you enjoy making the power 6? I think you had some pretty impressive cards in the pool.
Before I touch on Kayo, I did want to mention Tuffnut is such an interesting character. Being able to pitch, the top card of your deck, it's almost like you do have 4 cards in it. So many people are, he's only got 3 cards, And yes, when he is blocking, he's only going to have 3 cards. But when he's on offense and when he's generating his value, like he's a force. He's a force to be reckoned with. And I think that could be a problem for KO. I know that when I was playing KO, I did enjoy the fact that he was only going to be blocking me. I played the same match. He was only going to be blocking me with 3 cards, and I could sort of, play the little pump react, give it to base 6. And as long as you have, the right cards for that, you can definitely break through a lot of that toughness. But I don't know. I think, I faced another Tuffnut later on in a different round, and he just had some really, really strong value-generating cards, and the hero ability, it's unreal.
Yeah, it's really strong. Some really good points there, my man. As we see the vigorous smash-up coming out, Going to go ahead and be double blocked by Evan Tanguy alongside the toughness token to take no damage whatsoever. One card left in the hand, but as you astutely point out, that is not the full story for Tuffnut, as immediately he's going to get tapped, going to pitch the top card, it's going to have 6 power, it's going to get him 2 resources, and it's going to make him that toughness token. And we'll have to see, we've been talking about it all weekend long, these Tuffnut decks moving more into most of the time trying to have as many 2-cost cards as they can, but the Garland of Spring has been such an all-star in this format. That 1 resource glue piece here to, at least in this instance for Evan, unlock the whole turn.
Send 8.
Turn the crowd grateful. This is one of those cards, we were talking about that in your little spot, the cards that have better effects when they attack the reviled hero, and this is such a flavorful card.
Hey, I must have been onto something.
Yeah, bro.
I was bringing in the other opposite version into my deck, so it just goes to show every little smidgen of value that you can get out in these sealed formats is going to turn the tide in your favor. There's not enough gimmickiness going on. There's no weapons. There's not a lot of crazy amounts of agency with how you build your deck. You really just want to have strong blocks. You want to have cards that, like this, have synergy when they're attacking the right hero.
Yeah.
And just play a good old-fashioned, value game.
Dude, but I think it's one of the real impressive, not selling points of the set, but I think it's one of the real successes of Super Slam, that you can have players who don't have as much experience in Flesh and Blood, but mostly for you, not as much experience in Limited and having to build a deck like this, but the synergies there are easier to understand at first glance, at first value. Like, okay, I know I put this in against the reviled heroes. It's right. Like, okay, like you said, like it's not that complicated. I'm going to put it in when I'm playing this. But then in the gameplay, you really start to feel like, oh, this is great.
Yeah.
You see the other synergies because these first things, I've talked to a lot of players out there that have brought friends, family members, partners. This is their first experience playing Flesh and Blood. And even though for us who have been here for a long time, this set is pretty unique. It's unique in the way that it breaks the mold for how we expect to play Flesh and Blood. For other players who's their first experience, it actually can be relatively intuitive because of cards like Turn the Card Grateful and Hateful, and really say, with the theming, with the art, with the mechanics, this is what this card is trying to do. And when you actually get it to work the way you want to, it's really satisfying. It's like, oh yeah, no, I am trying to beat you. You're the bad guy. I'm the good guy. The crowd's cheering me, and it's booing you. It's something that when I was first seeing the set, I was like, God damn, this is going to be fun to actually play. It's like a bully tactics going to the bottom for Kayo. That's an important card to keep an eye on with these reviled decks. Bluster buff going to be the first and only attack for Jason Rolfe on this turn. No damage yet been taken. This is a card I quite liked in my Pleiades deck, because with what happens next, you discount the first card you play. So I was able to play 1 card, 5 damage, basically have a weapon on some turns because I could block out, play this without pitching, which can be really important in this format. So we see Evan talking about
Bluster buff.
Learning up some blocks here. Got the toughness token, gonna make another on the back end.
Let's do it the right way.
Gonna go ahead, looks like
Another one.
make the toughness. As we see how exactly, this is on defense. So maybe Evan going to be utilizing those resources in a way for his defensive turn. Maybe something like a dig in, a card that when you block with it allows you to pitch into it, make that many toughness tokens. See if that's why Evan wanted to utilize Tuffnut on Jason's turn, because now he's not going to have access to this on his attacking turn. He's already used Tuffnut. It's not going to untap until the end of Evan's turn, so we have to see how he's going to want to use these resources.
And I believe he does have are those the boots?
Let's see, the rough leather boots. Those are Blade Break. He's got the hold firm. We can see it is the dig in. So yeah, he's putting the 2 resources right into the dig in there.
So he has a vigor and a toughness.
Yeah, pretty nice for his first turn. Vigor, as we saw with the Garland of Spring a turn ago, that 1 resource can be super important. That's going to be the turn. So first blood over to Kayo, strong arm. A little bit of the defenses finally being broken through. There's the resource generated from the Vigor. Got a couple more cards to work with for Evan.
Love a good Vigor token.
Oh, nothing like it.
Love a good free mana.
Come on. See, we can see a little bit of just what Evan's working with. Vigor stand up and another red dig in. How is it? Not sure there's a great way for him to get value out of that Vigor token. Can't quite see what he's working with in the arsenal, but it might just be attacking with that big 3 for 7, and that's going to be the play. You can see him. He was kind of feathering it around. You could tell he wants to get every piece of value. These are 2 limited calling champions. But in this format, listen, sometimes you're just going to send a 3 for 7. That's what it's going to be. So you got into the game at Gen Con. Gravy Bones deck, Ira Armory deck. And then just talk to me a little bit about your experience of upgrading the Ira deck, going to play, you said SCG Con, playing at your Armory. Like, that's, I mean, it's great because that's the goal. We want the Armory decks to be something players can grab, they can pick up, upgrade, enjoy how they wish. Just talk to me a little bit about how that was for you.
Yeah, when I originally, my plan was to, play the Gravy Bones deck. I thought, oh, this guy's cool. I like the theme of him. But, I hadn't played the game yet, so I didn't really understand.
It's a tough first deck.
So once I actually started playing it, I thought, man, let me just play Ira. Like, she's awesome. Gravy Bones was a little outside of my realm of understanding at the time. And so I started investing in her. I started building up her, starting with the Edge of Autumn package. Eventually, I switched over to the Kodachis. And then I took my Edge of Autumn package and moved it over to Katsu. And now I have 2 decks.
Sick.
So I went from having 1 deck to now having 2 ninjas. Now I'm the ninja main. Now I'm ninjaing everybody. You know what I mean? Look at me. I'm going wide. I'm having on hits. I'm just dishonoring everybody left and right. And for as far as a budget is concerned, the Ira Armory deck is just such a great value, right? It gets you right into the game. I think right out of the box, it's like super competitive. I think the headpiece, arms, everything, the boots even are great. Like the chest piece is what it is. Like, and you can always upgrade. You can always spend money, but for what it's worth, getting the Ira Armory deck and being able to get right into Flesh and Blood, such a great value.
That's great, man. Yeah, it was really fun. We saw that pick of you at SCG Con. It was just like, no way. Does he know what set's about to come out? Like, this is going to be fire. I'm so glad, you were able to find some success there, get your way over here as the challenge, the alpha comes out, another one of those cards. It's so flavorful. You're challenging the alpha, 2 brutes attacking. When this attacks a brute hero, it gets +2. And then when it hits a brute hero, they discard a card, and if it has 6 or more power, you lose 2 life. So you're challenging the alpha. You're saying, hey, if this hit, you got to show me. Do you got what it takes? Do you got the sauce? Do you got something with 6 or more power? But if they do, your challenge was unsuccessful, and then you have to lose 2 life. I just really love the way they've made the mechanics of the set fit into how it feels to play it. It's a big strength of Flesh and Blood, man. It's a lot of what drew me to the game is like, dude, when I do this, I feel like a friggin' brute. Yeah. I feel like a ninja. I'm going wide. I'm hitting you with little attacks, small cuts with my dagger. I play something like this. I'm like, here we go.
Yeah, easily one of the most well-designed cards in the set. And something that, unlike some of these Reveled versus Reviled cards, we may not see in CC because whether or not one or multiple of these decks make it up to the top of the meta, it'll still be very hard. It'll have to be a very specific matchup for you to run those cards.
1000%.
But if Kayo, if Rhinar, if any of these brutes rise to the meta, this challenge the alpha will be a definite auto include, in those brute versus brute matchups because it's just so valuable.
Dude, couldn't said it better myself. Let's see just how Jason wants to defend this. I feel like he's not just going to eat this to the face, as we've seen so far in this game. 10 minutes elapsed so far, and it's still 18 currently playing 19. Both of these limited calling champions at 5-0. They want to keep their record sterling. This is round 6, so there are 2 more after this, 7 and 8. So 2 more rounds after this.
The pressure is on. I mean, can you imagine? You're 5-0. You've been here all day. You're going the distance. You're playing a value-based game, and now it's all on the line. So,
yeah, you can see him. He's reaching maybe even for some equipment. Get booed here. This is a really important piece of equipment. Both of the headpieces that boo and cheer, Helm of the Adore and Horns of the Despised, so important in this format. When I got to play a little bit, having the Horns of the Adored, the Helm of the Adored, being able to be cheered as Pleiades, make the confidence token on demand, so important. And here in KO especially, getting the Vigor token on demand to be able to pitch just a single blue into your hero ability, it's so important. It's why sometimes in this format, I think we're going to see players just elect not even to attack. I don't want to give you the chance to block with that headpiece, get your value, especially in something like a KO or especially a Pleiades. I don't want to just die to your confidence token. I'm just going to pass. You've got all these auras set up. I don't want to give you that confidence token. I want you to work for it and make it yourself. Vigor token here is going to pop. That will make that KO ability only cost 1 blue from hand. But look, it looks like they were actually using it for the punching gloves here to have the 2 floating for the flex strength. So this is now going to come in for 9 because we get plus 2 on the flex strength. It gets its claws of getting that +3, so this is a really impressive play here from Jason. This is so exactly what you're trying to do in this format. He blocked a good bit, and using that arm piece, 2 cards, 9 value. But I do want to highlight to do so, Jason cashed in all of the equipment on his side of the board, and when you compare that to what Evan Tanguy is working with, he's still got 3 whole pieces. They do block, and that hold firm is something we're really going to have to look at. Pitching 3, making 3 toughness is something that you always are going to have to watch out for against the 2 heroes that work with toughness as well as they do like toughness, and potentially even Lyath. As it looks like we're having a judge call here, so the players are going to get into that. Ask about I don't know if it's a timing window or something like this, but it looks like it's a timing window on Tuffnut between their various effects of getting the resource, or getting the toughness tokens. When do they actually pop? Looks like the judges have actually figured it out, so we can get right back down to the match. But early returns are like we thought it would be. Not a lot of damage being taken, a lot of small incremental value plays, and here we're going to have to see if Evan wants to respect this flex strength or not.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting interaction. You know, most tokens are popping at the start of your turn, but with the toughness, they pop at the start of your opponent's turn.
Yeah, dude. So it looks like we're going to have a couple different maybe clashes here. It's going to be the tough smash up, revealing the rapturous applause. That's what we're going to have to look at. When you win a clash revealing this, the crowd cheers you. So that's going to go ahead here and make a toughness as well. And then in response, we're going to go ahead and activate Tuffnut here to get the card in the pitch, get cheered again. So that was the question. I want to reveal the card with the clash. Then I want to make the toughness from revealing the card with the clash. Then can I respond, activate Tuffnut, get the card in the pitch, and make sure I get what I need? And his answer for all of those questions, 5 toughness tokens. That's going to be hard for Jason Rolfe to work through.
In my turn, I will pass to you back.
Yeah, he's just going to pass it right back over.
Yeah, the value that hero generates is unreal. And, you know, you talk about those 3-card hands. I mean, that's 5 toughness right there on the board. So that, I mean, that's almost 2 cards worth of value that, you know, he doesn't have to worry about, you know, only having 3 cards in hand.
Yeah, exactly, dude. With the 3 intellect hero, how about 5 points of value? That's more than you get from a single card. He's working with basically 5+ card hand. And as you're going to see here, the bask in your own greatness, I think Jason Rolfe's going to try to set up something in his second cycle. This doesn't have go again. He might use the Kayo strong arm ability, but that toughness token, man, it's just anything he tries to do is stuffed on this turn unless he has something massive. Often you'll see in this format too, I think players, he's over pitching into it, so he puts a red card at the bottom of the deck, and you can see Evan Tonguy's like, let me see, what are you putting down there? No surprises for me, sir. I'm going to track your pitch stack as well, because Jason Rolfe is saying, dude, you're making 5 toughness. I'll make 3 might for the next term. I don't care. Tough smash up here shows a 6 with the bluster buff, shows probably a 5 with the rough up, which is going to make another toughness for the next turn. As this attack is fully blocked out, yeah, you're seeing a lot of players, you just have to against Tuffnut. If they make all those toughness tokens and you just attack into it, you're going to get fatigued. Like, if you blow your load, throwing something into a massive just stack of defenses, you're just never going to get there. So Jason taking an off turn, making a patient play, setting up for himself and asking Evan, listen, that was cute. Can you do it again? Still 19 minutes remaining.
Yes.
As we see 1 resource generated. Evan just creating that toughness, and I think we're seeing Evan. He knows what he's trying to do. He's going to go ahead and attack with the fight from behind, but he is really trying to string these toughness together. He's making another one because he's technically lower life, even if it's just 1. So that means he is going to go ahead and make that toughness token. I don't know, you know, the card's called fight from behind. I don't know how behind Evan really is, but he still gets the toughness token either way.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I've learned 1. And
checking in about the toughness token. So you were on Ira, as we just heard earlier, Fang, banging and gaming, or whatever, however eloquently you put it, fanging and banging. Talk to me about the transition from Ira to Fang. What drew you to the Draconic hero? I'm a Fang gang member myself, but talk to me about how it's been playing a little bit more of a weapons-based hero than all those chain links.
You know, I think I was just playing the online client and experimenting with some different decks. Obviously, I like weapon-based combat. I enjoy like honest flesh and blood. You know, I like how things play out on the chain link. You know, not a big fan of wizards. You know, I don't like having to bring alternate equipment just to face certain people and having to pitch to defend stuff. I just hate it. So I was like, you know what? I just want to play good, honest Flesh and Blood. I've always been a fan of the warrior archetype, you know, whether that's in different fantasy games and things of that nature. Just being an armored badass with daggers of all things, you know. So I thought Fang, just with his draconic, you know, theme, I just thought he was super cool, you know, thematically. And he also plays really cool and very thematically as well. So he really fit the bill. Yeah, I went to SCG Con and saw a bunch of his cards available, and I thought, well, I guess I'll just get started on playing some Fang.
Dude, sick. Something you talk about mechanic things in Fab that feel good when you play them. The Draconic here is, man, like, I've marked you, I hit you, I make my fealty, I pledge my fealty, I prove myself to the Emperor. And with Fang, every time I hit 3, I feel like, yes, my lord. Like, I have done as you requested, and I appreciate this gesture. My swords being free will go a long way towards striking down my foes and your enemies. And every time I hit those 3 fealties, it just feels like, yeah, I've done my job. It's time to really lay down the hurt.
Yeah, the great part about Flesh and Blood is, you know, every hero really has their one thing they do super well, and you see that a lot more so in the Classic Constructed, where these lists are super tuned and the weapons have synergy, you know. So I'm really excited to see how these heroes evolve as they enter, you know, a 60-card format.
Yeah, dude. Well, actually, you know, you were gaming yesterday, so I'm sure you didn't get a chance to watch as you were gaming. But the end of our day in the world premiere, we had our 2 other illustrious casters who are both fantastic players in their own right. They upgraded the Pleiades Armory deck to what Scott Mines believed to be kind of, you know, his first pass at like full power, and then Ponkage did Lyath. So we did a full CC game with Lyath and Pleiades. Check out the VOD, you know, on your flight travel home. It's a great. You can see these heroes play out in CC, and the game, straight up, no BS. One of my like top 5 games I've gotten to cast in all of my job. It is so fun to watch.
Tell them to shoot me that deck list. So
yeah, I got you, bro. I got you. So we saw a big turn there from Jason. He took an enormous amount of damage, went all the way down to 13 in order to try to send back a flex speed for 8 with go again into a big attack for 7, but Evan Tanguy could not be bothered. Finally, some equipment was put into it, but in utilizing cards from hand, cards, equipment, and some extra, I believe maybe pitch value, I'm not entirely sure, but was just completely able to stuff that thing out, only down to 18 and still able to send a big attack of his own. They give him a piece of your mind, even though Evan Tanguy is trying to take this game long. I am impressed by the offense he's continuing to mount. Jason took a lot of damage to try to threaten a lot of damage. It didn't work. Now Jason's down to 13. The question is, will this attack for 7 be another step towards Evan Tanguy, putting Jason in the uncomfortable situation of eventually having to block, and then this thing might just be Evan's foregone conclusion to win.
Yeah, I felt this way when I was playing a good Tuffnut yesterday. I mean, there's just the value he generates from the toughness tokens. It almost feels helpless. Like, you send as much damage as you can, and you know he's blocking it with just free value out of thin air, and having access to that hero ability. It's just it's a tough one, and I think Tuffnut really shines in this sealed meta here.
Yeah. I would agree, and I think a lot of the top players would as well. You really have to find some major offensive overlap turns to get over those defenses, as it does look like the Mocking Blow is going to be presented. 4 damage is taken, so down to 9 goes Jason Rolfe, as these 2 high seas limited calling champions are doing battle and going at it. The Revolting Gesture going to be the follow-up, as Jason sends a little bit of a friendly remark to the camera, one of my favorite pieces of art in the set. Next stack getting +3 Might token for the next turn. What are the 2 floating resources going to go into? Looks like it's just going to be a Flex Strength here, which is going to be very nice. It's going to be 4 + 3 = 7, +3 because of the Flex Strength's effect. So 3 cards, 10 damage, 1 Might left over for the following turn. And I believe it's a Cruel Ambition heading to Jason Rolfe's arsenal. This is good, but it's going to be 5 block here from the Vigorous Smash Up. What do we see on the top? It's going to be a chest puff, and you see a little bit of a fist bump from Jason. He finally wins the clash, so he's going to get the actual effect from that Vigorous Smash Up. Don't believe it's a toughness token, right? If it's Vigorous Smash Up, it should be a Vigor that Jason Rolfe was created.
Uh-oh.
We'll see if the players catch it.
Check with the judge on that one.
Take 5?
Yeah, interesting. Honestly, it makes sense. They're just so used to Evan making toughness tokens. They're like, well, why would it be anything else? Like, surely it's a toughness token I'm supposed to make here.
And surely, Yeah, he would probably prefer to have the vigor in this situation.
100%.
So, that could be, a game-losing mistake right there, or maybe, maybe he thinks, maybe he knows what he's up to.
Yeah, exactly. Well,
you never know.
I hope not.
But like we talked about, Kayo likes that extra mana lying around.
Yeah, dude, 100%.
It synergizes with his hero ability. He's got a might on the 4, but no vigor.
Yeah, we've got, let's see, Good Nature Brutality coming down. This is a card we saw go to incredible effect earlier in our broadcast. You can get 6 block if you defend and you have no cards in hand. Okay. But looks like we're going to go ahead, and now it's on Jason's Rolfe to defend the attacking part of this for 6. And the 6, and the toughness token has been moved to the side here. I think the players have missed it. And dude, you nailed it. A vigor token with Kayo is exactly what he needs to really make his turns pop. I think Jason's going to look back at this one and feel a little bit frustrated about the potential miss. Not a potential miss anymore. Looks like they're moving on. And it's going to be down to 7 to 13.
Might breaks?
Yep.
Might breaks from the vigorous or the villainous revolting gesture. There's the cruel ambition. 3 more mites. Go again. Something we see Lyath using so well.
Boo.
Yeah, exactly. As the heroes are getting booed, we can hear some boos earlier from our day rain down from the crowd. As the chest puff comes in here for 8. This is nice for Jason. 8 damage out of his 2-card play and 3 might tokens for his next turn.
Nice.
And we'll have to see what the arsenal is. Only 11 minutes left in the round. And Evan, finally, they've taken a little bit of damage. 7 currently playing 13. So, looking at this game, you're heading home. I'm sure you've got some exciting business coming up in the ring. I'm sure you've got some exciting matches coming up. What's your next step, you think, in Flesh and Blood? You said you're going to the Armory. You say you're going to bring some Super Slam for the folks to rip into at home.
Yeah, well, seems like there's another Flesh and Blood event on the horizon of every single month, and I know coming up very soon, it looks like you guys will be going to Philadelphia.
Yes, sir.
Where
yes,
the
sir.
Constitution was written.
Oh.
And that means that anything goes in Philly.
Is that what that means?
Yes, that does.
Oh, I didn't know that that's what that means.
Freedom. Yeah, we have the freedom to play Flesh and Blood.
Okay.
And I should have the freedom to make it out there myself. But
Hell
we'll find out
when
we get that
brother.
approved.
Yeah, brother.
But hey, that would be a really cool opportunity. Philly's a great town. Been there many times, wrestled there, 2300 Arena.
Ooh.
NXT, being no stranger to Philadelphia.
Hell yeah. What was it? What was your match like in Philadelphia? How did it go?
It went. That's for sure.
Okay, we'll move on. We'll move on. I got you, bro. I got you.
No, sometimes I win, sometimes I learn.
Sure,
what I mean?
Absolutely,
and,
absolutely.
And I've learned a lot in my career.
I'm sure you have, man. I can tell you.
But I would like you all to learn that we will be returning to the Full Sail University this Tuesday night on the CW on NXT television. So tune into that. And yeah, stay tuned because there's been some drama going on. Miles Bourne, he just jumped me last week.
No, he did not.
Jumped me in the locker room with a steel chair.
No, he did not.
He came in, he flipped the lights off.
With
he
the
said,
lights
surprise, and I said, whoa, what are you doing?
With the lights
I know.
off?
I'm like, at least put the lights on.
Yeah, dude. Oh, my
dang.
God. Talk about reviled.
Let me see you when you beat me up.
Yeah, dude, that is not cool at all. What's been your biggest, what's the most lit moment for your career? The match that you're like, yeah, no, that was my glory moment.
I just beat him blindfolded a few weeks ago. Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen clips of this dude.
I've been in quite the tussle with Miles Bourne for a few weeks now, and he just challenged me to a blindfold match, and well, let's just say, he got beat. So
was he also blindfolded?
Yeah, we were both blindfolded.
Oh my God!
So, but I came out on top because I have that sixth sense, the Lexis King, the King sense.
Yeah.
I can smell money and stuff. I can smell the gold everywhere. So I can see where victory is, and he just didn't have it. You know what I mean?
Clearly not. Yeah.
There might have been a low blow there. I don't know.
Well, dude, I mean, you beat him blindfolded, and he had to turn the lights off, and that just doesn't seem like the same thing.
Exactly.
You had sauce. You had panache.
Yeah.
That's some BS, dog. I'm gonna have to check that out Tuesday night on the CW. As we see Evan Tanguy and Jason Rolfe, it's an empowering ruckus. Sounds like that's what you were getting into in Philly.
Yeah.
Empowering ruckus here, coming in for 6.
I've been in a few empowering ruckus.
in your time, in your day.
Yeah.
Damn, dude, I got to watch the blindfold match. That's lit.
Yeah, it was great. Went down and
Did you ever have a
History
moment where you're like, dude, I can't see? Like, what if I
Yeah, we were
miss?
blindfolded the whole time. Yeah, I mean, that, were you trying to say we weren't blindfolded?
No,
that we could see or
I mean,
something
like, did you ever have a moment where you're like, okay, like, here I go, jumping in the
the whole
ring?
time? Yeah. I mean, as soon as the ref put the blindfold on me, I was like, this is crazy. Like, what am I going to do?
Cool, man. Yeah, thanks. Good chat.
I mean, you'll see it.
Good
Watch
chat.
it. You'll see it. I fucking fly completely out the ring because I can't see the ropes. Dangerous out there. But hey,
That's
I mean,
awesome.
I get paid. So,
Yeah, you won. Hey, you won, dude.
That's what the
You
boss
got the
wants.
glory.
That's what the boss gets. Shawn Michaels gets what he wants.
Shout
He's
out
my
Sean,
boss.
baby.
Love you, Sean.
10 more seconds, I'm going to make this move.
That is awesome. Here, Jason, you're 10 more seconds. I will make this move. He's aware of the clock. He's aware he has to make a play here. No toughness. Jason might want to take as much of this as he can. He's got might. No toughness on the field for Evan Tanguy. This is the opening potentially with these two high seas calling champions. Which one will end up on top in the new format? They've proved their dominance. Perhaps even kings of the old format. Can they find the same heights again?
Yeah. Block 2, take 4, go to 3.
Yeah.
Block 4, go to 3. Love that from Jason.
Lovely.
Yeah, as we hear our two out-of-towners here. English and France. Famous friends, these two countries.
Yep.
As the 3 might tokens pop. Let's see what Rolfe is able to pop together. We've got a tear down their idols, one of my favorite pieces of art in the set.
Nice.
When this attacks a revered hero, intimidate them. When this hits a revered hero, they discard a card. Comes in for 10.
Oh my gosh, intimidating a Tuffnut is crazy.
that's I think that's really got to be
strong.
the key to victory against some of these good Tuffnut players, these good Tuffnut decks. But
What
I got to
does
know.
he do here? He's got no equipment. You know, he's only got 2 cards. Oh my god! And if he gets hit, he discards one of them. I mean, shoot.
Yeah, so it means that I feel like you
Only
have to
at
put
10.
have to put 2 of
He's
them
only at
down.
11.
But my question is, what is Jason doing with either of those 2 cards? Because Kayo's only going to bump the attack, I mean, down to 6 technically. So he took damage here on this turn. He has to have a use for either of these cards, but no action point. He didn't want to block with the one in his hand. So I am curious what that card is destined for on this turn cycle. This is a big attack, but why did he not block? What's going on in Jason's head? He thought about it for quite some time.
I'm going to find out here. You know, I don't recall any attack reactions in the sealed, you know, packs that I was opening.
There's concealed object. That could be a way to boo. You get a victory for the next turn. You get to give it +1.
Well, at the beginning of your end phase, yeah.
Yes, it really, it's only one time.
Yeah.
It's like the chair from
Oh, I guess
Born.
he could play it. It's an instant.
Yeah,
He
yeah,
could play
that's-
it,
yeah, yeah.
Tap it at instant speed.
Exactly.
Give that to be 11 damage, which would be lethal. Obviously, he would have to take off 11, which
Feel
is
like,
not likely.
Yeah, with the on-hit discard trigger. I think, yeah, Evan's going to just put 2 cards in front of this. Only 5 minutes remaining in the match, though.
6. So, before damage,
Before damage, is it the object?
I play Arrogant Showboating.
No, Arrogant Showboating. I love this card.
Nice.
This creates might tokens for the amount of cards defending a card that you're controlling. So that makes 2 might tokens,
Nice.
3 down across the table there from this attack.
I love might tokens.
Yeah, and again, no toughness. Evan Tanguy has 1 card left in hand. He might make a toughness for this next turn. We're getting down to the pitch stack for sure. Both players' decks are looking quite thin. 4 minutes, 42 seconds remaining.
Well, yeah, when the game's close like that, you don't want to be showboating quite yet. You know, should keep your composure over there, Jason.
Yeah, we got it.
It's quite arrogant of him.
We got it. You would know nothing about that. We got to get him some lessons from the king, Doc.
Yeah.
Toughness
Tanguy
token.
still have a health lead here, but as we know in this format, it's the cards in the deck that matter. The health is negligible.
Yeah, this Buckwild come down 6 with go again. But yeah, cards in deck 4 plus the 2 in the pitch. Looking like Jason working with, is that like literally just 2? 2 cards left in deck, 1 in arsenal, 4 in hand, 2 might tokens. Against 1 toughness token for Evan. Is Jason going to be able to get through the defenses in time?
I think he might know he's beat here. Let's see.
You can see Evan, he's literally like doing math, looking up to the stars above, trying to remember not only what his own deck is, but what his rival across the table has as well.
Yeah.
Blue can go to 8, right?
Yeah. Let me
They're literally just discussing the cards they both know about in each other's decks because they are tracking their decks and their opponents. These are two masters at work.
One more health, man.
Oh, and you hear Jason, he just wants one more health. He just wants to block with one card here. If he can block with one card, go to 1. If he was at 4, he would take 3, go to 1. He gets to use 3 cards in his hand and 1 in his arsenal. But we talked about this earlier, Lexis. Evan, even though he's been defending so well, he had those 2 turns where he blocked an insane amount of damage, sent 8, sent 7, sent 6, still kept the offensive pressure. And then we talked about it. If Jason is in an uncomfortable position near the end of the game where he's forced to block more than he wants to, he won't be able to have that big final offensive turn. You can hear Jason say it there. This is interesting. It's interesting, and I wonder how it's going to end.
Yeah, the toughness tokens are, equating to be a little bit more value than the vigor in these matchups. Vigor not quite coming out to be a whole point of value, I don't think. And toughness, of course, shoot.
I see, yeah, Jason, he's just going to have to put 2 cards in front of this, and he really does not want to.
1 turn, maybe. 2 minutes.
2 minutes left, 2 turns, 1 turn, maybe.
Because if I do that, 4, I can pay the 2 intimidate. It's not enough. It goes to 6, 8, 6, 10.
Yeah. So we remember earlier in this game, one of the first cards put to the bottom, a Bully Tactics. That's a card that allows Jason to pitch 3, intimidate 3, 1, 2, 3. That could just be the game if he can make the Bully Tactics big enough. But the question is, will he be able to get there? And will he be able to keep enough cards to make it as big as he needs to get through whatever Evan has left in that life total? It's going to be a challenge. The Alpha, wow, both players here having challenged the Alpha, and this one's going to be coming in for a big 10 damage. And, of course, on hit discards, once again, I think Evan's just going to be forced to put 3 cards in front of this.
Wonder what's in his arsenal. Definitely been sitting on that for a bit. Sometimes you get something that clogged in there that you don't necessarily need.
Yeah, dude. It might be that Bully Tactics. So we'll have to see the Bully Tactics. You have to make it big enough. There's the toughness there. Evan might just be able to put 3 cards in front of this, but then he's only working with the final 3 cards in his own deck.
Not to rush you, but we do have a minute, so I know we've both taken time.
Oh, yeah.
Just so we don't. So we have
Yeah, you can hear Jason there talking. He's saying, I don't want to rush you, but we have 1 minute left in the timing.
Very polite flesh and blood players are.
They are, man. Yeah. Even the Prism players.
Oh.
And the Acilio players.
I'll give it to him.
And the Acilio players.
Got a good one there? Oh.
Loot the Hole? Yeah, that's a good one. Checking out the gem pack cards on the table.
Taking a look to see what people have pulled today.
Oh, you see Evan here. He just puts his hands to the ceiling. He says, I think I just lost the game by pitching away that card. Oh, I think he was looking down at the hold firm, perhaps. He was wanting to go ahead and block or use Tuffnut on his own turn, get the 3 resources, maybe use the hold firm. I'm not sure. He's putting 3 cards in front of this, but maybe it's because he knew the card that was going to be on top, Flex Speed versus the Dig-In. Oh, this is the difference maker. He thought that the Vigorous Smash-Up was going to beat the Flex Speed. That's why he realized. He looked at the ceiling. He's like, I just lost the game. But luckily for him, the Dig-In is still good enough. He needed to activate Tuffnut after. He thought those 2 cards on his top of his deck were switched, but luckily for him, even though he knows the top card of Jason's deck, and Jason knew the top card of Evan's deck, Evan there was concerned. He just threw, but it looks as though we are going to be able to stay alive, still getting that toughness token. Time has been called. They're discussing if they need... This is the moment, though. Once time has been called, you kind of have to make the decision again in Flesh and Blood. Once you start taking game actions, you're not allowed to concede. There are other ways to resolve the end of a match. We'll have to see just how these players want to work through it.
I can't say anything, can I?
Yeah, and again, you see Jason saying, you can't say anything, can I? They both know, though, these players are so high quality. They're both aware of exactly how the other one is trying to win, and they're trying to determine what's fair. They don't want to take a draw. A draw is a double loss. So they're trying to determine, before they take any game action, who should win, kind of, you know?
Both have 3 cards, yeah. Yeah, I mean, how do you have the pride and stuff to you know, you'd have to really respect your opponent to know, you know, at the end of the day, you know, had it gone to the wire, who would really win here.
And these are two calling champions, right? They know that they're both at the very top of their craft, especially in the limited format.
Well, he is up a card now.
Up a card. He has the bully tactics.
How crazy is that? 3 life to 6 life. He's up exactly 1 card.
Yeah, but the toughness token and the thing that might make all the difference, 1 piece of equipment remains for Evan Tanguy. 1 block. It's a blade break, but it is so important. It's why Flesh and Blood. I feel like as you play Flesh and Blood more and more and more, you keep your equipment longer and longer and longer. You don't block with it until you absolutely have to, or there's an on-hit effect that you just need to stop. Otherwise, you might be in a position unlike Evan Tanguy where you still have 1 piece of block when you very well need it. Yeah, so this is Jason. These players are deciding, do they take game actions? Do they take the draw? Do they move to a concession? Looks like the way it was ruled is they're each going to have 1 more turn.
Okay, so this has go
they're
again.
each going to have 1 more turn here.
I never kill you with 6-3, but I would kill you with this. Yeah, that's fine. So I'm just going to play. I'm going to.
So we can hear them discussing.
This is. Sorry, I'll play this angle.
We go ahead and switch out that thing. This is going to be the flex speed.
So this is for 3.
This is for 3 here. Doesn't have the go again. He can KO it.
Yeah.
So if Evan just doesn't block, which would be surprising, Evan also can block with the hold firm. He knows at this point, I've seen all the cards in your deck. I have to imagine, unless there's that card that you can look at the top and put it at the bottom. Maybe there's a concealed object. We didn't see it earlier, but maybe there is in the arsenal. But it looks like he's posturing just to block 1 with the hold firm. Activate KO.
Do this to go to 6.
Go to 6.
So you go to 5. You go to 1.
Yeah.
Go to 1 is the call from Evan Tanguy. 2 cards left in the deck. Now it has go again because it has 6 or more power. From the KO ability, that means bully tactics can come in here. And Evan knew about this. It's why he only blocked the 1 with the hold firm. This bully tactics put no resources to pitch into it. So that's a block from Evan Tanguy. Down to 1 is our most recent World Premier Champion. And here comes 7. Now, this is the question from Jason. This is an attack for 7. Let's hear what the decision is going to be.
So from this angle, I never kill you, right? Right. Yeah. So
let's listen in.
I'll take the damage.
Thank you.
And you hear just the handshake extended as Jason says, I'm going to take the damage. And you see there that it is still a time in Flesh and Blood when respect and good gamesmanship is very much alive, as rather than take the draw, Jason Rolfe going ahead, extending the handshake and giving the win over to Evan Tanguy, electing to not block there. What a game of Flesh and Blood from these 2 calling champions.
That was incredible. I mean, you know, look at the level of respect they have for each other at the end of the game. You know, obviously, I don't think Kayo had any attack actions left, so if he'd have blocked there, you know, he wouldn't have been able to do anything.
Exactly.
On his turn.
So if you block, you just both go to a draw.
We both go to a draw, and that's the worst thing. You know, nobody likes a draw. So a lot of huge props to him for having that. You know, obviously he knew he was beat. His opponent accrued more value over the course of the game. And it's crazy how just those little bitty pieces of like micro value that were left over, the equipment, you know, he had the card sitting in Arsenal he was waiting to use. And it was just like, okay, he's at 6 life, he's at 3, but, you know, the value of a card is 3. He's got a card in Arsenal, but he's got the 6 life, but he had the extra 2 from the equipment. Like, so it was really interesting to see that.
That game was actually fire. Like, we were talking about, like, oh, this might go long. It might be a little bit just you attack, you block for 6, you move on. But it ended up, when you get to watch limited Flesh and Blood, like I've gotten the opportunity to do so often, the games are intricate. They're often, honestly, fascinating. And they're really, especially when you watch 2 masters play, there's a whole lot going on. So that was quite a good time getting to watch that with you. I do believe we're going to have a moment to check about some upcoming events. We talked about Flesh and Blood is all over the world tour, so let's go ahead and see just what events are upcoming. We said, Lexis, you might be able to join us on this 1.5 million USD tour all around this great worldwide, and we've got a bunch of events coming up. There is one at the bottom of your screen there, World Championship Philadelphia. We're going to have to wait and see if you're able to make it out, but there's so many options for all of our players out there.
World Championship. I mean, that's the big kahuna.
That's the big one. That's where the king would have to be,
I mean,
right?
You see all these places, all these different events at different levels, but this is where the best players in the world are going to be playing.
Yeah, man, it's an exciting time to be a Flesh and Blood player. It's such an exciting set, and we've got so many events on offer for all of you. A bunch of callings, and it's really cool. The callings really all around the world. We had a calling here in North America, a calling in Japan coming up end of September. Then we move in October to Hamburg. This is such an exciting event in Hamburg, in Germany, for this calling. Germany, for those of you who don't know, they don't allow games of chance to be played at the level for money. It's just not something the country allows to happen. But Flesh and Blood, through a very long process, we were able to show the German government that Flesh and Blood is statistically a game of skill and not a game of chance. And so as a result, we are able to have, for the first time in like decades, a TCG tournament in Hamburg, Germany. It's an incredibly exciting thing.
Unless, of course, you get matched up against Prism. And then, of course...
He's learning. He's learning. As we move ahead to the next calling on the right side of your screen there, it's going to be the calling in Sydney, Australia, October 31st, November 2nd. And that is the precursor. It is the overture, if you will, to the World Championship in Philadelphia. Classic constructed and living legend, baby. Living legend hits the big stage. Best of 3 in the top 8. It is going to be an event unlike any other. I do hope you'll join us. Streams on all those upcoming callings, and then the big dance in Philly. I do hope you'll join us for that as well. It's going to be a good time, just like this event has been a good time. We got one thing to do with you, Lexis, before we let you get home. We got a couple gem packs, baby.
You know I love cracking open.
I know, dude. I'll let you go. I'll let you go. I think we're going to put you here. You got your camera right here. You can go ahead and
okay.
We're going to open it there, show the people. As have you opened one of these yet?
Yeah, I believe so. During
Nice.
the sealed events, I got to open a couple of them. See what we got.
You can
Hold
show-
up the camera here.
Here we are. Blammo. Ooh, dude. EA, the Cruel Ambition. That's a good hit, dude. Rainbow foil boulder drop. That's only in the Pleiades deck. Yeah,
I got the foil one, baby.
Yeah, dude. That's nice. That's for your Pleiades deck.
There we go.
There
Let's
we
throw it
go.
in there.
All right, we got one more. I'll
card.
let you do one
There we
more.
go. Oh,
Yeah,
I get
come on.
both. Great.
I'll let you do one more. I mean, I get the king. What am I going to do? We just look alike, that's all.
Yeah, the king is loves the gifts.
Ooh.
Energetic impact.
That is so sick in the full art.
And shimmering
9,
courage.
yeah, there you know.
All
It's all right. It's all right. You got to stay a little humble. We can't give you all the greatest goodies out of the
Get
gem
some
pack.
hits. That's pretty cool.
That
Let's
dude,
stick
yeah,
them
the
together.
full art there is good. Full art there is good, dude. So much fun jumping in the booth with you.
Dude,
It was honestly a
thank
really
you.
great match we
Thank
got to
you.
watch.
No,
The
it's-
back and
dude,
forth was awesome, and
this
you,
whole weekend's been incredible. So,
dude, yeah.
Just getting to merge my passion of Flesh and Blood with the pro wrestling world all in one mashed together set. I mean, it's just the timing was great. The timing was perfect.
Yeah, brother. So fun. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break here. Thanks again, Lexis. Pleasure to meet you, man. I'm excited to see you at more events. For those of you at home, we got 2 more rounds here before our day is up, and the next one is looking like it's going to be a banger. We got a world's top 4 competitor in the arena for you. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the booth, everybody. Sam O'Byrne joined by the equally large and huge Pankaj Bhujwani. How are you feeling? Did you get to watch any of that, honestly, nail-biter of a match at the end?
I did, and huge shout out to Jason Rolfe there, just being so sportsman-like to just take the loss over there. Coming back to your point of just as large, yeah, I mean, I'm tempted to take off my blazer too and show off my really skinny arms, actually.
Yeah, no, well, it was really great to just, get a moment to sit next to someone who, it's rare that for me, walking around in my own body, like I see someone and there's a moment when we lock eyes like, oh, a true equal, Like I feel like when Lexis and I first met, it was like, oh, I see you, brother, because he could tell just from looking at me, even in the blazer, like there's finally someone in this card game world that I'm finding myself in that's as large and as not only big, but also huge as I am. I heard from my producer to check the name on the bottom, and I'm just going to pretend I didn't see that nor hear that. And we're going to go ahead and check out our standings as we look ahead at the calling, because I don't want to talk about this anymore. As we see, there are only six and O's remaining. And at the top of the list, we have got some players from all over the world, including Noah Beygelman and Rob Catton, two people no strangers to World Championship top 8s.
I really like that you brought up that we have players all over the world here, Sam. It's not just the Canadians showing up in Montreal. We have some American players here as well, and a British player as well. Rob Catton, battle-hardened winner, sitting there at 6-0.
Yeah, looking down the list as well. Evan Tanguy, we just saw him still sitting at 6-0. Tyler Broughton, Matthew McInnes. I know he would kick me in the face if I didn't mention him once for doing so well on stream. Jason Ralph still 5-1 as we take a look at some of the other 5-1s on our current standing list. Let's see anybody else that kind of jumps out. Of course, Michael Hamilton, Leo Vezinet, Andrea Mengucci, card game royalty, and then a bunch of players who maybe are not as well known to the world stage, but this might be their breakout performance.
I love the breakouts that happens at these callings. It's really building up the stardom that we've come to expect from these events. You have the household names, as we've spoken about, Michael Hamilton, Leo Vezinet, but you also get a whole bunch of emerging stars coming out from weekends such as these.
Yeah, next page here from the last round of standings as we close out our 5-1s. It's going to be looking down the list. John Zapata, friend of mine, Naib Mobasir, friend of coverage, and Daniel Dreisinger, one of the players that are, I think, one of the most well-loved players from Canada, someone I've heard only incredibly good things about. And a bunch of players still fighting to be X-1 at the end, as we've got one more page right after this.
And on this page, a little bit less wide of a national representation, if you will, mostly in North America. A lot of US players and Canadian players, of course, in this North American calling. And on our last page over here, a lot of new names here for sure, but of course want to shout out Craig Krempels, another friend of the production, has been in the booth himself many a times.
Yeah, and Joe Yana, of course, a French content creator, does some great videos out there across the pond, if you will, sitting at 5-1. And Jordan Jalbert-Ross, there's a reason he's the bottom of the 5-1 standings, is because we saw him lose his first round of the day, and that was enough losing for our Canadian national champion. He was done after that. He won out from there, still sitting at 5-1. So we've got kind of a race beginning to tighten up, but at the very top, a bunch of familiar names, and that perhaps is the reason why we're getting a calling in Germany. I do want to remind everybody, of course, we have a Super Slam pre-release kit going to be given away during the next round, so make sure you hang out active in the chat next round during the final round of Swiss here today to see if you two can be one of the people walking out of here with some Super Slam. And we've got a super second to last match for you today as we head down into the arena to see Noah Beygelman versus Sunny Yang, as we've got, it's a battle of the neighboring countries. They've been battling in more ways than one these days, but we've got Noah Beygelman versus Sunny Yang, and it's going to be a battle between Pleiades and Kayo.
I really like this matchup, mostly because it is the polar opposites, the revered versus the reviled, and the guardian versus the brood. You get to see all the card types that are available in this set, and Noah Beygelman, of course, who doesn't love seeing this man on camera? Of course, part of the Runaways team, part of the Runaways podcast as well. Shout out to that team and that amazing piece of content that comes out weekly.
Yeah, one of my favorite members of the community. Some maybe say the MVP of that podcast. You know, I've heard that from some people, as we see Noah Beygelman here and Sunny Yang, a very well-known Canadian player, going to go ahead and they're both going to open the gem packs. Let's see what they hit. Couple pieces there. Looks like energetic impact, power play. Oh, and we see our first Rampart of the Rams head there for Noah Beygelman. EA alternate art legendary for you as Noah Beygelman flashes the camera. That too could be yours at your LGS. One of the many incredible hits in Gem Pack 3.
That's right, folks. Definitely make it out to your armories this season. You have a whole bunch of wonderful hits here. Just 2 games ago, we also saw Leo Vezinet pull out the legendary Viscerai helmet from the new LL deck. The name escapes me right now, but plenty of amazing hits in these gem packs. You don't want to miss them. Definitely make it out and try and get your hands on some of those.
Sunny Yang, of course, 2024 Canadian national champion. So both of the last 2 national champions doing quite well in their home country of the Super Slam calling. But the question is, will it be Team Revered or Team Reviled on top? I feel like we've kind of been building to this. Undefeated players, Revered versus Reviled. We've got the Brute versus the Guardian. It's going to be Pleiades versus Kayo. As the fist bump is extended, let's see which player and which hero comes out on top.
I believe Noah Beygelman is going first in this matchup, but against Pleiades, that's often very contentious because Pleiades can still play all those instant speed auras out on your turn. So sometimes you might be tempted to just hold back your action point and ask them to blink first, so to speak, because if they expend too much to set up those auras, you can punish them by sending them a big attack.
There is a yellow edge of their seats in the hand for Sunny. Instill Fear is going to come in for 1, but it could be a whole lot bigger. Intimidate trigger currently on the stack. Sunny is not going to go ahead and do anything about that, not wanting to play at the edge of their seats first.
Knows he's going to need to commit at least 6 points of defense on this to dodge the Kayo Strong Arm hero ability, which can, of course, pump this Instill Fear all the way up to 6. And we've said it before today, when you can use your KO ability on an attack for 1, that's when it's at its most valuable because you're using 4 resources to pump it by 5, which is a very good rate.
And we see here it was the edge of their seats that got intimidated away. And we're going to see the Fight Fair and the Shoot Your Mouth Off put in front of this attack for 1. Is Noah Beygelman going to go ahead and activate KO?
Also, interestingly, I believe Sunny Yang is holding back his sit, the block card. Perhaps wants to pitch it away because that card cannot go to Arsenal.
No, I think must be something Sunny wants to set up in the pitch stack for future. And Noah Beygelman is going to go ahead and pitch 2 blues just to get them out of the hand, put them to the bottom, make this up to 6, but it's not going to matter.
Yep, take 2. 18.
Oh, looks like it was actually only a block for 4 there on those 2 cards. Just a couple of 2 blocks. So yeah, Sunny just going to take the 2, wanting to keep the sit around. Must be wanting to put it to the bottom for second cycle.
Perhaps was trying to maybe call out Noah Beygelman's bluff there. Yeah, now you get the sit back in your second cycle, but at the same time, you did take 2 damage for it, so perhaps he's expecting that sit to be worth more than that when it comes back around. And yes, exactly that. We see it hit the pitch zone over here as he goes ahead and sends the Shoot Your Mouth Off, which is coming in for 8. One of those swing big style effects. 2 card 8 over here available to Guardians in Super Slam.
No Beygelman leaning forward with a couple cards. Dripped out in the red and black hoodie. Reaching for the Horns of the Despised, looking to get booed and turn the Vigor on.
And the first Vigor token in KO Strong Arm is so impactful. It's basically worth a whole extra card because now you can just pitch 1 blue to the KO's hero ability. And I do like the fork that Shoot Your Mouth Off puts on your opponent. You can block out the 8, but then will you really have a strong enough turn to do anything with the Confidence token? So Noah Beygelman actually not really going to commit the boots to that, recognizing the confidence isn't really going to matter if his attack is just going to be 6, for example. So he goes ahead and leaks 1. Definitely wanted the Vigor token, though, to cheapen the KO Strong Arm's hero ability, which I wouldn't be surprised if we see it activated on this turn.
Booze coming in. Remake the Vigor. Beautiful cold foil from the prize wall. And here comes Mocking Blow.
So I'm going to go up to 2 Vigor tokens.
And just like that, Noah Beygelman still barely above Sunny Yang in life total. So now this thing comes in for 5.
And we'll get pumped by 5 as well, thanks to KO Strong Arm's ability. So it'll be coming in for 10 once he pitches the remaining blue in his hand. And this setup for Noah Beygelman is extremely strong. He already has the Vigor tokens for the following turn to efficiently use KO's ability. But thanks to Booze, will get booed again at the start of his next turn and create a Vigor token again for the turn after that. For the next 2 turns, Noah Beygelman is very set up to have very efficient turn cycles with off the back of KO Strong Arm's hero ability.
Yeah, that is really good. That is really strong for Noah. He is just set the heck up. The dramatic pause is going to go down. That's not going to do anything when it leaves other than potentially have some synergies with cards that are looking for auras of suspense in the arena. But more importantly, you can put auras onto it if you're trying to get something away earlier. As the turn the crowd grateful comes in.
Coming in for 8 because it is attacking a reviled hero and will confer a confidence token over to Sunny Yang if it hits, thanks to the cheer on hit trigger.
I did it for you for the first time. Yeah, no worries.
First 3 taking care of the damage taken on the last turn from Noah. Taking a look at what's in the hand here. The flex strength. Seeing, I think it's a Instill Fear.
Definitely wants to have a 0 cost in here to go ahead and deploy out and then use the remaining blue for Chaos Strongarm's hero ability. Also, one interesting aspect about this matchup is that the reviled hero wants to try and stay ahead in life to trigger the reviled extra effects that care about you being higher life than your opponent. At the same time, the revered hero doesn't mind staying lower for the exact same reason because of the number of revered cards that give you benefits for being lower life than your opponent.
No Beygelman taking this down to 11. Last game, slow, steady, methodical. This game looking to be a little bit more of some fireworks as we see for my first time. I'm getting to see that gorgeous Marvel confidence token played down into the arena as we see the 2 Vigor tokens popping.
And the booze popped as well, conferring another Vigor token for Noah Beygelman on the following turn. And he has been booed this turn already if he chooses to deploy any of his cards that care about that effect. And I just want to come back to your point, Sam, about how this game is turning out to look a little bit more explosive than what we've seen so far in the world premiere, save, of course, Leo Vezinet's Lyath game. And that's a fascinating aspect of this format for me. It feels like you have those really grindy games that come down to the last card in deck, but then you also have those games that go to 3 to 4 turns because one person gets blown out for 20 damage with like a double Intimidate or something. All aspects of Flesh and Blood seem to be covered in this format, and I find that very, very entertaining and honestly quite gripping to watch as well. You don't know the texture of the game until you're actually playing it and the sequence of draws that happen in the particular match you're in.
This card has impressed you so much, I know. Flex Strength currently coming in for 9.
And with Chaos Strongarm's ability, will go up by 4, bringing it all the way up to 13.
Yeah, it's already at 6 first before I use my hero power, yeah. 4 plus 2, indeed.
Yeah, so no Beygelman can make this thing much bigger with that 1 floating resource. The 2 Vigor tokens, so impressive on this turn for that villainous pose to be played without needing any cards to pitch. Sunny Yang here, he's got no auras of suspense that are going to do anything powerful in any recent time as the 4 damage is pumped up from the Chaos Strongarm activation up to 13 goes this Flex Strength. That blue Flex Strength is looking so impressive as down to 4 goes Sunny with only that 1 block from the power play.
Does also have the confidence token over here though, so Noah Beygelman almost certainly going to leak some damage on this turn, and Sunny Yang can go into his following turn with another confidence token. We could see him just cheese out this game effectively with 2 evasive turns back to back. However, he is at 4, will need to survive Noah Beygelman's next onslaught, even if he is able to set up a second confidence token on this turn.
Garland of Spring activated here. Heroic pose, gonna cheer. Ponkage, you're losing your mind. You're gesturing towards the sky. What's going on?
So that's a confidence token for the following turn. So on this turn, he's going to leak a bunch of damage, and he has the confidence on the following turn. If he can do another big attack like this one, he could just cheese out the game in 2 back-to-back turns thanks to the evasiveness of confidence. He does need to survive Noah Beygelman's onslaught, given that he is at 4, and Noah Beygelman does have 2 Vigor tokens. This is turning out to be a very intense game already.
Garland of Spring, I've been calling it out all weekend. I found it so quickly in my matches. I played the other chest, the one that can get +2 if you control both tokens. Didn't like it at all. Put the Garland in. I was like, yeah, no, needed this. That extra resource on some of these turns is so important to not have to pitch a card or be able to make something else work because the format is so interesting in that you have to use your cards in very different ways without weapons. Sometimes that extra resource literally makes all the difference. Makes sense that we've seen it so much in our winning players in the feature match area.
It unlocks so many things for all the heroes in the format. You see Chaos Strongarm, sometimes they really need the Vigor tokens to have good turns, and the Garland of Spring can sometimes just give you that pseudo Vigor token on a turn you might not have it, excuse me. And Tuffnut as well. I found it very impressive in Tuffnut because you don't know the color of the card you're pitching. So it can just absolutely bail you out on a turn where you pitch a red where you really needed a yellow. You can just use that to make up for the extra resource that you needed. I've been very impressed with the equipment as well, Sam.
Gonna go ahead and you hear Noah Beygelman. He plays the steal victory and he's able to grab the confidence token. You literally hear him say, hiya, as he grabs the confidence token, steal victory. Maybe it's gonna do just that for Noah Beygelman, as the confidence token that you said might win the game for the player on the left side of your screen might do the same for the player on the right.
Steal victory indeed. We see the reviled hero talent over here coming into play, stealing the confidence token from the revered side. Sunny Yang is at 4. How big is the attack going to be from Noah Beygelman?
And it's going to be
for 7.
This big attack for 7, the name I've been getting wrong all weekend long. Strongest survive. When it hits, Sunny Yang's going to have to discard. Booze left the field, yeah, as you see.
And if it hits, I have to reveal something.
So thanks to the Vigor token, just paid for this strongest survive and is backed up by the confidence token. But luckily for Sunny Yang, not that high of a number. It's just 7. He can still put 2 cards to block it. And will just be taking 1 is Sunny Yang. So confidence token maybe dodged on Noah Beygelman's side. It didn't do too much for him. But it denied Sunny Yang the confidence.
Yeah, and card revealed. And a card for the arsenal for Noah Beygelman. Thanks to the Garland of Spring and the 2 Vigor tokens. Let's see what Sunny Yang's able to put together. He's down to 3. Right behind you comes in. Believe something happens because... Lower life? No, defense together. Yeah.
This is a 2-card 7 over here. It's been Pleiades' is bread and butter for sure, as we've seen throughout the day. While they're in between turns where they're setting up Auras of Suspense, you want to make sure you have these 2-card 7s, 2-card 8s. We saw Sunny Yang do that earlier already with a shoot your mouth off. There's another 2-card 7 threatening lethal. Noah Beygelman does have the option to go ahead and block with his boots piece if he wants to go all the way down to 1, which is a very tricky thing to do against a deck that can create confidence tokens. So we could definitely expect a little bit of blocking from his side. Will also keep him higher life total, which is where he wants to be as the reviled hero in this matchup.
7 damage. Noah Beygelman looking like he might go ahead and put some cards in front of this.
No Vigor token to speak of on his side as well. So the KO ability going to be a little bit inefficient for him. Unless he has a 2 cost that he wants to buff with its effect.
Like, yeah, might be putting a couple cards in front of this. He knows how quickly games can get out of control versus Pleiades.
And speaking of evasion, Sam, we've been talking about confidence tokens. There is a piece of evasion available to the reviled heroes in this set, and that is Intimidate as well. Not sure if we've seen any of those pieces yet from Noah Beygelman's side, but with Sunny Yang at 3, a well-timed Intimidate could just suddenly steal the game out of his grasp.
4 cards up. Feels like for one of the first times for me all day, they just got 4 cards in hand like normal.
Looks like you would disturb the piece. So this
disturb the piece coming in.
Defend it with Guardian Auras.
Can't be defended by Guardian Auras, and when it hits destroy Guardian Aura they control. Let's see what's Sunny Yang working with. There's 2. Wait,
3.
Wait, there's 3 Guardian Auras.
Edge of the Seats and 2 Acts of Glory. He can block 2 with his humble entrance. Is this just the game?
No way. It can't be defended by Guardian Auras. He's at 3. Nope. There's 1 block on the equipment piece. He says, good game, I drew all auras, and the fist bump is extended. Disturb the piece indeed. Noah Beygelman has disturbed Sunny Yang's sterling record, put him down to 6-1 as your world's top 8 competitor from last year moves on to 7-0, and boy, he does it in style.
Who needs confidence? Who needs Intimidate? Turns out the only evasion you need is disturbing the piece against the Guardian that is drawing a whole bunch of auras that they couldn't block with.
Oh, what a fun game. It's such a change of pace from the last 2 rounds of Sealed we've gotten to watch, which were just grinders all the way down to the end. Fatigue states, absolute masters, extracting as much value as possible. Sometimes just like, oops, all auras, I die.
It's funny because this wasn't even the match where they were sending haymakers at each other. It wasn't like 15, 19. It was a bunch of 8s, and suddenly it was, oh, these cards don't block that card. I guess I die.
Oh, man. Well, dude, if you want to have as much fun as our players in the feature match are having, or us here watching, you should make your way out to your LGS for your pre-release, dog. We got pre-release kits. They change the game. You can take these anywhere. You can buy them from your LGS. Go have a pre-release at home or wherever you enjoy spending time, though I know for many of us, it is the LGS that feels like home indeed. But boy, oh boy, are they chock full of goodies. Look at that, dude. The Spew Obscenity's offensive, like the random cards you get, they look so nice. EA Cold Foil as well as as the Garland of Spring, which might see play in some upcoming formats. This is a really, really cool product.
I definitely want to play this at my store, but also just keep some at home for sometime in the future with some friends over or something. You just pull out the old Super Slam pre-release kit. I love that this is the format in which they're giving these out now. It's so much easier to just take home, so much easier, so much more fun to unpack as well. And we saw that happen all throughout this weekend. The players have been having such a great time unpacking these pre-release kits and opening up those random cold foils that they're talking about, Sam.
Dude, that's actually such a great point. I feel like it would be very fun to grab some pre-release kits. You know, I literally go play in the pre-release and get the chance to play this set for the first time for you at home who weren't able to make it out to Montreal. But also just like, I feel like a great game night with your friends would just be like grabbing a kit, playing a drinking game with soda and orange juice, but just like, you know, you just like, oh, unexpected backhand. Have some soda, you know, like, you know, whatever it is you choose to enjoy. I feel like this set might work quite nicely with those kind of vibes as we see the release day celebration promos. If you want the charms and those EA rainbow foils, you're gonna have to make your way over to your LGS by release day before those cards are all gone from your LGS. But man, this set has been a hoot. It's been a holler. It's been so much fun to watch Pankaj. I've had a great time all weekend.
I've been really taken aback with the breadth of gameplay that we've been seeing. We've been talking about this time and time again. We've had the grindy matchups, and we have the absolutely explosive matchup with Haymakers. It's been such a treat to watch, such a treat to play as well, to be honest.
Yeah, what a time we've had, and we've got one more game for you. Surely it's just one of the last couple undefeated players, so we're going to go ahead and see them in just a second. We've had one World's Top 8 competitor. How about another? You'll have to wait and see who it is right after this.
There are exactly two people in the world who can claim to have made 2 World Championship top 8s. One of them is Michael Hamilton. We had them on camera earlier on, and you saw how good they are. The other is Rob Catton, who happened to learn how to play Flesh and Blood in an event that I ran.
Wow, amazing. And I'm guessing, well, you clearly had an amazing teacher, because here
I don't know
he
about
is.
teaching, but I was just in charge of the event. I can't take any of the credit for Rob's quality. But if you're hoping for high-end gameplay to bring us to the end of day number 1 of the calling here in Montreal, I promise you, we'll be seeing exactly that. Let's take a look at the standings for these players so far and see who is leading the pack. You will, of course, see Noah Beygelman up at the top there. Fantastic result on feature match just now. The other 2 7-0s will be our feature match this round, Rob Catton and Carter Barton.
That's right. All the undefeated players will have had their chance to be on stream today here at World Tour Montreal. And just below them, we have Marc-Antoine as well. We saw him take out the game against Michael Hamilton in a very, very disciplined and convincing fashion.
Yeah, my pick for the weekend, Evan Tanguy, still in contention, 6-1, looking rather good. But a real murderer's row again of players still in contention here. Michael Fung, we see Jason Rolfe still in contention here as well. As we make our way into page number 2, happy to see the home country representation here.
Also happy to see Andrea Mengucci over there flying out all the way across the pond, as we've been talking about, at 6-1 here.
Yeah, both Daniel Dreisinger and Jimmy Demers we highlighted earlier on today as players to watch. Turns out we were right, both of them sitting at 6-1 right now. More than happy to see that. One more page to take a look at as we go down the standings of players who are performing well this weekend in Montreal. Craig Krempels, friend of the stream, 6-1. Jordan Jalbert-Ross lost the round 1 feature match and has won 6 in a row. Now, that's some real Copenhagen vibes going on right there.
Some 5-2s to speak about as well on this page. Matt McInnes, of course, leading the pack on that front. And Michael Hamilton also makes his way onto this page, 5-2 after that loss on stream.
Yeah, can't always break your way, but Michael Hamilton's still alive. Importantly, these players making their way into the second day of competition and getting to draft Super Slam for the very first time. Before we get things started this round, don't forget, of course, pre-release next weekend. If you want to be ahead of the pack with that, we're giving away this pre-release kit to one lucky viewer of the stream this weekend. We're going to be doing that today. So hang out this game. All I need you to do in order to have a chance of winning this is leave a comment in the chat at any point during this round, and you have a chance of being pulled to take this away. So well worth doing so. No more waiting here, though. I want to see some action. Let's make our way down to the ring one more time today. It's going to be Rob Catton on Lyath Gold Main. The other side of the table, Carter Barton, 7-0 from the States on Kayo Strong Arm.
The battle of the reviled heroes here, one of the Guardian flavor and one of the Brute flavor. We have seen Lyath do some really explosive things on feature match today, and we have seen Kayo do more mid-rangey style, but definitely cheeky things and very, very over-rate turns sometimes, like 2-card 10s effectively off of a Vigor token. This is going to be a fascinating one featuring 2 extremely accomplished players.
Yeah, Carter Barton here going first, going to crack open their gem pack first. Let's see if they can find anything exciting hidden for them inside. Let's take a peek. Heroic pose and a cold foil version of Jarl's weapon. If you ever wanted a cold foil, that's a pretty good one.
And Rob Catton frustratedly almost throws away his gem pack, saying he won't be able to match that. But no, don't give up hope yet, Rob Catton. Let's see what he's managed to pull over here. A low blow, and the Helm of the Arcanine! Once again, following in Leo Vezinet's footsteps is Rob Catton showing up with the legendary headpiece from the LL Armory deck.
We are never beating the allegations of saving the best till last, but both these players picking up a nice treat to take home as a souvenir from their time in the feature match area. We'll get things underway here. I'm loving the thematic KO token here from Carter. Maybe got hungry in a previous round.
It seems like he took a bite out of it for sure. As he draws up his first hand, this is something we've been seeing time and time again against these Guardian heroes in this format. Sometimes you might be tempted to just hold your action point to make them blink first and expend their hand on some instant speed auras. Like, that's not going to be the name of the game for Carter over here. I'm going to go ahead and start with this feisty locals, which, if Rob Catton is holding a bunch of those instant auras, they aren't actions and will not trigger the downside of blocking feisty locals.
Yeah, this blue copy here, very potent in a way. Will potentially allow Carter to make a vigor, make this much larger than you would expect. We'll see a Lyath Goldmane activation here from Rob, making that might token and allowing them to block as you would expect. We do see an edge of their seats in this hand, so it's going to be committing 6 block here.
Okay, so with the KO activation, this will go up to 8 and will be representing that it will be leaking 2 damage. Let's see whether Rob Catton perhaps has an answer to this.
8 damage coming through. 2 damage leaking through. So Rob pretty happy to take some heat here to establish an edge of their seats. Funny story, once asked Rob how much damage they were willing to take to establish a Genesis on the first turn of the game, and the answer was about 8 to 12, roughly. So very much the school of thought this is worthwhile from Rob.
Edge of the seats ticks down now on Rob Catton's first turn of the game. Over here, Might Token as well, offering a +1 on his first attack.
Just want to say a quick hello to the parent and daughter duo watching the stream, Azalea. Nice to hear that you are joining us, and well, you're in the right kind of company. Thank you for watching along.
Gotta love that. As Rob takes a look at how he wants to sequence this turn, looks like he's going to be starting with the Muus over here, getting booed on this turn. Will have an additional Might Token for the following turn. So currently, +6 will be the name of the game on the next turn. Still has something else to do on this turn, I believe.
Yeah, somehow still 4 cards remaining here for Rob. Just, I'm really glad that Lyath Goldmane feels like you're cheating. Definitely feels somewhat thematic for these reviled heroes. Just bending the rules to your whim. Definitely enables some shenanigans at best.
Especially when you also think about the Intimidate and the damage on your opponent's turn that these heroes have access to. Definitely, you feel the flavor of these guys are just playing really dirty and cheating.
Glove's going to be cracked here. It will be just behind you, coming up as the attack of choice here. Not the most potent target for these abilities, but Rob getting good value out of those early Might Tokens nonetheless. Putting some pressure on Carter, and more importantly, earning some cards here as well.
And remember, does get halved the attack value of this card thanks to Lyath's ability. So base was 3, pumped up by 2 thanks to Punching Gloves and 1 from the Might. So a bit of a weaker turn from Rob Catton, but of course he is set up quite well for the following turn in the form of the Edge of the Seats and the Might Token, unless Carter has something to say about those.
We'll make our way back to Barton, who will kick things off by generating some Might, I believe. Cruel Ambition, one of the all-stars, I think, of the day so far. These Might Tokens causing all kinds of chaos. If you're playing against a reviled opponent, it will be unexpected backhand as the follow-up here. Nice, efficient turn, 6 damage, 3 Might made. Set up for next time.
There is a little bit of a double-edged sword thing going on with cards like Cruel Ambition, where you know your opponent's going to be sending a big attack at you on the following turn with the +6 damage. But if you set up your own Might Tokens, you are very incentivized to commit to the race, so to speak, because if you want value from your Might Tokens, you need to hold back enough cards to send an attack at your opponent, and you might not necessarily be in the better position to win a race against Lyath Goldmane, who's drawing 1 extra card against you every single turn of the game. So we'll have to see whether these 3 Might Tokens will actually pay off as you expect them to from Carter Barton's side.
Tension in the air on blocking duty this time. Rob considering further blocks. We see Edge of their Seats 2 steps ahead. Revolting Gesture and a Villainous Pose, I believe, in yellow in the back there. So some potent options available.
But does he have an attack in his arsenal, Scott? Remember, no weapons in this format. He has 6 damage on board he wants to make use of, needs an attack in arsenal. If you're a Rob Catton fan, you are hoping that he had an attack to arsenal in the previous turn cycle. Otherwise, this +6 damage will just go completely to waste.
Cross your fingers as this Edge of their Seats and the Might Token will break to start this turn. 6 damage floating in the ether right now for Rob. Hopefully a much-needed attack lurking in that arsenal.
You have to imagine he has a 0-cost attack in there.
Gotta hope so. Gonna be that gesture to kick things off. Villainous Pose to make things even larger. Will we find an attack? We will. Not only is it a 0-cost attack, we are instilling fear and intimidating away some defenses.
14 damage, if my math is correct, with an Intimidate as well.
Impressive stuff here from Rob. Happy to have that attack lined up. We will see a card intimidated away. 3 cards remaining for Carter. Let's see what they're working with.
And remember, he also wants to keep something to make use of the might tokens that he has access to. So doesn't want to commit all these cards unless he has a 0-cost attack in his arsenal.
2 copies of Buckwild here, definitely giving the option for Carter Barton to go wide if they're willing to take the heat. But 14 points of damage is no small ask.
Especially since Rob Catton is also set up a little bit with 3 might tokens for the following turn. And we know he's arsenaling an Edge of the Seats as well. So plenty more firepower coming out from our Reviled Guardian.
Carter here reevaluating that intimidated card, double checking. They are happy with the arrangement, well, as happy as you can be staring down 14 points of damage. It will be defense mode for these Buckwilds. Steel Victory will trigger here. Going to yoink away some goodies. Might gained for Carter, 1 lost for Rob.
That is incredible value from a Steel Victory, effectively getting him 5 points of value because you reduce a might token from your opponent and you give yourself a might token as well. Very, very strong reviled block card there.
Intimidated card goes back to hand. We do have those might tokens activating here. Hopefully Carter has something to utilize in that arsenal.
I think he has a 0-cost in arsenal, I want to say, but without the Vigor token at the start of this turn and without the Garland of Spring on his side of the field, won't have access to Kayo Strong Arm's hero abilities. So this feisty local just coming in for 5. Not very impressive, and I believe the card that was intimidated away was a blue. It's not really something I'm very happy to arsenal either. I almost wonder whether he might want to activate his Helm of Hindsight and maybe just put an attack back on top of the deck and not have to arsenal, not be tripped up on a blue, pretty meek arsenal.
Yeah, I think it's a blue flex strength, and we see Carter reaching for the graveyard there. So clearly considering those options with that helm. Speaking of options, Rob Can has a handful of them. We see Goon Tactics, Goon beat down another copy of Edge of their Seats, more Villainous Poses, and more Wii Wrecking Balls. All premium cards for Rob to put the puzzle together.
And we know the arsenal is a red Edge of the Seats as well. Could be one of the auras he needs if he wants to turn on the Goon Tactics. And remember, the Villainous Pose he's holding as well will trigger a Boo, which will create him another Might token, which could be another aura again for that Goon card.
5 cards.
I love this from our players. Rob just acknowledging, I'm going to need a moment to think here, and Carter hastily responding, you are the one with 5 cards. Makes a lot of sense.
4 cards already in Flesh and Blood can feel like you have so many decisions to make. The flowchart, the branching paths are almost, I don't want to say infinite, but it's already a lot. You add 1 more and it just gets even wider.
We'll see Horns of the Despised picked up and potentially added to this combat chain here as Rob continues to consider how to navigate this turn. This defense equipment here would boo, the crowd would boo, I should say, would generate an additional might token here for Rob if it is committed to blocks.
Crowd would definitely definitely be very unhappy seeing this helmet block with. And there we hear them booing. Just blocking 1 is the call from Rob Catton, not wanting to buff up this feisty locals any more than it already is. Generates himself an extra might token. I have to imagine that might go into the Wii Wrecking Ball, especially if Carter chooses to arsenal this card. He's wondering about the Helm of Hindsight.
Yeah, this is probably fine.
This is probably fine, is the thought process there. Thumbing through the yard once again, debating that Helm of Hindsight. It's going to be 6 cards to work with for Rob Catton. 3 might tokens available. It will be a Helm activation here, pitching away that blue flex strength. Going to pop something back on top of the deck. It will be that unexpected backhand making its way into the grip.
Just another 3 block for Carter Barton's next hand as he faces down the extra 3 might tokens on Rob's side. But now he's wondering, now Carter is off an arsenal. That Wii Wrecking Ball is looking not that compelling anymore, but still I think it's the only attack he has access to, so we'll probably see that come out anyway.
Edge of their Seats deployed from the arsenal here for Rob, debating which card will pay the bill.
And of course, that means it will go into his turn with just 1 suspense counter remaining, which means the following turn will be when it pops and gives his next attack +5. This is the chaining of power that we've seen Lyath do all day, pretty much. I'm seeing Rob Catton execute that as well to perfection.
Villainous Pose will be the first play of the turn to line up alongside those might tokens. More might generated, +3 this time, courtesy of the yellow copy.
This is so intimidating is the only word I can think of. Sitting across this, the opponent is getting +6 on this turn and has set up +6 on the following turn as well. Just the sheer might, if you will, of this 5 intellect Reviled Guardian hero.
We Wrecking Ball will be the attack of choice. Coming in for 9 here. A little bit of extra damage granted by the ability on the card. Crush Trigger, not massively relevant in this spot, but still a sizable slab of damage.
And Carter Barton wondering whether he can actually commit to the race here, whether he's supposed to maybe full block a little bit. Looks like he's going to be just committing 2 cards. Will be leaking some damage.
Right behind you, committed on defense, top card, going to be peeked at here by Carter. More information to better inform their future turns. The card stays on top. 3 damage coming through, brings Carter down to 7. Rob happy to park that remaining card in their arsenal for this next volley of damage.
Looks like that was the Goon Tactics that hit the arsenal for Rob Catton, but of course his current auras, the Edge of the Seeds and the Might, will pop at the start of his turn. So we'll need some other way to generate extra auras on his turn, perhaps something like a Cruel Ambition, to get the plus damage on that Goon Tactics in his arsenal. For now, though, facing down 6 damage from Carter Barton.
Disturb the Peace coming back with a vengeance. This card, of course, doing some rather impressive work in our last round and potentially causing Rob some pain once again if they do find themselves with auras in hand.
And it's threatening the Edge of the Seeds that's on the field right now.
We do see there is just, oh wow, there is Leave Them Hanging and another Edge of their Seats in the hand here for Rob. Again, Disturb the Peace is doing exactly that, causing all kinds of headaches for these Guardian players.
Such an incredible card here, and we saw this end the game in our previous round because the Pleiades just had 3 auras in hand they couldn't block with and simply just died. Rob Catton over here not under threat of lethal, but under threat of losing that Edge of the Seats, would represent quite a loss of value. Cannot block with that Leave Them Hanging, nor the Edge of the Seats that's in his hand. Do the remaining cards block 6, however, is the question. Could, of course, pitch the auras in his hand to Lyath Goldmane's ability to buff up the blocking of the other cards in his hand to cover this on-hit.
We do see Rob here partaking in the hardest part of any game of Flesh and Blood. Math remains the most difficult aspect, especially with a hero like Lyath Goldmane, where those normal numbers that are baked into your memory don't make quite as much sense anymore.
To point out his equipment as well, does have 2 block available on the Toby Jugs as well. Those will not be subtracted to Lyath Goldmane's effect because they are base 0 and you pay 1 to make it get +2. So that could be one way he converts one of these auras in his hand to still some defense.
Some options available here for Rob, and you can see how difficult a decision this is. I think Carter probably getting a bit of a soul read that there is, in fact, some number of auras in hand here for Rob, making this decision rather difficult. We'll see Truth or Trickery, short attack, and looks like punch above your weight here, committed alongside that Shrift. And activating Lyath Goldmane here to soak up this Disturb the Peace.
And that Truth or Trickery being quite awkward over here. Being a block card does not get +1 defense from Lyath Goldmane's effect. Hence why Rob Catton had to still put yet another card in the form of the punch above your weight to block out this Disturb the Peace. So he's blocking 7 with effectively 4 cards because of the disruption that this Disturb the Peace presents.
That reveal there, creating a small moment of joy between our players. Do still have to reveal to Truth or Trickery, regardless of the lack of impact. We will see plenty of impact in the form of Edge of their Seats, some Might tokens joining that Goon Tactics that Rob did carefully park into the arsenal on their previous turn.
So we'll be coming in for 8. No additional power thanks to its own effect because Rob Catton currently doesn't control any auras. So just the base 1 there and then +7 from the 2 Mites and the Edge of the Seats, as I believe Rob Catton went ahead and arsenaled the Leave Them Hanging.
We will see Bask in your own greatness. Good solid 0 for 4. Presenting sizable damage here Very efficient use of the hand by Carter Barton. Rob again finding themselves with 6 whole cards to work with. Decide whether they need to respect this attack in any way whatsoever.
And Carter effectively dodging the leave them hanging. At this point of the calling, you have to wonder whether players have some knowledge about each other's decks, or at least maybe some of the bombs that each other might have access to. And we see him dodge the Intimidate effect by not holding back a blue to pay into additional Mai tokens, because Rob would have been able to respond in the layer step and just get that blue out of Carter's hand.
It will be Brother in Arms is picked up here by Rob. Pulled back to the hand to reconsider. We see multiple auras in the hand there, a power play as well. That leave him hanging, of course, parked in the arsenal.
Also want to point out deck sizes here, Scott. That deck looking mighty thin on Rob Catton's side. One of the downsides of having 5 intellect, where a lot of your cards are these pumps, let's say pump from 3 to 5. That is, you're expending quite a lot of cards in deck for that offensive output, and we see that happening over here. You're also drawing through it faster because you're a 5 intellect hero.
Worth watching as this game continues. Rob will need to find a little more juice in the carton if they're hoping to take down Carter. Brothers in Arms likely being paid for here. Believe Rob is deciding how to sequence this, likely to pair this with one of the auras. No, mind being changed here, reevaluated. Perhaps a better way to navigate this turn.
At this point, you have to wonder whether you're just supposed to use some of your life to effectively buy you cards. If you put a card blocking, sure, you save the life, but that's a card out of deck, when instead you could have taken damage to the face and preserved that card to maybe not get fatigued in this endgame. Brothers in Arms, however, quite an efficient block for Lyath Goldmane. In a sense, you know, relative to other cards. You pitch a blue to it, you can make it come up to 4, so you lose 1 card in deck to block 4. It's not efficient from a tempo perspective because you're using 2 cards to block 4, but it's efficient from a card density perspective. You got 4 value from that 1 card in deck.
Yeah, I think definitely an understated part of this format early doors was the card density in deck aspect of what we've seen today. Cards like Brothers in Arms doing a fantastic job at keeping your important tools around, and we will see Rob committing to your suggestion, utilizing their life total as a resource to keep all of these cards available. We will see a massive turn for Rob Catton. 3 cards pitched for 2 auras. We see Act of Glory red, edge of their seat yellow. Rob Catton says in 2 turns time, this game is mine.
He's holding up the hammer and is ready to strike. And we also have to remember there's a leave them hanging in his arsenal. He can go ahead and play it on Carter's turn, and it will pop at the same time as the Edge of the Seats and the Act of Glory that he has just established. So if he's gonna play leave them hanging on Carter's turn, the turn where 2 turns later when all these auras pop will basically guaranteed be lethal. Carter Barton is now currently on the clock.
We see Mocking Blow here is the play. Higher life total for Carter Barton will cause the crowd to boo. Vigor token being generated currently for 5.
You have to wonder whether maybe that Intimidate instant speed is going to come out here. Could be a bit of a battle of instant speed effects happening. Maybe the instant speed of the leave them hanging is responded to with the Kayo Strong Arms hero ability.
Let's take a look.
This is also lethal.
This is lethal indeed. We see a bully tactics lurking in the hand there, capable of some dirty intimidation tricks, should it be sticking around.
You really hate these reviled heroes, don't you, Scott? Never miss a chance to insult them, calling them dirty and disgusting. And
I have a grudge. I have a reputation to keep. We see Brothers in Arms 2 steps ahead being committed here by Rob. We see multiple blues, multiple copies of Bask in Your Own Greatness available in this hand. It's going to be a pretty hefty defense to continue playing towards those auras.
He needs to keep his life total up because he needs to take damage on the turn that the auras are going to pop. We're still 2 turns away from that. His following turn is likely just going to be... He's probably going to play to leave them hanging over here and just do a little bit more setup. So in the following turn, that's when he needs to use his life total as a resource. Very heads up. play from Rob Catton over here, recognizing the texture of the game, recognizing that he's still currently in setup mode and cannot afford to lose life right now.
Love this from Rob. So before we are seeing anything else, leave them hanging will be played from the Arsenal. We force the issue here from Carter Barton with the Kayo activation.
Yeah, but Kayo itself is an instant speed, so you can just respond to the Intimidate by making the Mocking Blow go up to a base of 6. And it gets +4 from its own effect as well, because Carter has been booed this turn. The last card in his hand, which I believe is a Bully Tactics, obviously has been intimidated away. But that doesn't really matter. 10 damage coming into Rob Catton's 5 life over here. And remember, all his cards block for half their value until he activates Lyath Goldmane over here, giving all of them a +1 defense. Probably going to pay into Brother's Arms as well.
Will block for 9 in this case, so 1 damage currently making its way across from Mocking Blow.
Creates a Might token as well, which will of course just be discarded to the ether. Doesn't have anything left in hand.
Rob Catton falling to 4 now. It's important to watch. We know it is Bully Tactics in the arsenal for Carter Barton. Rob Catton ticks down their army of auras, says 1 more turn. If I can survive 1 more time, I will have unrelenting amounts of damage. It is on Carter Barton to force the issue as the Vigor token pops to start their turn. We see reds in hand, yellows in hand. It is not Bully Tactics that is being reached for right now.
He needs to find pumps. If he can pump up his Bully Tactics and then pay the full 3 to Intimidate, he could steal the game right here, but I don't think he has those pumps, Scott. And Rob Catton just needs to keep 1 card in hand. It'll come in for +14 damage, thanks to all the auras that are currently on the field.
It will be the Bully Tactics here committed by Carter, pays fully here to Intimidate 3 times. And you see the look on Rob's face. Not part of the puzzle they had considered. A KO activation, of course, still possible here.
This is really interesting. He needs to... The KO activation will make this come in for a 6, so Rob Catton needs to block at least 3 to not die to lethal. But he also needs to keep an attack left behind to go ahead and leverage these pumps that he has on the field. If this Intimidate goes Ori for him and he's forced to block with his only attack in his hand, for example, these pumps might just go to waste.
Everything comes down to the intimidation of a Bully Tactics as cards are stripped away temporarily into the zone for Rob Catton. We see 1 more card going away. Let's see what remains in hand when all is said and done. It is Brothers in Arms alongside that edge of their seats.
So he could pay for Toby Jugs and the Brothers in Arms and go ahead and block 5 on this and just leak 1 after a KO activation. That'll be a fairly efficient use of the hand. There's 2 yellows left in there. Toby Jugs cost 1 to defend with, and Brothers in Arms lets you pay 1 as well.
Rob here debating how best to utilize what they are left with. Carter double checking those numbers are quite as big as they remember.
+14. Such a comical number when you put it that way.
Toby Jugs reached for here. It will likely be the line of defense for Rob Catton, who needs to buy themselves just enough breathing room. We know there is a blue instill fear in the intimidated cards for Rob Catton.
Is that the only attack in there? A blue instill fear? That, I mean, the Intimidate, if it is sending lethal, can basically be an extra 3 damage, but it needs to be lethal on that turn.
I'll activate KO. Yep.
We will see the KO activation. Going to juice this up to 6 value. So damage will come through. Brings Rob Catton down to 3. 1 card will remain in the arsenal for Carter Barton as the intimidated cards return to the hand of Rob Catton. It is time to swing the pendulum. Act of glory, edge of their seats, leave them hanging, all active and ready to go.
+14 damage for Rob Catton's first attack off this turn. I have to say, I've been very impressed with Brothers in Arms, Scott. In this Lyath deck, so many times it's just let Rob Catton make up for the deficit that Lyath Goldman puts on all his cards. As this Instill Fear comes in 15 damage with an Intimidate on the stack against Carter Barton.
Carter here going to pause. See if there's anything they'd like to do before committing to this intimidation. 15, no small feat. Both players laughing at the absurdity of the situation. Let's see what disappears from the grip.
If he's left with 3 blocks, he can survive this. Block 9, take 6, go to 1. But if he's left with even 1-2 block in that hand, Scott, this might just be the end of the game.
See if we can take a peek at what Carter Barton is working with. We do see right behind you, so there is enough block value here to stem the bleeding. The entire hand will make its way in front of Instill Tactics. It's 4 cards remaining in deck for Rob Catton. The Mighty Bone Knuckles join the party, soak up an extra little bit of damage. Carter Barton aware they need to survive one final barrage.
Mighty Bone Knuckles, of course, coming into play. So I believe he's blocking 10. So sneaking 5, going down to 2. Survives the onslaught is Carter Barton. Can Rob Catton close this out? Looks like he's got another aura he wants to resolve on this turn. But as you pointed out, Scott, only 4 cards remaining in his deck. And he's going to be forced to block. You have to imagine he's going to be forced to block a little bit on Carter's turn. He does have 3 mites as well that are going to pop. And Rob Catton is at 3.
We'll see those mites popped. Edge of the seats extended by
Did he pass?
Rob Catton.
He passed! That intimidate.
There's no play.
The
intimidation is red. There's no play for Carter Barton. He cannot use the might tokens. There is no way to pressure Rob Catton, who has 5 whole cards to finish this game and be the last undefeated player in the room.
Still needs 1 more turn for the edge of the seats to pop on his current turn. He has no pump on board currently. We have a game on our hands, folks.
Rob fanning through the last 5 cards that are available to them this game. We see them being placed face down as they do the math. Goon Battery, bask in your own greatness. That blue copy of Power Play. We know there's a yellow in there as well. Limited resources, but enough to potentially take this game away if they can line things up in the right direction.
So he wants to try and resolve an edge of the seat and ideally get the Power Play in Arsenal, but at this point in the game, arsenaling a card feels very risky because you're not drawing an extra card. You're out of cards in deck, and that card won't be available to you for blocking purposes. Of course, Power Play, if you don't arsenal it, just feels like a bit of a mopey card.
Rob pausing here, notably on the pass from Carter Barton, is considering making a play before heading into their own turn.
What a nail-biter of a match for our final round here at World Premiere Montreal.
This is incredible. Rob Catton is extending another copy of Edge of their seats. Rob believes they will survive one more salvo from Carter Barton and will make it to both of these effects.
It's either believes that he'll survive or just an incredible amount of hope, Scott. I think he's recognizing that's perhaps the only way to come into the game, because other than you can't just keep sending 2s and 3s at your opponent and just completely deck out, because your opponent will be sending 6s at you as well. I think he's having some faith here. He's decided he needs to just set something up again, needs one last push, and just needs to hope that he survives Carter's last offensive salvo. And then he can perhaps finish the game out with these 2 edge of the seats. I mean, I'm at the edge of my seat here, Scott. I don't know about you.
Yeah, I mean, who needs the rest of it? Entirely pointless to have an entire chair at this point. Bask in their own greatness, Power Play, and I believe Goon Tactics. The last 3 cards in hand here for Rob, 1 card in deck, having pitched it away to play that edge of their seats.
So Goon Tactics here kind of interesting. Currently only has 2 auras, but remember, Lyath hasn't been activated yet. And when you activate it, you get booed, creates the Might token, which would be the 3rd aura that Rob Catton will have. And Goon Battery will check that he's got 3 auras and will get pumped up. So this is a sneaky lethal Carter needs to put at least a 3-block in front of it.
I'm not just worried about lethal here. If Goon Battery connects, Kayo will be tapped, which would prevent an attack from becoming a 6-power attack and may allow Rob Catton not to offer cards. There's no blocks. There's no blocks on the Goon Battery. Rob Catton activates Lyath Goldmane. It becomes a 4 attack, and Carter Barton can't believe it.
Did he miss that? He just
missed the crack. It's good enough.
Oh
Rob
my
Catton
God.
steals the game with Goon Battery. It's 8-0 with a carefully timed, perfectly navigated activation of the menace, Lyath Goldmane.
Who needs the edge of their seat suspense auras when you can just Goon Battery your way to victory over here? Instant speed Lyath activation to get the 3rd token coming up to 4. Opponent just simply wasn't expecting it. If that wasn't a reviled victory, I don't know what is.
I have never wanted to see a game won by anything more than a fully charged Goon Battery. It's the best way to end the first day of this event. Masterful play from both of our players. Very clear why they're both sitting in that 7-0 bracket. That was a game for the ages.
Huge congrats to Rob Catton over here. One of our undefeated players here at the end of day 1 World Tour Montreal. We're not sure how the other 7-0 did in their game. They could also be the other undefeated player, but we know for a fact that Rob Catton is.
Okay, there are 2 AOs, so not the only undefeated player on the day. Rob will have a rather fancy match to enjoy in the morning, I'm sure, when they sit down in their draft pod. So, of course, if you're not familiar, draft tomorrow for Super Slam for the very first time, and I'm sure we'll be learning all kinds of new things about how the set works moving forward.
I cannot wait. I think so far there have been so many breakouts. I think Lyath, a lot of people are very surprised at how explosive and strong
totally.
they can be. But at the same time, in a draft environment, you have to imagine it's a little bit self-correcting. If everybody wants to be in the Lyath deck, suddenly everyone just has like 2 to 3 suspense auras and your deck's just mopey. So we're going to have to see how these players figure that out.
All the Pleiades players are going to want the same cards. Going to make for a very interesting draft format, I think. Folks, if you want your chance to win this pre-release kit today, you've got just a couple of moments to get a comment in the chat. You can say whatever you like. I won't judge you much.
I might.
Fair enough.
Quite judgy, I've been told.
Unfortunate. Yeah, brief moment to get a chance to grab this one. Get your comments in. We'll be pulling a winner from the chat in just a moment. Before that, I want to open 2 more gem packs for today and see if we can do better than the 2 rather impressive pulls in the feature match area last time around.
Okay,
so
this time you go first, Scott. You've made me go first every single time. Why don't you go first this time?
Which pack am I opening, Pankaj?
Ooh, the one closer to me. We'll do a swap. They did a swap too, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, we can work with that. Let's see if I've been betrayed by my co-caster in the last moments of the day. It was all going so well.
We did just have a reviled victory.
Why would you say a thing like that?
Just to rub it in.
Oh, Cruel Ambition is not a good sign of how I expect this to go for the rest of my pack. Let's see if there's something nice hidden behind Buckwild. Nice shiny full art. This one's actually got some potential, so not upset with that. Now, show me what I could have had behind door number 2.
All right, let's do this. Okay. It will open, slide it up to the top here, slowly. And look at the camera. I'm not even looking at the thing. What is this? A low blow. Okay.
Semantic. Oh! I have made a grave error
as well. Yeah, reviled victory indeed here in the caster booth as well.
For
unfortunately
the first
for
time
Scott.
this weekend.
Yep. More to come tomorrow, I promise.
Okay, you've got maybe 10 seconds. If you want to cheat at your pre-release, get those comments. You know what? Yeah, not 10 seconds. Let's say 5 seconds. 4 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Let's find a winner. Hoster X, congratulations to you. Been announced in the chat. Make sure you keep your eyes open for that message. You are the lucky winner of a brand new pre-release kit. I promise you there are good things inside, according to Sam Oburn, nothing to do with me.
Huge congratulations. And for the rest of you, if you want to pick up pre-release kits, definitely make your way out to the pre-release events happening next weekend at your local game store.
Yep, I cannot wait. I'm playing a few myself. Very excited to see how they go. I've got a taste for it now. This format looks like a lot of fun. I can't wait until the people I know personally get to abuse me. Did I say that out loud?
I don't know. You'll have an unfair advantage given all the coverage you've been doing. So I don't know. You might want to pick up one of those wild heroes if you get what I'm saying.
You underestimate the power of jet lag. I have no advantage whatsoever in my pre-releases, but I will do my best one way or the other. Draft is coming. If you want more from World Premiere Montreal, we will have Noah as our feature tomorrow. The other 8-0 player doing a fantastic job. World's competitor Noah Beygelman. Going to be a fantastic draft you cannot afford to miss. But until then, I have been Howling Minds. That has been Pankaj Vachwani. You have been amazing. Take care, and we'll see you tomorrow.